Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Ẹni bàbá yìí lé bọ́lábọ́lá ọmọ Tinubu ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀ báwo la bí lùdì báwo la bí lùdì ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀ àtẹ̀lù lùdì àtẹ̀lù lẹ́tì àtẹ̀lù lẹ́tà àtẹ̀lù bẹ́ẹ̀rì àtẹ̀lù bàrú àtẹ̀lù jẹ̀bà àtẹ̀lù gbogbo àtẹ̀lù gbẹjọ àtẹ̀lù gbẹsọ àtẹ̀lù bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́lá wúwúwú ẹlẹ́yìí ò tọ́ àbẹ̀bẹ̀bọ̀bọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìí ò tọ́ àtẹ̀lù sílẹ̀ àbúrò wí.
Well, here's the video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful again, a town hall, different from Blue Bulaba.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹrùkù. Wọ́wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́, Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. I mean, that. Do I need to say? I should just say that, shouldn't I? And just end the session because I don't think I can. I don't think I have the verbiage to expand beyond what that little phrase just tells you there. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. If you want that in English, fortune favors the brave, but it doesn't quite carry the resonance. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Can you imagine that? So there it is right there. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. And there it is right there. So game over. There's nothing going on here anymore. Everybody can go home and have their dinner. 2027 elections done, dusted. Did you hear that? Check it also. 2027 elections done, dusted. Are you hearing me? And you know who the winner is? I have a guess. Tell me who the winner is in 2027. Put it in the comment section. It's Peter Obi, isn't it? Oh God, I need to give you a little bit more. You need a bit more of this. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Amonishi. So there it is. I mean, there is nothing else to say. So, of course, you've all heard the news, and if you've been living under a rock and you don't know what's going on, then, before I even get into anything, if you ever want to know what is going on within the Nigerian political space, if you want to know the trajectory and have an understanding of how politics plays and how it's going to play out in the future, just stay with this platform. There's never been a time there has never been a time that you've ever visited this platform that we've not, with a high degree of accuracy, projected to the trajectory of the Nigerian political landscape with a high degree of correctedness, if there's such a word. We always get it right here, often instances, more instances than not, because we look at the facts to do our permutation. So we jettison sentimentality, we park ethnic jingoism, and we look at the raw data to tell you how the politics plays out. We've always told you how the politics, we told you who will win in 2023. We're telling you who, we told you who and how 2023 will play out. We told you that. We even brought out charts. We brought out spreadsheets, and we charted you through the course of 2023 to land exactly then when the results came out at exactly what we told you would happen. And we've been telling you with accuracies ever since. So we were telling you a good 12 months ago that with about 2 years to the elections, the Northerners will start throwing insurgency at the administration to try and destabilize it. We told you that. So we told you that because we know that is the one trick that the North has. So we told you that, and that is playing out now. We also told you that Tinubu is going to win the 2027 elections. And let us now tell you something else. The election will be won long before 2027. The election will be won long before 2027. And by the time the ballots are being cast, the votes are being cast, everything, nobody will contest, nobody will go to the Supreme Court in 2027. It will be impossible. Because by the time we land at that date, at the ballot, the 23rd of February, I think it will be, by the time we land at that date, it will be clear to everyone that there is no vacancy in Aso Rock. So there's absolutely no equivocations about that. And what you see playing out now is exactly the building blocks towards that. So by the time we get to 2027, when all of the weight and the movement of politics weigh so heavily in one direction, it will be an impossibility for anybody to either claim that they won anything or they were cheated out of anything. It will ring hollow, even more ludicrous than Peter Obi's claim that is running around with at the moment. So that's exactly how it's going to play out. So let me now give you another one. So you hold on to this one that you heard it here first, because I just did the permutations to land on this. Before the end of this year, El Rufai will be back in the Tinubu fold, and he almost certainly will be the campaign manager for Tinubu in 2027. So you had it here first as well, because all of the permutations lead to that. So all of the permutations lead to that. It's been a delicious day in politics. It just kept on giving and giving and giving. The news cycle are filled with abundance. So, of course, what else is there to talk about other than, of course, the defection now of the governor of Delta State, both past and present, and the whole accoutrement of that state. It wasn't just the sitting governor that defected, by the way. His deputy defected too. And it wasn't just the sitting governor and his deputy that defected. The former, we'll get to that one in a moment, actually. All the chairmen of the local governments, they defected. Every single structure within Delta State defected. So that's one. Now, we know that Akwa Ibom is going to defect before the end of this month, almost certainly, because he's already told us that he's going to be campaigning for Tinubu. So that is the chap in Akwa Ibom. So we know that. We know that Fubara will also defect to the APC. So the three richest oil states within the Nigerian paradigm, they all will be defecting to APC, bringing all of the wealth of that state plus all of their political structures into the APC. So by the time we get to what are we now? January, February, March, April, May, June. By the time we get to June, by the time we get towards the end of June, there will be nothing left within the PDP, and we could all already see what's his name, Dele Mamudu, crying from one TV studio to another. So there it is, right there. I mean, it's just it's a master class, a master class in politics. So this is not a matter of Atiku Abubakar with Peter Obi in tow, wobbling his big belly from one ex-president's house to another. Nobody saw this coming, because of course you catch them by surprise. So there it is, right there. I mean, what else is there to say? Let's kick it off from here. Wike praised Okowa and Sharif. I'm going to be calling him Sharif because Oborevwori. So Oborevwori. So let me use it. So Wike praised Okowa Oborevwori for backing Tinubu. So now, is that even an anti-party stance by Wike, by the way? Because of course, he, to all intents and purposes, still a PDP man. But there it is, right there. So let me go on to this one. Oborevwori, Okowa's defection to APC, shocking. This is Bode George now, as the penny starts to drop within that space. So you know what more do you even want to say? But actually, let's start it off from here. Let's start it off from the beginning. So we start it off from here. Delta Governor Sheriff Oborevwori officially dumped PDP for APC. So there it is, right there. I mean, it's just unbelievable stuff. They've always said this guy was a political genius, and anytime he moves, it shakes the paradigm of the political landscape. In a major political shift, Delta State Governor, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborevwori, has officially defected. Let's start all over again. So I'm just consumed by I'm not even excited for Tinubu, but I'm just in awe of just the audaciousness of what is going on. It's the audacity of it all. You know, that is what really, that's what's really got me lit up. Delta Governor Sheriff Oborevwori officially dumped PDP for APC. So we pick it from the beginning. In a major political shift, Delta State Governor Right Honorable Sheriff Oborevwori has officially defected from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the All Progressive Congress APC, marking a significant realignment in the state's political landscape. Correspondents reported that the development was confirmed on Wednesday evening following a closed-door meeting at the government house in Asaba. Speaking via phone, the governor's chief press secretary, Sir Festus Ehon, stated that the decision followed wide consultation with political stakeholders and in the interest of Delta's long-term development. Oborevwori, who won the 2023 gubernatorial election on the PDP platform, was received by senior APC officials, signaling a high-profile boost for the ruling party. Political analysts have been describing the move as a strategic repositioning ahead of the 2027 general elections, with potential ripple effects across the South-South region. So there it is, right? It's just unbelievable stuff. It's just I think this was what George Bush Jr. meant when he was talking about shock and awe. So it is shock and awe politics that we're seeing playing out now. Shock and awe politics. Let's take this little snippet from this guy on Twitter. It says, isn't it funny that it is Tinubu who is actually building a coalition? I never see this kind of thing before. So it's just caught them completely off guard, and with one backhand slap of the hand, and everybody caves in. So there it is, right there. So still within that space. So still within that faith, Wike praised Okowa Oborevwori for backing Tinubu. So now I'm not quite sure that Wike should be moving so swiftly because it may, that constitutes anti-party still. And when will he even make the move? Wike is never going to make that move anyway. He's just there to continue to put his boot on the neck of that party and by extension Atiku Abubakar. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemson Wike, has praised Delta State Governor Sheriff Oborevwori and his predecessor, Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, the 2023 People's Democratic Party PDP vice presidential candidate for endorsing President Bola Tinubu. In a statement issued on Wednesday by his senior special assistant on public communications and social media, Larry Olayinka, Wike described their support as an endorsement of Tinubu's good governance. He stated, "It is another endorsement of the president's good governance and commitment to the development of the country." Wike, who urged other Nigerians to back Tinubu, called Okowa's endorsement a vindication of his own 2023 stance for a united Nigeria, saying, "I commend Dr. Okowa and Governor Sheriff Oborevwori for this heartwarming decision, which must have been informed by the good governance and commitment of President Bola Tinubu to the oneness and development of Nigeria." He added, "They have come out at the right time to show support for the president so that the people of the Niger Delta can benefit more from the government." Wike expressed delight that others are joining the renewed hope train he foresaw in 2023. So there it is right there. And by the way, there's a lot more to come. We'll just stay steady because it gets interesting, it gets funky, and it gets even more delicious. Let's go on from there to see what the PDP is making of all of this. Oborevwori Okowa's defection to APC is shocking. This is Bode George. All of them caught off guard, of course, because nobody would have seen this coming. A former deputy national chairman of the People's Democratic Party PDP, Olabode George, has said the defection of the Delta State governor is shocking. George said he was shell-shocked that Sheriff Oborevwori, the current governor of Delta State, and Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, his predecessor, who were both elected on the platform of the PDP, could defect from an organized party to an unorganized party. I think that's the other way around, in truth. Correspondents had on Monday exclusively revealed the secret deal President Bola Tinubu had struck with the PDP governors, most of whom had agreed to support his re-election. But George was reacting to the development, said the Delta governor would have to give up his position since he was elected on the platform of the PDP. So they always say this: "I am shocked. How can our governors from an organized party defect to an unorganized party like APC with only two people, Tinubu and Ganduje, dictatorially controlling the party? APC is a party of strange bedfellows, and I urge Deltans not to follow." Imagine, who will the people of Delta State listen to, I wonder? Some random guy from Lagos or their own state governor? APC is a party of strange bedfellows, and I urge Deltans not to follow Oborevwori to the APC, because Delta is a PDP state from 1999, and it shall remain so. Well, it's no longer a PDP state because the sitting governor and his cabinet, including the assembly, they are all APC members now. So it's not going to remain so because it's no longer so. Presidency and APC are using instruments of state to coerce PDP governors to defect to APC. They are being threatened. Well, of course. Anyway, that you would expect them to say that, wouldn't you? They are being threatened. PDP sponsored Oborevwori as the governorship candidate, so he has to leave the office. Attempts to turn Nigeria to a one-party state will fail. What has APC done since 2015 that will warrant any PDP governor to defect to the party, George said. George had earlier urged the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemsin Wike, and the country's former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar, to leave the People's Democratic Party, PDP, with immediate effect. In a statement on Wednesday, George said he wondered why Atiku and Wike should be hobnobbing with opposition elements and still claim to be part of the PDP structure, saying, what exactly is going on? Anybody who is tired of PDP should leave and join another party. I think that will happen soon enough. Enough of this embarrassment. As a founding elder of this party, I will not watch while some people openly disrespect the party. George also questioned Atiku's recent visit to former President Muhammadu Buhari in Kaduna, stating, General Buhari remains my boss. He is not a member of our party. So why is Atiku hobnobbing with him politically? Is he not guilty of an anti-party offense already? The other day, President Tinubu told Wike that APC must win the council election in FCT, and agreed. Wike has been given a direct order to win FCT for APC, and still claims to be a member of the PDP. Are people now shameless politically that they cannot be principled? Where is the leadership of our country? Well, of our party rather. So the leadership, that question is really a question that Bode George should be answering himself. So where is the leadership of your party? You are meant to be an elder statesman of that party. Where is the leadership of our party? Why are they tolerating Atiku and Wike? Why are they allowing the duo to continue to embarrass our party publicly? Now, some governors are joining them to endorse Tinubu's re-election in 2027. I ask again, what exactly is going on in our party? Has discipline gone to the dogs? Has everything broken down completely? I wonder why I think we all know that the party is already dead and buried. Has sanity taken flight in the way we run the party now? Nigerians are yearning for change, which only the PDP can offer, because ours is the only organized party. Apart from Ganduje, who else do you know in the APC's NWC? APC is a one-man show being controlled from the villa. This is the time for the national leadership of the PDP to take decisive steps to save our great party. As a founding member of our party and an elder statesman, I call on other elders of our party to call Atiku and Wike to order, as the two are not bigger than the PDP. They cannot continue hobnobbing with enemies of our party and think I will keep quiet. So what can you do about it is the bigger question, is the wider question. The truth must be told. The truth must be told every time without minding whose ox is God. This is the time to save our party from those undermining PDP from within. If Atiku is strategizing on how to form a coalition with others because of 2027, it should do that outside of the structure of our party. You cannot be within and be working against the interest of the party. We will never allow that. Wike's case is very clear to everybody. He wants to be in the good books of Tinubu whilst working against our party. Yes, I think we all know where that goes. So we leave that there. So we leave that there. There's a lot of clips to play on that space, by the way. But let's just go to other matters, see what's going on elsewhere. Kano Senator Kawa Sumaila confirms dumping NMPP. So where has he gone to? I think we can all guess where he will be going. So yes, the senator representing Kano South Senatorial District, Abdurrahman Kawu Somalia has confirmed his defection from the new Nigeria People's Party, NMPP. The lawmaker said the move was driven by his unwavering commitment to the welfare of his constituents. I'm just wanting to see where he has gone. I think we all know where he will be going. He posted his fresh political move on his Facebook page. Contacted via text message to confirm that he earlier posted on social media, he replied, "Yes, it is true. The reports regarding my defection are accurate. All politics is local, and my primary concern has always been and remains the welfare of my immediate constituents." The senator emphasized that his decision was guided by the desire to improve the lives of his people and ensure their long-term prosperity. "I am resolutely determined to advance the lives of my people, ensuring their needs are met and their future is secured. Whilst details, pardon me, whilst details regarding his new political alignment are yet to be made public, Sumaila's defection marks a significant development in Kano's political landscape, where shifts in allegiance often signal deeper undercurrents within the party structure and influence future electoral dynamics." So what makes this interesting is that it's happening in a Kano state and there is another interesting thing going on in Kano state as well. So we're in the season of defections at the moment, and the next wave of defections, you'll be seeing soon. Kwakwanso announcing for the APC. I wonder what Jafar will make of that now. So you'll be seeing very soon Kwakwanso declaring for the APC and all of that. And I'll show you why I'm saying that in a moment. But all right. So I'm talking at speed. I think I'm so consumed, but I'm just heightened by the politics that has gone on today. It's just so it's like, knife edge politics, sort of. All of these people running around telling you the coalition this, coalition that, forcing pictures out of Buhari and all that. This guy kept quiet, went to France and back, and just destroyed all of them in one stroke. So there it is right there. Let's go on to other matters. One multi-purpose terminal hosts largest vessel in Nigeria. So now, this is very, very important because a lot of, they say, oh, why is the only viable port in Lagos? Well, the only viable port is not in Lagos. The only viable port is not in Lagos. And Onne is closer to the southeast, and the southeasterners are the biggest importers. So if they want to use Onne, they can use it. And they cannot say that Onne does not take the size of ships that they use to ferry goods, because the largest vessel is now able to dock there. So that narrative now dies now that there are no seaports in the east. On a multi-purpose terminal in River State has successfully hosted Kota Karum, the largest vessel ever to berth at the Onne Federal Ocean Terminal. The milestone event occurred last week, further underscoring OMT's growing prominence as a hub for large-scale maritime trade in West Africa. So with that now, maybe we'll start to see the beginnings of the decongestion of Lagos. Flying the Singaporean flag, the Kota Karum is owned by Pacific International Lines, one of Asia's leading shipping companies. The mega container vessel, measuring an impressive 301 meters in length overall, arrived at the OMT jetty at 10:30 a.m. and was safely berthed by 10:50 a.m., utilizing berths 9 and 10, boasting a capacity of 6,606 20-foot equivalent containers. The vessel is a major addition to the line of large vessels now calling on a port during its there it is anyway. So that defeats then. So there is no that kills that narrative then that the only viable seaport in Nigeria is in Lagos. So that's dead now. So but they will continue to regurgitate it, of course, because these people they have no interest in fact. They just like to make noise and propagandize. So make noise and propagandize El-Rufai Malami don't speak for us. Ex-CPC lawmakers pledge loyalty to Tinubu. So I think it's a Tinubu masterstroke day. That's just what we're saying. Former members of the 7th National Assembly elected on the platform of the defunct Congress for Progressive Change CPC say Abubakar Malami, former Attorney General of the Federation, and Nasir El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, have no authority to speak on behalf of the Legacy Party. The forum announced Tanko Al-Makaru, former governor of Nasarawa, as its leader, noting that he was the only state chief executive elected on the platform of the CPC. Rising from a meeting in Abuja on Wednesday, the group described Malami and El-Rufai as political lightweights who carry a negative balance in value. Speaking to journalists at the meeting, Nasiru Ilah, chairman of the forum, said members remain committed to the values that battered the ruling of Progressive Congress APC and expressed loyalty to President Bola Tinubu's administration. It has come to our attention that certain individuals, groups, and entities who had no electoral value during the heyday of the CPC have falsely claimed to speak for or represent the CPC, purporting to act on behalf of its legacy and its millions of supporters, Ilah said. We categorically declare that no person, group of persons, or entity has the authority to speak for or on behalf of the defunct CPC, except the elected representatives of the party who were duly chosen by its supporters in 2011. We, the former elected members of the CPC from the 7th Assembly, and many more who stood for elections and won, and were subsequently robbed of their hard-earned, hard-won, yet short-lived victories, remain the only legitimate and authentic voice of the defunct CPC. We are the true custodians of the party's legacy and the representatives of the 12 million Nigerians, predominantly in northern Nigeria, who entrusted us with their mandate. He asked Nigerians, especially supporters of the CPC across the north and beyond, to disregard any statement or action made in the name of the defunct party without authorization. Ilah reaffirmed the members' loyalty to President Bola Tinubu, adding that they would continue to defend the core values of the APC whilst ensuring the voices of its supporters are not exploited or misrepresented. Misrepresented. He also urged the media, civil society, and the party to verify any claims made under the banner of the CPC, insisting that only members of the 7th Assembly and Al-Makura are the legitimate voices of the Legacy Party. So this is the battle for the heart and soul of the CPC. Are we even seeing a resurrection of the CPC is the wider question. So there it is right there. So they are blunting somewhat the tools of El-Rufai and company. And by the way, let me send the link again. There's nobody in the studio. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. You know how it goes. If you want the conversation, then you have to hop on. And I think there's a conversation to be had today, actually, especially with all of this going on. It's just so wild what is going on at the moment. Let's see. Where is the link? Let me find the link so I can send it in. Yes, let me send the link in. If anybody wants to come in, come in. I'm happy to have the conversation today, actually. You know, the news motivates your gingerness to have a conversation. So the news today is well worth a conversation. So we'll send the link, see who wants to come in. As we go on from there to, is there any more? Right, so to this then, Tinubu issues fresh directives to National Security Advisor, Service Chiefs on Security, says enough is enough. President Bola Tinubu has directed an immediate and comprehensive overhaul of National security strategies, demanding urgent action to end the escalating violence in Borno, Benue, Plateau, and Kwara states. The president, who met with security chiefs at the State House in Abuja for more than 2 hours, said the killing of innocent people in Borno, Benue, and Plateau State must cease. Enough is enough, President Tinubu declared, as he once again condemned the senseless targeting of innocent Nigerians. The National Security Advisor, Nuru Ribadu, told journalists that the service chiefs briefed the president on all the attacks in the states, the death toll, and the destruction of properties. The NSA said President Tinubu ordered a new approach to tackling insecurity problems. Ribadu noted that the president was also actively monitoring and giving instructions during his work visits to Paris and London. Mr. President gave us the chance to come and brief him again. It lasted very long. We gave him an update on what is going on. Even when he was out there, he was constantly in touch, giving directives and following developments. Today, we had the opportunity to come and brief him again, and it lasted hours. It was a very detailed briefing, and it was exhaustive. We listened, we took instructions from him, he gave new directives. The fact that Mr. President is insisting we work harder to, the fact is that Mr. President is insisting that we work harder to restore security in the country. We gave him information on what has been happening and assured him of our commitment. We had carried out, so there it is right there. Enough of all this marching order, though. We just want to see results. Enough of, I really, this is what Buhari used to do as well. They will slaughter a whole bunch of people, and then they come out in the news and tell us that Buhari gave them their marching order. Never mind the marching order. Maybe just start marching, you know. All right. So now this next piece now. This one comes with a video actually. Buba Galadima Hakim Baba Ahmed, part of those who cheated the North. This is our Kwakwanso now. But before I do the readout on this one, let me play you this little clip. Let me play you, hopefully I have it. There was a whole bunch of clips. A lot of them couldn't get into the studio because the studio was so full. Let's see, do we have the, yes, watch this. So this is Kwakwanso meeting Tinubu in London. So this is that, when I said Kwakwanso is likely to defect to the APC, it is based around this. So this is Kwakwanso now meeting Tinubu in London. So it doesn't especially come with any audio, but it says Kwakwanso in closed door meeting with Tinubu. So that's Kwakwanso right there. And of course, that's them standing together. So it's quite clear. So there's no equivocating anything right there. So, of course, what else will they be discussing other than politics? That is Kwakwanso right there. You see, what you are actually seeing now is not the politics of 2027. What is going on at the moment is the politics of 2031. Because I think the political landscape has already considered 2027 to Tinubu. But what you are seeing playing out now is the politics of 2031. Buba Galadima Hakim Baba Ahmed, part of those who cheated the North. This is Kwakwanso. You know, all of these people that say, oh, this, that, the North, they ruled the country for 8 years. So what did they do for the North is the question first. All right, somebody was just pointing out that was in Aso Rock, but nevertheless, they met in London as well, we were told. A chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC in Kano State, Musa Kwakwanso, has said that former special advisor to President Tinubu on political matters, Hakim Baba Ahmed, was part of those who cheated the North. Kwakwanso said Baba Ahmed and a chieftain of the New Nigerian People's Party, Buba Galadima, cheated the North with their long service in government, yet the region had nothing to show for it. He disclosed this in a statement where he pointed out that Galadima and Baba Ahmed cannot stop the North from voting for President Tinubu in 2027. So this is Kwakwanso speaking, by the way. So that tells you then where that leaning already leans. Kwakwanso stressed that Kwakwanso stressed that the two politicians had lost their relevance and were frustrated. He asserted that they lack moral courage to comment on the president's governance, describing them as having nothing to offer. The two personalities lack moral courage to talk about the Tinubu administration because they lack the moral rectitude to do so, Kwakwanso said. Kwakwanso accused Baba Ahmed of being amongst those who allegedly cheated the North through their long service in government but have nothing to show for their time in office. He added that Baba Ahmed's attempts to defend the North is baseless. Baba Ahmed is one of those who allegedly cheated the North by their long service in government, not even a government, but government, but have nothing to show as their contribution to the region. They are today, but have nothing to show for the region. Let me do that again. Baba Ahmed is amongst those who allegedly cheated the North by their long service in government, but have nothing to show as their contributions to the region they are today's so-called defending, he said. Kwakwanso credited President Tinubu's decision to grant duty-free importation of essential goods to business moguls like BUA for the drop in prices. He also mentioned the adoption of compressed natural gas in the north, noting that stations are opening in states like Borno, Kaduna, and Kwara, with Kano set to follow suit. Today, ruling energy company is amplifying the growth of CNG almost all over Nigeria, and with which instead of buying fuel of over 100,000 naira, one can now use CNG with very little money to travel around. And in the north, CNG stations are almost all over the region, with the government putting it in Borno, Kaduna, Kwara, and Kano will also soon have their own, Kwakwanso said. He asserted that northerners would not heed the criticism of Baba Ahmed Galadima or former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, due to their lack of contributions to the region. Let me say this, whether they like it or not, Bola Tinubu will win his second term and will win the entire North with a landslide victory, because Nigerians appreciate the government's transformative agenda, which has started yielding results, Kwakwanso declared. So that's Kwakwanso also, that's the defection of Kwakwanso that we've just seen right there. So that's another one bites the dust, sort of. But let's now start doing the clips from here. So let's go on to this one and then we pick it up from here. So long as my system holds up and it doesn't act too funky, it's starting to funk up a bit. I'm not quite sure if it has a bug or something. I'm waiting for it to respond, but that's what I'm doing. Let's see. Can you hear anything? I can't hear anything. All right. I'm not sure. Is it not talking? All right. Okay. So okay. Let's just abandon that. So we've done the wiki praising the defectors, the defection in Kano State. We've done that. We've done the law, what are they called again? The Buhari Party, CPC. Are they called? Yes, we've done the CPC members telling us that these people don't speak on their behalf. We've done that. We've done the lamentations of Bode George. We've done that. We've done the on a port, which has now birthed the largest vessel yet to visit Nigeria. So all that no seaport in the north, I don't think they can hold on to that anymore because although these people they don't deal in facts, they deal in just propagandizing, they just deal in noise. Actually, let me play you this clip. It fits into this slot because as early as tomorrow, you still hear them going around their usual watering holes, telling you that there are no seaports in the north. So this explains why they do it.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
So there's that right there. So there's that right there. So the seaporting on there, it works perfectly and it can take any size vessel that anybody wants to bring in. So we know that. But as early as tomorrow, you'll see them back in their spaces telling us that the only seaport in Nigeria is in Lagos. Tinubu issuing directives to Nuhu Ribadu, etc. So we don't want directives, we want action. So we want to see. We were even praising him that we've seen significant improvements in the insecurity, but we will excuse this particular spate because we know that it's politically motivated. We had the anticipation that the Northerners will attack him with insecurity, but how quickly he deals with it then is something we want to see. We want to see it dealt with fairly quickly. So Delta State governor, of course, crossing carpet. We know that the whole of Delta State, not just the governor, they all cross carpet. So I think we've gone through that one. Yes. So there was a lot of that. What else did we go through? We've gone through Kwakwanso also defecting to the APC. So Kwakwanso's defection to the APC, it negates anything that Baba, Ahmed, El Rufai or Atiku stands for, because with Kwakwanso in the APC and Ganduje already in the APC, that delivers Kano State. So that's a million votes right there. So all of the votes in Kano State will go to Tinubu. Every single one of them goes to Tinubu. And then with all this South, Fubara is coming, by the way. I think everybody knows that Fubara is already one leg in. We saw him doing it Dobale in London not that long ago. Akwa Ibom is already on board. So everybody on board. So by the time we get to 2027, I don't think anybody will be campaigning. They will just do the veneer of a campaign. Nobody is going to invest their money in that election or to try and unseat Tinubu because nobody has money to burn. So I'm not even sure. Maybe Atiku will not even turn up. He will just go back to Abu Dhabi quietly with his tail between his legs. So this is a 2027 election. The election is taking place right now, and the winner is already emerging. I think we all know that. So I think we all know that. Let's whisk through the clips that we do have, and then we'll see who turns up for the conversation. No one yet in the studio. If you want the conversation, hop on. We kick it off, start it off. Where are we starting it off? Shall we do the Delta State clips that we do? Actually, before we go to the Delta State, okay, let's go to the Delta State clips first. So let's do the Delta State clips first. quite a few of them. Maybe I won't play you all of them because there's so many of them, but you all know what's happened.
Today, I'm saying it here. I'm an honorable man. I'm governor for Delta State. But I will tell you, whether you like it or not, I want to say it here. Mr. President that you see is supporting this administration. God has made him the president as God has made me the governor. So as you are supporting me, support him. Because if he fail, I will fail. But he will not fail, I will not fail. Mr. President has appointed our sons and daughters into position. God has given him victory. God has given him victory. People should support us to succeed. Come. Let them move, let them turn, let them move.
What are you doing? Come on.
To build the bond of love that have existed in our state, to further advance the cause of security and welfare of our people, and to a very large extent, ensure that development in Delta, because every politics is local, is not truncated. And in taking that decision, we came to the inevitable conclusion that moving out of the PDP is very, very necessary for us to be able to collaborate with our kith and kin and build that state that every Delta will be proud of. We believe that what is happening at the state of the PDP is akin to that palm wine whose tastes have changed, and there was a need for us to change the drinking pattern. And that is why this decision has been taken unanimously by leaders and stakeholders of the party, and by the grace of God, on Monday next week, we will be able to make a very big statement as to the fact that we are moving into the APC. But I have here with me, perhaps, but also when you ask questions, you'll be able to throw more light as to the reason why we have to adjust our drinking pattern of this particular palm wine whose tastes have changed. Thank you very much. But before you ask your question,
I was in the meeting. The Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Assembly was in the meeting. The immediate past governor of Delta State, who ran as vice presidential candidate of the party, was in the meeting. National Assembly members, both serving and non-serving, who are still members of the party, were in the meeting. House of Assembly members were all in the meeting. In fact, my brother, all the local government party chairmen, council chairmen, everybody who is who in Delta State PDP was in the meeting. Thank you.
So there it is. So that's Delta State bagged and tagged. So that's Delta State bagged and tagged, Akwa Ibom bagged and tagged. But it's not only Delta States that defected to the APC, no. It's not only Delta State and Akwa Ibom that defected to the APC, no. It's not only Delta State, Akwa Ibom, and Kwakwanso that defected to the APC, no. The whole of Jigawa State also defected to the APC. Watch this.
In Jigawa State, more than 700 members from 3 major opposition political parties have defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress. The mass defection, the Party says it's a significant boost for the APC as it begins to consolidate its base ahead of the 2027 general election. Yusuf Issa has more.
A total of 716 members from the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP), the New Nigerian People's Party (NNPP), and the Social Democratic Party (SDP) were received by Governor Umar Namadi during a citizens' engagement forum in Gagarawa and Dutse. Malang Habibu Dandogo led a group of over 200 new APC members in Gagarawa. He said they were inspired by Governor Namadi's leadership and administration's focus on development and accountability. In Dutse, around 500 others were welcomed into the party at the government house. Governor Namadi assured the newcomers of equal treatment within the APC, saying the party does not discriminate between founding members and thus joining later. The governor described the development as a vote of confidence in the APC.
We have received a large number of people in Gagarawa that defected from PDP and NNPP to APC. And today also we have received a large number of people from three different wards in Dutse local government. All of them, more than 500 of them defected from PDP to APC. That shows that we are moving forward, and that shows that APC as a party is making a lot of progress, and people are satisfied with the APC as a party that is doing, and also is satisfied with the government both at the federal and the state level.
Namadi also used the occasion to highlight the objectives of the Citizens Engagement Program, which he said aims to bridge the gap between government and the people. He said his administration is committed to listening to concerns and delivering on promises.
What we all heard from the people of Gagarawa and all the other 4 local government we have gone around to, it has been a satisfactory. The government and the representative have been doing very well, and that has given us an encouragement that we will continue to do this good work we are doing. You see, the essence of this program is not only to wait until when it is time for campaign to go back to the people. No, come back to them when you are in government. Tell them, look, this is what we have done to you, and this is what we are expecting to do in the future.
Yusuf Issa, TBC News, Jigawa.
So there it is right there. So when I tell you that, the conversation going forward will be actually if there's a need for a constitutional amendment, because this 2-term presidency that is embedded in the Constitution is an Americanism. So is it time now to revisit then maybe a term elongation or a 3rd term possibility? Because there's no reason why Tinubu should not continue beyond 2031. That's really where the conversation is. So we're not even talking about 2027. I think only an idiot is still permutating towards 20. Imagine all of those images that we've been seeing with Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi throwing agbada and wobbling big belly all over the place, taking photo opportunities with Buhari and thinking they're intimidating anybody. So this is how politics is played. We'll play about 2-3 more clips, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation. Let me play you. What else do I want to play you? Oh, all right. So you see, politics is a very funny thing. And they say do not die in their war. And when they tell you not to die in their war, they mean that literally. So you think that the only people that stand in opposition are no really more than 2 people, Prince Adebayo and those sort of people. But these people, how much in opposition do they even stand is the question. Because when you look at it, when you pop the bonnet and look into the engine of Nigerian politics, you'll find that they're all the same. Watch this.
No hurry battle.
Well, brother.
Oh my goodness. It's good to see you.
Look at this guy.
Your hometown.
Presidential candidate.
I am now, right now, in Oborevwori's hometown. This used to be my hometown, Yola. This man that put in jail, the general police. You're welcome. He's senior officer. His name is jail.
Wow.
We have disrupted everywhere, from Taraba to Adamawa. Nothing is left. Even on our way here, we disrupted herdsmen.
So that's that's the right joshing around with. That's an old clip, by the way. I'm not claiming anything that is contemporaneous, but just to tell you then that these people have a long and deep established relationship. So there's that. Let me play you. I'll just play you two more, which is on a lighter note. So let me play you two on a lighter note once, and then I'll play the K Guide music, and then we'll see if anybody turns up. So this one now, this girl, what the questions she's asking is indicative of what she may be doing. But watch this.
I am Igbo, and I am a Muslim also. Now, contrary to the Igbo tradition and culture, Islam does not discourage marriage among cousins. Relax. My both family are Muslims. Can I marry my cousin because we are Muslim and Islam allows cousin marriage? What do you think?
She asked what you think. Let me tell her what I think. I think she's already shagging her cousin. That's just she's already patently obvious that she's already sleeping with her cousin. So now this next one is about 30 seconds too. But the poser that this woman puts to the policewoman is one that it's like an end the conversation sort of poser. But watch this and see how it lands.
Today you have found me seeing. I have a permit. What? But young lady, the driving permit you are using appears to be expired. Yes, I know it's expired. Then why are you using it? What do you mean? You mean because it's expired, I stop having the knowledge to drive a car? You think my knowledge is also coordinated with the permit? Let me ask you. So if my permit is expired, it means me now I don't know how to drive anymore. It's just a paper.
So that there it is right there. So that's the scam of renewed licensing. So they give you a driver's license and they tell you to come and renew it. It's not that they make you take the test again, no. They just say you have to renew it every 5-10 years. So do you then stop learning how to drive? Do you lose the capacity to drive in 10 years? It's just it's a stealth tax, isn't it? It's just a revenue generating something. Let me play you this last one and then we play the Kegite music, see if anybody turns up.
This decision of not joining the military is a decision we are going to regret in years to come. The only reason why Biafran soldiers were able to hold their ground against the Nigerian soldiers for 30 months was because Igbos had their people in military. Even though they were still minority, that is the foot soldiers were still the minority. We had more of senior military officers in the military as at that time. But we were able to hold our own for 30 months because we had people in the military. But today, if it happens, if things start happening today, where are we going to start from? How many are we? How many Igbos do we have in the military? Eh? If some northern element decide to invade the east, how many Igbos are experiencing warfare? How many Igbos do we have in the military? The reason why the north continues to bully the south, that is both the southwest, south and southeast, is because they have people in the military. It's because they are dominating the military. There is nothing you can do about Nigeria if you don't have your people in the military. There is nothing you can do. If your people are not dominating the military, there is little or nothing you can do. When you finish shouting, you rest. If the North decide to have their independence today, tomorrow they will have their independence. Nobody will stop them because they have the military. Yes. They are asking you people to go and join the military, and you are refusing. I made a video about that. You reported it on TikTok, brought it down. With time to come, you people will regret the decisions you are taking today. How can you fight? What can you do when you don't have your people in the military? The Fulanis continue to bully us because we don't have our people in the military. Even though the Fulanis are not originally Nigerians, they are dominating every part of Nigeria. If they decide to go their separate way tomorrow, they will do it. Nothing will happen. Yes, because they dominate the military. I decided to call out the Igbos to join the military. Let us have the numbers in the military. And you guys reported the video until TikTok brought it down. Watch this video.
They have the weapons and they have everything. So this time they must take over. And Fulani people don't talk, say, look, they want they won't carry this country, make it become their own. Make them come and say, they Fulani too. Now then get Nigeria. These people say Nigeria, now the only country where belongs to them. They don't write them. I have documents to show this. I don't send them to president. I don't send them to police. I don't send them to DSS. These people say, look, nothing will stop them. That they have the money, they have the power, they have the weapons, and they have everything. So this time they must take over.
And there it is right there. So the army actually took a recruitment campaign to the east over the last week or two, and they got snubbed because they thought they were snubbing the army to spite Tinubu. But then, of course, exactly as that guy said, they will regret it fairly shortly. The regret will be almost instantaneous. But let's play the Kegage music and then we'll see what happens after that.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba. Always a delight when Baba is here. Baba often instances kicks it off for us. Kulata joins us as well. So good to see you, Kulata. Good to see you, gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. We kick it off, start it off with Baba. Baba, so this is a case of, what was it that Fela Kuti said? What did you make of what went down today? Almost unbelievable stuff. A master class, a master stroke.
The woman, my principal concern being here for us all the time is just to make sure I act as a placeholder to make sure the show goes on. So contributing actually is secondary. So in that light, let Kulata take the lead here. If he's available. Kulata.
Baba.
Yeah.
Hey, Baba.
How are you?
Echo Jometa. I'm fine. Alafia ni. Alafia ni. I was sitting back to start drinking my tea, thinking I'll be
No,
enjoying you.
no, you go ahead. I will support. Just go ahead. We can make it conversational.
Conversational. Okay,
Exactly.
cool. All right. So yeah, I mean today has been an exciting day from a political standpoint. I mean, I don't know what's the word. People that make noise, people making noise and people doing the actual work. There's some, if one man knows the is it proverb or phrase or something. Basically, all this article will be
I can't remember beyond empty vessel and all that, but I can't.
okay, yeah, let's even settle with empty vessels, make the loudest noise. But all this El Rufai posting every
Throwing
second,
agbada all over the place.
throwing agbada plus invectives. You'll post some Igbo guy that wrote something against Tinubu, post that. What's the name of that motherfucker from Borno State, Southern Borno, going in front of TV? Like, all those things are going to start dying out, right? Because do you know what just happened? The horse, the pocketbook of the election, Tinubu just vanished it. So normal elections, there's always a South state that funds it. Go back. I mean, maybe apart from maybe 1999 election when we just started, there's always a South state that's been funding elections ever since Obasanjo. This is the first time that Tinubu has taken almost all of them away. The only one left is Bayelsa, and I'm looking at how long Bayelsa will last sticking to PDP, because right now the only people that can fund any coalition, there maybe, I mean, you can count them on your fingers. Malami, Tunde Sabiu, who else? Those are the two obvious people, and maybe that other Kanuri guy that was part of Buhari's cabal. Is it Kanuri? Some other Kanuri or Fulani guy, but that one is too old to fund election. There's no coalition is effectively shut down because it's a money problem now. They've gotten the coalition to the point that Peter Obi and Atiku cannot run together on a ticket. It's not going to happen because look at what just happened now. Apart from Tinubu kind of like dashing Obi a semi-part with Labour Party, Okowa that ran with Atiku before. This is an indictment on Atiku's character that Okowa that ran with Atiku was dumped
that
by
was the
Atiku.
one that was the real statement, wasn't it? Okowa.
Yeah, that's indicting. Like, I mean, obedience, or will Obi himself be stupid enough to look at someone that just literally bankrupted the state to be able to run with Atiku is now running to APC? Yeah, you can say, yeah, maybe he's trying to cover his tracks because the AFCC, blah, blah, blah. You can say all that stuff. But the bottom line is Atiku, I mean, at this point in time, I am prepared to nominate Atiku as the worst politician in Nigeria's history. The very, very worst.
He's always making bad decisions. It's not he always makes poor decisions.
It is terrible. It's terrible in decision making. It is outright is a tragedy. That guy has single-handedly destroyed PDP. It destroyed PDP in 2015, only to be chanced by Buhari. Remember, it was the one that broke them Saraki away from PDP. He ran away from PDP in 2007, ran to Tinubu's hands. I mean, Tinubu's hands. In 2011, what did he do in 2011? Did he run back to PDP? He ran back to PDP in 2011, wanted to boss Jonathan around. Destroyed PDP in 2015, ran back to PDP in 2019, then they gave him the ticket. In 2023, he has effectively, 2023, He ran it, they gave him the ticket again. In 2027, he has effectively decimated that party. That man is the worst. And I don't know anybody, knowing his disloyal antecedents, that will now go and take the money you stole or your state's money that you're about to steal to go on another joyride with Atiku that is guaranteed to lose that is guaranteed to lose election. So the likes of El Rufai and who else has been making money?
What do you make of my bold statement that El Rufai will make his way back to the warm embrace? Okay, all right.
I was just laughing. El Rufai, I think he has. I mean, I think he has a bit more self-respect than that. Like El Rufai will not go back. El Rufai is just toast. That's the thing. He's going to stay where he is. He's going to make a lot of noise, but he's stuck because whatever happens after Tinubu, if Tinubu doesn't die, because all this stuff is thinking the man is going to be alive to be able to run this thing. So if he's alive, 2031, El Rufai has no shot because the power base is going to come from APC. Now there will be many, many big shots in APC that will be about to run things. And the biggest losers in 2031, the Southeast and the likes of, and the core Northwest. They are the biggest losers in 20.
What do you make of the commentaries coming out of Kwakwanso saying that there's no stopping Tinubu in 2027? We're expecting his defection to be announced soon.
Well, I mean, some APC senators in Kano have already defected. I mean, I'm not sure if you announced that. There was some guy, some APC senator left.
NMPP, you mean?
No, I'm sorry. NMPP. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. NMPP. Another Labour Party senator in Edo South, the one they elected in Labour Party, that one too has left. There was some person in my own state and my own area, Ijesha North, that also defected to APC. House of Rep member. So look, things are just about.
There's a lot of pressure on Adeleke to defect as well.
I'm hearing too is I mean, if he wants to stay, he will have to defect. That's what I'm hearing now, and most likely he may defect. So there are a few areas that people are about to defect. But what I'm interested in seeing is I'm trying to see all these entitled Northerners that come on the TV station and start running their mouth like diarrhea. So the Ndume that's in APC that's been saying nonsense. I want to see I want to see their countenance going forward. You know, when they shock you, you know, you want to go and fight. You've been boasting, and we get in the ring and they land you some amazing punch. Like Mike Tyson says, everybody has a plan, but you get hit in the face. So now they've been hit in the face. I want to see how they're going to react. You know, that drum roll.
I'm particularly looking forward to articles. I don't think it's yet to come out. I'm wanting to see what he will have to say about this, especially Okowa. Is he going to slam him, or what is he going to do or say?
Yeah, Shebi, they've sent Dili Momodu to go and start talking nonsense now. Shebi, I mean, they've sent Dili Momodu to say Okowa, basically trying to say Okowa is trying to cover his ass for, I mean, his EFCC case. And that's, I mean, this is what Okowa gets for spending Delta State money for Atiku. I mean, look at the love he gets. So, I mean, I'm just happy that those northern politicians, northwest politicians, let me even be specific, those northwest politicians that feel entitled to the country, they are getting served some humble pie. Like, you do not own this country. Most likely, they may not even allow you to rule this company for the longest time if you're not careful.
Exactly.
They may not even allow you, because when you think about it, wasn't Buhari kind of like, if it wasn't for Obasanjo, I would not have been president. And Buhari that has been trying on his own with all the northwest entitlement mentality. He tried 3 times, he didn't win, and he was winning the entire north. So it's about time someone just kind of like curtails this rubbish this entitlement. You cannot do anything without the
Do you
North.
think they are going to attempt to take this guy's life? Because I can see, because all of
No,
their permutations is not permutating, and this guy is out to decimate them. I think we all know that. So
no.
they're not going
Nobody's
to.
taking
one
anybody's
man.
life.
Ìjọ tí aṣíwájú bá dijú tó lọ, Ọlọ́run ni,
It's
not
God.
èèyàn.
Nobody's taking anybody's life. So forget all that. Forget all that once. I mean, and when you are asking, is Tinubu about to destroy them? Tinubu has already destroyed them. Like, who's collecting money from central bank from amongst them now? Who is collecting subsidy money? How are they gonna normally the way they fund election, subsidy money, round tripping, Niger Delta money. Who has all that one right now? Who has the money to be able
No,
to?
nobody is even going to, even if they have the money, it's not worth the spend, because Tinubu is signaling that it's not leaving that seat in 2027.
And if I was
And
Tinubu,
by the way, sorry, Atiku, Kulata rather, not Atiku, I don't quite know.
you tell me that
That wasn't even a Freudian slip. There's still a series of big events to come. There's still the census, which will impact significantly. There's still the new INEC chairman, which will impact significantly. But already the way is palm, and then there's
Don't forget the Youth National Conference.
and the Youth National Conference, and then of course the impact of all of these reforms nearer towards the elections. And towards the elections, by the way, Tinubu will pump in a lot of money into the middle lower income space to insulate and create a feel good feeling to in the build up towards the election. So there's still a lot of, it's going to continue to hit them in the face. That's just all I see.
we never start. We never start. And one thing I realized, I don't even know if I should mention it because it's apparent. If Tinubu runs for another 4 years, like if he wins, it's going to mean that out of the 32 years that we've been doing democracy, right? Southwest will have ran half of it. Obasanjo 8 years, Tinubu 8 years, Oshibajo VP 8 years. That is something that is not that palatable to someone that is obsessed with power. So effectively, since democracy, you've boxed the North to a corner when it comes to getting the presidency. You know that, right? If you add Jonathan 6 years on top of it, the South is actually dominating the presidential.
They are being decimated, unbeknownst to them.
If you remove the guns, there's no way that the North can outmaneuver the Southwest in politics. Because that's all of the levers of the Southwest, they control the media, they control the law, they control narratives, So I'm not sure unless a military, outside of a coup, there's nothing that they can't outmaneuver. How can they outmaneuver the Southwest in politics? They're not equipped now.
But 1 minute, for instance, 1 man, they're not getting angry in social media. I have been to TikTok, not get angry in social media. They get angry, you devices in social media. They get angry on TikTok. Angry. Understand?
Yeah, they can get angry now. They're always angry.
If you get angry on TikTok, your phone will explode, and that is it.
Yeah, get on there. Some people would jump from a high-rise building.
So things are kind of like setting up in a way that, like, honestly speaking, I remember what I was going to say. One move that I wish for, I hope it happens, I pray it happens, is for EFCC to go after Malami. Like, not all this small joking going after, go after Malami big time. Take him down. Take Malami down. Like, you need to kind of like all this like
But
feeling of
he has to navigate Buhari to be able to do that.
forget all that. Buhari is always going to give tepid support. Forget all that stuff. If I'm going to say Tinubu that's already president, you absolutely need Buhari for what now? Buhari
But he
cannot.
doesn't want Buhari to go to war with him.
Buhari will never go to war because Buhari is not personally involved. Buhari is a very selfish human being. Buhari will not do more than he did. He's just going to say, oh, I support APC. We're never going to say more than that. What did Buhari do during the last election? It was
you know they're already going after Mele Kyari. One Edo came out today to say there's going to be a forensic audit of his term there.
Yeah, I saw that headline, but I didn't read the article. But like, I forget, leave Mele Kyari alone for now. They can go after him. I don't care. Malami, they need to go after Malami. That guy, they need to go after him. They need to cut him to size.
Man. It's
not just a dangerous guy, it's a stupid guy. They need to go after him and take him down. And well, Tunde Sabiu, that guy is a small boy. They can pick that one up if they whatever they like. Maybe that one is too close to Buhari. But Malami in particular, because Malami is the one spearheading this CPC revolt, right? They've been doing this planning for the past 2 years. Before Tinubu even signed before he got inaugurated, they've been doing this CPC nonsense. And when they take Malami down, I want them to remove this Southern Bono Gandume. I want them to primary him and put some other person on that ticket.
Maybe you can bet on that with Boala in that same zone.
Put Boala.
He's not coming back. Ndume is finished.
Like I want
Polata. What did Malami do you now?
No, Malami is very disgusting.
To deal with Malami, see, let me tell you something. To deal with Malami, you finish Malami small, and I think that's what they are doing. They won't go directly. They know where his interests are, right? Pick on those his interests and start finishing those things one by one. So it's just like they are pinching you, and you can't shout, you can't cry. That's
death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, that's what they are doing. Because if they go directly, kind of like, oh, it's because of coalition. No, don't go directly.
They should say because you know what I want. I want him to holler, to shout because of coalition, and then
they will
be futile at the end of the day.
They will start killing him immediately. See, go and watch.
Sorry, Larry. I think they missed that window. But I thought when they picked up a Mefele, they would have picked up Malami as well.
Yeah, because it was.
I thought they missed that.
It was because that's too early to pick Malami. Mefele was kind of like the obvious one. At that point in time, transition just happened, Buhari, blah, blah, blah. But right now, everybody don't know where they're right? So, yes. Larry, I get what you're saying, but me, I don't want that one.
No,
I want.
You know what will happen?
I don't want that for me personally. I don't want it.
Malami will run away.
I don't want him to run. Got me if any.
So he will intend to. So that's what's going to happen. Go and mark it down. Because Malami, number one, Malami wants to contest for governor in his state.
If he wins, that's a problem now.
So he wants to contest for governor, and they know he wants to contest for governor. So they have a way of, you see this. They know themselves. They know themselves.
Larry,
every smart
deal Malami.
Any smart politician in the north, because they knew what Atiku was all about. And even all these things, all these alignment and realignment that you're saying, it's expected. Because any smart politician in the north will wait for 2031. Because number one, even in the north, they need to get Atiku out of the race. There are a lot of young, are you talking of Kwankwa? So all of them wants to be president, and they see it as an opportunity at that point where they are right for president. So Kwankwaso going to be, if Kwankwaso is not following this route, what else will you want Kwankwaso to do? To go and line behind Atiku? So he needs to strategically locate himself, because 2023 is going to be Northwest versus Northeast. That is 2031.
I'm even thinking Tinubu may drop a joker and put North Central in there.
No,
You
it's
know,
so
we need a permanent
yeah.
configuration, and that
Even
permanent configuration
this guy
needs to be.
No, hold on, Larry. Let him land.
We need a permanent configuration that needs to be North Central, Southwest, South, some 25% you can get in Southeast, because those ones will always play bitter politics. And
Kulata. If
sir,
Tinubu deck Southeastern Road with marble, he will not get anything. So
won't
this
get
is
anything
you
now.
just mentioned it. North Central will replace the Southeast vote lost. With North Central also coming, lining up behind Ashwaju,
So
Kano State, Kaduna State, and VP's Borno. The election is done.
Baba, 2027.
The election is done.
Baba,
Simplicita.
Baba, this Southeast we are talking about, go and mark it down. In 2027, the only thing that will happen in Southeast will be more of probably getting some votes in Anambra. Because the whole other Southeast, look at Imo. This guy will go all how to deliver in Imo.
Now, look, in Imo,
Can you
Larry,
see after his re-election, Soludo defecting to APC? Can you see that?
No.
Soludo will be in Abga, because Soludo is kind of like the life wire of
no,
Abga.
Abia is more likely. OT is more likely to defect than Soludo.
Soludo is pretty much done after his governorship is
Another
done.
person that would defect that is close to us in Southwest is Oshun. Oshun wants to defect.
That's Adeleke, Abi.
Yes.
I mentioned it earlier now.
He wants to defect and is looking for every avenue to defect. Because I think they showed him the card. 2026, they are still in power. They have every machinery. So they showed him the card. That's why you see that even Dele Momodu is trying to be a little bit careful, because he knows that the next target is Oshun.
I pity Momodu if he's backing on the wrong horse. Like Momodu.
The problem with Bob D,
is an opportunist.
Look, not that, you understand, he's a very good pal of Tokunbo Afikuyomi. But of course, Afikuyomi has gone back, though not declaring openly, but he's now a board member of one of the MDAs. And he is still standing. He's making all the right noises. But then he has committed himself too much to Atiku. He failed. I'm not going to call him a failing politician. He's already failed.
He's failed now.
Baba, what you don't understand, and I think a couple of people do not really understand.
Louder a little bit to enigmatic, Joe.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, better.
Yeah. I think what you guys are failing to recognize or probably understand is Dele Momodu is playing the best of his politics, and the same thing like Kenneth Okonkwo too. When you look at Dele Momodu, right? If it goes to APC is lined up in a certain way that for you to break through a certain wall, right? You have to probably queue or probably be under some other people. Like Dele Momodu now, it's better for him to be with Atiku, and they bring him to the front line almost immediately. They front loaded him to the front line almost immediately. Take it or leave it, he's getting paid and he's living his life and he's moving here and there within the PDP folks. But in APC, he would have been a backbencher, or probably if they bring him on board, he will have to work maybe the possibility of working under Ononuga, right, and Raman and all those individuals. So they will never front load him to the front. So it's better for him to be like a small fish, a big fish in that small ocean where he can get his dollars. The same with Okonkwo. Immediately when Kenneth Okonkwo left, he was in PDP. He wanted to be a House of Assembly. They knocked him. He wanted to be House of Rep. They knocked him. He wanted to be party chairman. They knocked him. He came to APC. The same thing. They knocked him. He went to Labour Party. Almost immediately, they front load him to the front line, and he became the national spokesperson of Labour Party and Obedient. Right. So those opportunities will never come to them naturally like that in APC because it's a structured environment. Even Boala that was loaned to PDP that came back, you see the way he was rearranged back into the system, right? They have to find a way to bring him under.
It was his personal friendship actually that nicked that position for him, and of course aligning with Sheyi also helped.
So I wouldn't blame Dele Momodu. He's doing his own type of politics in that. So instead
One
of
man, I beg you, don't let them knock my uncle.
Bob G is not making money in that PDP. He's not making money.
They are talking about Bob D here. You day for here. Don't talk.
I don't send them, even though na if a guy, I don't send Bob G.
You know the thing. Bob D has always been enigmatic. Bob D is not today, right? He's always been miscalculating. And I think he miscalculated in 2023. Because he basically, the obvious thing for anybody will be like, oh, Atiku has that northern base and, Atiku.
No, Larry,
I think he kind of like miscalculated.
He miscalculated. That was simple as that. He miscalculated.
This is a guy. You look at Bob Dean and look at how he started. Look at how he started. His journey to PDP started with Wike. He was getting closer to Wike. All of a sudden, he moved away from Wike. From Wike, he moved to Obaseki. And that was when nobody knew Bob D was related to Edo State.
Bob D is Edo now.
Is Edo now. Well, we would have grew up in Ife. We've always known.
Edo now. Him, Delegiwa, and the other was that third Dela is a journalist as well. They all
flaunting that Edo thing, not until he get closer to
Obaseki. He was claiming Yoruba. Yeah,
Larry, let me tell you, right? Yes, I take your point about the possibility of him miscalculating, but when it comes to political relevance, in APC, right? Do you know even during the campaign? Because people do not even know. Most people don't really know this. During the campaign, for the first few months, they were not releasing funds. They were not. That's why you see that some people will just come and they will quickly run out again, right? They will come, they will run out again. Like that's Naja to all of them. They were not releasing funds until a certain period when things were actually coalescing, and then they started releasing some funds, and they released those funds strategically. Not just that everybody is trying for. No, it was released strategically. And when you look at people like Dele Momodu, once again, right, the opportunity they will have in such a little time, right, in PDP, in a Labour Party, they won't have it okay, for instance, if you come to Ondo State APC now, right, there is a structure that you have to go through before they can front load you to any position, right? They even if you are part of the diaspora APC, you must have been a part of a certain process before they can bring you on board to even coordinate your meetings with some people in Aso Rock or people at the national level. There are ways to do this. Okay, yes, you can say maybe because Bob D's relationship with Tinubu could have done something, but Tinubu himself, right? There's a way he fends. There's a way he does his politics around people like Bob D. Why do you think he fenced this Utomi up to today? Part Utomi, So when you see people like that, they can bring you on board, or you may be a part of the system. They will even give you an office, but the office will just be like a dry land. Nothing is going to come in through you. So they will
enigmatic. They should go and ask Fela Duro to his office was so dry for 18 months that he just stopped going to work.
They will suffocate you a little bit, test you, and see if that your loyalty is actually...
Fela should not have taken that position. I know him personally, but let's leave story.
on like the issue of Malami, they are cutting. I think I believe Kulata is. Me too. I really want them to punish Malami, but I don't want them to punish him. On the other, I want him to be left out there, just like we look at the way they treated Peter Obi, and they are treating him. Do you think they don't have things about Peter Obi, but they can't? They leave him alone so that he will be able to suffocate PDP. What they are doing with Malami now, they know that SDP is cutting Malami, right, to finance the SDP, and we know that Tinubu has one leg in SDP. Instead of Tinubu spending the funds for SDP, they are trying to have Malami on board to do that for them. So the question people now are asking is who? Let's assume today, right? Because all these, their coalition, the coalition, they are talking about coalition. So for the past 3 months or 4 months. On the other hand, it is Tinubu
coalition don't get accidents.
Yeah, it is Tinubu that opposition parties are having.
Coalition all accident, Linio. All accident.
No, Kulata. So let's even because some people are still believing there's going to be a coalition. Let's assume there's a coalition today.
Oh, there's going to be a coalition. Oh, I mean, here's the thing. There's still going to be something.
There will be, but
the question,
guys, is the coalition not already taking place, but it's actually taking place
on the, God bless you.
It's Tinubu that is doing coalition.
They are doing coalition for. And we want them.
Doing coalition now. So look at they are just doing photo.
But here's the thing, one man. There's some people that have been sidelined and they're permanently sidelined, so they have nothing to lose. I think the problem of the coalition right now is a bank account problem. They'll still coalesce, right? They'll form whatever they need to form. And it's very obvious to me that Obi will not be able to join them. Obi is going to be on his own. But who is going to be...
The coalition are just... The people in the coalition, the obedience don't sink now.
Sorry, Aro. You've already touched on it, Akulata. Malami will be the banker for the
Malami is a potential banker, but is Malami prepared to throw away his money?
Well, he has to, because that's what they stocked the money for. It's attack funds, isn't it?
No,
I don't think Malami is the kind of guy that likes to spend money on politics like that.
Malami doesn't owe anybody any money.
I think Kulata said it earlier. Their cash cow, the usual cash cow, the fuel subsidy is dry. The forest subsidy is dry, and major states which
Niger Delta don't dry now.
Which they usually focus on those financial war shares. They are completely covertly. I mean, not even covertly anymore. They are openly for Tinubu now. So who is going to? Obi will never release all those obedient funds that he had in 2023. He will never release those funds.
But they are not even. It's not even sufficient enough to prosecute an election. It wasn't sufficient even then. Now, the obedience cannot fund an election from their $100 donations.
All them jewels night, all the jewels night duty. And
they will step
Izon's money from Canada. You mean he can't fund an election?
One man, I don't know that read these people now. I beg. Come on.
A man of prestige.
The thing that I see now, we know what actually started this, one man. I think Tinubu, the typical Tinubu, is still trying to at least run out his 2 years, maybe even to the end of the year. But Peter Obi and Atiku, those two individuals, particularly Obi, they've refused to sit their heads down. They've refused to wait for regular politics season like normal human beings, right? Peter Obi he was going to the north, stealing iftars up and down, doing Amajiri thing up and down, building some
enigmatic. This is no more about 2027.
No, I'm just saying
about 2031.
No, enigmatic. They are dealing with
about 2031. 2027 is gone.
They are doing the test master now, so they think they have to.
What I'm saying is that it's like they woke up APC too early. So APC
exactly.
They brought out the beast out of Ashwaju. They brought out the beast out of him.
But they don't have a choice. They don't have a choice. They feel like they are dealing with someone that's very, very good, and they have to start early.
Let me say one thing. Tinubu had already had all these plans. Don't think it's because even though they acted early, Tinubu already had all this stuff lined up. Like Tinubu is no fool.
And
he had this lined up.
And
But
verify.
sorry, what Baba said is exactly right. Now, the politics in play now is the politics of 2031. I don't think anybody is playing. I don't think anybody is politicking to. There are only two people that have to politic. Yes, there are only two people that have to politic to 2027, and that's Atiku and Peter Obi, because that's the last chance alone for both of them. But
yeah, we have to bury Atiku's career, like bury it permanently, like dead.
Woman, do you know the biggest problem, eh?
The threat.
Dead in dead, like
that
program man will say. What's his name now?
The biggest problem from the north, woman. The biggest problem with most of the northern politicians is that Tinubu, right? Tinubu is very, very unflinching. So they can't actually fathom the boldness that who is this guy? So to them, they expect a typical southern politician or a southern president to come cap in hand, right? To be begging them for re-election. But Tinubu dares them. He is with so much audacity doing his own thing. And do not forget
I'm in awe of the man. I'm in awe of that man.
Enigmatic, let me even put it this way. Tinubu was a candidate that was shaking, and they shake, leg they shake. That was how they saw him. They thought this was going to be our own Yaradua. The man now got in there and is now spanking everybody
on his own team.
Look
he
at
got
Baba
there on his own team.
Look at Baba Ahmed now. Is it Akim Baba Ahmed?
That's a
that one
wrong
is stupid now.
statement to make, Kulata.
He went to work for.
That's
why is it
a
wrong?
Statement to make. You see
That they think he's like and they shake, like they shake. They said it themselves.
I know, but the thing is that nobody owns life.
Of course.
So he's still alive today. There is still enough time. So you don't count on life. That's what I want to say.
No,
they
that's not what I'm
counting
saying.
on it. Have you forgotten AI?
Yes, but
even on the pulpit, have you forgotten where they are saying he's going to die and everything?
Not what I mean.
Women on the street pouring water in the afternoon.
You don't get what I said. I said their expectation was this is the guy that's going to be half dead. Governing. And then they will imagine Shatima saying, I'm going to run security, Tinubu is going to run economy. The hell?
And
really?
Even imagine a Dino Melaye, even showing it in the.
Shatima said what?
Shatima, during the election, says he's going to run security, that Tinubu will run economy. What the fuck? Pardon my French.
Yeah, he said it now.
One man, Kulata, I think one thing that is happening, right? I think Baba was.
I think that was at the law thing, eh? The NBA thing.
Yeah, during the NBA thing.
All right. Shall we do 5 minutes monologues, guys, just to structure the conversation?
To give some structure. Okay, so move on to the next person.
All right. Let's. I'm not sure if Baba wants to go first.
Let me go. Quick.
Yes.
And I'll dispense of all protocol. I think in all of this, in what happened in Delta today, one thing I beg Ashwaju, please, if he's going to reshuffle, he should not bring Omo Agege into his cabinet to compensate him for anything. He should not bring Omo Agege. Why enigmatic?
Omo Agege is dead one.
But he has some clout. He still has some followership.
No, Baba. You don't even understand what is happening now. Omo Agege is zero. Is done.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that.
Why, Baba? What's his crime?
He's not a fit and proper person.
Against the APC now. He work against APC now. He work for Peter Obi.
He's not a fit and proper person.
Really? Omo Agege work for Peter Obi?
Yes, now.
That's the first time I heard about that.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, you can see we all knew this, even though some people are not their mind, their brain is not. They don't want to believe what their eye is seeing. And that's very unfortunate because your eyes can't see, but it's your brain that and your mind that processes everything that it says. We said it here over and over. We said it of Oshun, which is coming, whether they like it or not. Fubara already has capitulated. Eno is on board. And I think one thing Anshiwaju wants to do, he wants to humiliate the North. And for that, I will always applaud him because the sheer arrogance of these lots, the political lots in the North, is not sitting to any person who believes that he's a Nigerian. The corner power, and they didn't use it well for decades. In civilian garb, in military uniform, they never performed. Look at the lot of their people, what they've done with their people. If Ashiwaju does 8 years, they will never again even look at their so-called political elites in the face, because it will change their lots. The Almajiri's culture will be eliminated entirely from that space. And I'm enjoying this. 3 senators already, when they defected, the Shinedu, what's his name now? Ned, which one they call Ned. When he defected to join and Shinedu Nwoko, Shinedu is turned to Ned, and to join people like Dafinone and Joel, the third senator. I knew it's a done deal with Ibori's daughter also defected. And I mean, this estate for 5 electioneering cycle had always gone to PDP. 5 or 6 electioneering cycle is the PDP. So what happened this time? What APC could not get through the ballot box, they've come to give it to him on a platter, and they delivered the states, and rightfully so. And just not the governor, Okowa also in tow. They may say anything about Okowa maybe saving his bum. Of course, why not? If not, what did Atiku do? Did he lift a finger to even acknowledge him? What has Atiku done for him? So we are living in an interesting time. And the bottom line of all of this is, of course, the Northwest particularly. Their noses are being rubbed in the dust of time. They will be obliterated. And Kashim Shettima should wash it. Should wash it. Kashim Shettima should wash it. It may not last till 2027 because I don't like what is happening
Why
in
is that
Borno
though?
State.
It's been quite loyal. You mean the resurgence of Boko Haram in that spaces?
Exactly.
You
And
see the
what
hand of
Kulata said
Kashmiri
now as a reminder, because I remembered that speech he made, claiming that he will be in charge of security. And that speaks volume. That speaks volume. For the Southeast, I still repeat, with the IPOP factor, they will never vote for Ashiwaju. But then, that doesn't mean the man will not apply another master stroke. there is the Nnamdi Kanu factor. It could be an instrument to be used because all this posturing
Tinubu
from
holds all the atheists for
I've
some of
always
the
used that
atheists.
word here. You get my point because all this posturing by the Southeast and everything will be this, will be that. The day Nnamdi Kanu stepped on the soil of Southeast, Obi is gone. Obi is gone. Obi is gone. So that's why I say it's a factor. And I will not put it past Asiwaju to groom him and use him as a tool, not to destabilize the Southeast, but all the opposition in the Southeast to flatten it down.
Baba, do you think that if they bring EPA, because there are rumors, even though it's not confirmed, there are the rumors
They bring up
that
make them release Nnamdi Kanu, I beg.
if they bring EPA and then they just swap them, release Nnamdi Kanu and then jail them.
We talked about it yesterday. Yeah, now that is, look, it's going to be very, very interesting. But in all of this, Nigeria is the person that will benefit if Nigeria is a person, or we use the person this thing for gender for Nigeria. Nigeria will benefit because this political rascality of the North has taken us way back. Way back. We should be in the forefront in Africa with the size of our economy, with the size of our population, with the size of our human capital development. We are making waves all over the world. Why are we not making it on our soil? These are the people. I will repeat at the sounding like a broken record, all the indices that makes us look bad. 80% are contributed from the North. From the North. And of late, when we started hearing, we not. Now, we are going to now say, we South. Because everywhere we looked at, I was shocked today. I listened to a Bobolo. The man can speak. He can address people. I was shocked. I've not been following that man. When he was addressing a community where he went today to inspect an abandoned school project, he spoke very well. He spoke very well. I was among those that were really deriding him during the campaign. I now asked myself, what happened to this man? What transformed him? What loosed his tongue? And I hear he's performing. I'm not an Edo person, but I hear he's performing.
2 more minutes, Baba.
Yeah. So it's now going to be the South versus the North. And the North will be incomplete because North Central, the Benue Plateau axis of it, they say never. Kogi, Kwara already in the bag.
Sorry, Baba. Sorry, your device is not connecting with the stream. So go out and come back in now. Sorry, carry on, Baba.
Yeah. So the North Central is in the bag. And that's all Asiwaju needs. Kano is in, Kaduna is in. So Borno is in. If Shetima fall in line 101% without dissent. So what we need, the Northwest can score him 0. It really doesn't matter. A lot of things have been done. A lot of things have been done. We should not be blinded. I yield, woman.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant, excellent. There's just so much going on. You know, it's almost amazing to imagine that this guy has not yet marked his 2 years. I think 2 years actually comes up the 29th of May. You know, and so much has been done. But enigmatic. This is a moment in time. I was just saying in the opening phase that this is the election done and dusted. What happened today are enigmatic.
Yeah, Oman. Well, to someone like me, I believe you shouldn't be surprised. You remember after when I think my first time coming on the show this year, I told you that 2027 is done and dusted. If you could remember, I think I told you. I said it, not even told you. I've repeated, I've reiterated it several times that 2027 is done and dusted. So if you think you're a politician and you know what you're doing, uh, there are certain things you should know. And I did say it clearly too that Tinubu's pathway to re-election, right, is going to be through the corridors of the southwest and south south, right? We know south is not is a they are not relevant politically when it comes to national politics anymore. I mean, they are not even anymore from time immemorial. And northwest and northeast, they've shown their hands. So whatever, when you go through the numbers, the last numbers in both the northeast and northwest, people can check the numbers. Tinubu lost both when you have the combination of those two regions. Tinubu lost to Atiku. In the northeast, I think Tinubu had only one state, but no state, right? In northwest, he had Zamfara and uh, Jigawa state in the entire northwest. So when you are talking of the two core norths, he had just three states in the core norths. So the core norths comprising of the northeast and northwest. And when you hear them making noise loud, because when you see all these individuals in Yobe State, for instance, where Ahmed Lawan, right, came from, APC has never lost a single election since the formation of APC in Yobe State. But Tinubu lost in Yobe State, and they won every other elective positions, top to bottom, from councillor to the governor. But Tinubu lost. And this same pattern actually was replicated in most of the northern states, right?
Buni was playing a double game in the last election.
Exactly. So, and a couple of them did also. For instance, in Adamawa State, right, Binani was running against Binani and Ribadu had the primaries, but the Kaba supported Binani, and then of course Tinubu's people, they supported Ribadu. So it became a very dicey primary. They had to tell Ribadu, don't go to court, leave it alone. Let's focus on the presidential campaign. And during the election, Atiku, and that's why Fintiri has problem. He's having a problem with Atiku today. Atiku worked against Fintiri, who was PDP's candidate then. He was working with Binani. Atiku did the same thing in Bauchi State. He worked against Bala Mohammed. Atiku worked for Air Vice Marshal Sadiq Mohammed. Yeah. So coming back to the politics of 2027, there are certain things that I told you that you should look out for and you should take it to 2031. I said in 2031, the Tinubu would have completed his term, Southwest being the president. And then at that point, there will be rotation of power to the north. And all things being equal, the way we are seeing it, probably Tinubu is going to be favoring the minority north, right? Maybe a Kanuri man. I'm not talking about Shetima now. I'm not talking about Ribadu now. I'm not talking about anybody. But Tinubu may probably be tilting towards, the minority north. And then where does the VP comes from? It comes back to the south. Southwest will be out of the VP equation. It will be a direct fight between the south and the southeast. And south they've started their own politics, right, since 2023 election. And we can see the way things are actually panning out now. In the 2023 election, right? People want to say, okay, they were rigging, because that's what they say. Tinubu, the Tinubu. But the question is, what happened in the north? Nigeria does not start yesterday. they've always been rigging in every election. If you don't know that, then you shouldn't be talking politics. But my focus is, did APC, did they allow APC and PDP, right, to breathe in the southeast? They muzzled APC and PDP out, but they are the one who will be crying about rigging. So now, regardless of that, now look at what the South is doing. Can't you see South is getting ready? In 2027, in 2023, they stole, I keep saying it, they stole the Senate presidency from the Southeast, because the Senate presidential seat was the exclusive preserve of the Southeast. But because of their bad politicking, right, they had 127,000 or something, right? The entire region. The entire region. And the guy that they were actually planning or probably preparing for the Senate presidency, they voted against him in Namani in Enugu State. They voted for somebody who has eventually decamped back to PDP now, right? So look at the politics. So eventually, we knew the problem that Akpabio had prior to the election. Regardless of the problem, regardless of the skirmishes and the encumbrances that he actually he faced, he was able to come in his own senatorial zone. I think 2 local government or 3 local government. The number that Akpabio came back returned in his own senatorial zone, not a whole state, or his own senatorial zone, he had more number than the entire Southeast, 160,000 plus in Akpabio's senatorial zone, and he was the most senior senator coming into 2023. And then when South were preparing for all of them, the governors elected who just got reelected, the senators, the House of everybody, every political leaders in the South, right? They queued behind Akpabio. You could see everybody they were on TV, Afebua, Kazim Afebua, all of them. It was a big campaign for South presidency, while we had a couple of Southeast people here denigrating their own people, right? And so eventually South took the Senate presidency. They took the Senate presidency with almost 900,000 votes from their region as against 127,000 votes. So now they have the Senate presidency in their bag. Now, when you see the politics in the Senate, in the Senate now, since the completion of that Senate presidential election within themselves, the North, they've never given up. They've been scheming, and they will scheme until Akpabio completes that 4 years to get Akpabio out, and that has been the playbook. Whenever we have somebody from the South, how many Southeast people, when they were Senate presidency, did they change? Right? They almost changed Akpabio. When Saraki was there, they left Saraki alone for 4 years. David Mark did 4 years. Ahmed Lawan did 4 years. But whenever it is the turn of the South in the Senate, they always want to have one problem or the other. And the person they are preparing is Yari of all people. Can you compare Yari and Akpabio? Yari was an ex-governor. Akpabio was an ex-governor. Side by side, Yari cannot claim Akpabio's shoe when it comes to developmental, intellectual capacity to run a state. But they want to replace him with Yari because of their silly politics. And I like the way that they stood behind him. They are not allowing that to happen. Who are the people that are against Akpabio too in all this fight? Because they are not seeing the power dynamics. They only want to see something different. Now they are consolidating power going to 2027. The South, they want to retain that Senate presidency in one man, right? They want to retain the Senate presidency in the South, and they want to use that Senate presidency. And in addition to that, look at the portfolios, look at the cabinet positions, right? For South. No, let me highlight them for you. In the cabinet, Nyesom Wike, FCT minister. The first time that a Christian, a Southern person will be the minister in the FCT. Do not forget, FCT is Wike is like a de facto governor on his own in FCT, number one. The Minister of Petroleum State, Lokobiri, right? Enikin, from Bayelsa State, the Minister of Aviation, Keyamo, from Delta State, the Minister of National Development, which used to be NDDC, that now it is all coordinated, right? It is from Edo State, the Minister of Gas from Akwa Ibom State, the minister from the guy from Cross River, I think is I forgot his portfolio now. Look at those heavy portfolio in the south, and go and look at the number of DG agencies that they are DGs and stuff like that. So when you look at the aggregate of how South have played their politics since Tinubu became president, including the cabinet positions they have, don't you think they are politically genius?
Two more minutes, Enigmatic. 2 more minutes.
Yes. So when we are talking 2031 now, don't you think they are solid? They are solid to be VP. So if they become VP in 2031, wouldn't they have at least a chance to negotiate with that and all these things that I just told you, to say, okay, in 2039, let's throw our hat in the ring and see if we can, because at that point it will come back to South, right? And then Southwest will be ready again to pick up the ticket for the presidency at that time. They will have a reason, they will have a point to say, let's try to wrestle Southwest if we can chance, or if we can get to us. If it doesn't get to them, they know how to they know how to retreat and then play the real politics and they coalesce again. As against these people that are now, what would be the worst case scenario for for Southeast in 2023, in 2027, in 2031? Can anybody tell me? The worst case scenario again is that they will queue against this behind this failure, and they will say they want to waste their vote, and then they will come back about marginalization. Are they not seeing that they are the one marginalizing themselves in the politics of things? So when people are doing it, if you cannot do it, keep quiet and do not try to guilt trip anybody. Do not cry about anything. This is real-time politics. Tinubu went abroad 2 weeks ago. One man, we were all here when some senior members in their 50s were on this platform crying, Tinubu, oh, he has gone to change his lungs, they have gone to change his eyes, they have gone to change his brain. And I said, Tinubu is, when you saw Tinubu went abroad and you saw like 9 governors went with him, including Sheyi Makinde, and you are not seeing what Tinubu is doing. Now Tinubu came back less than 24 hours. Are they talking about Tinubu's head again? Are they talking about France again? If you don't know politics, keep quiet. If you just want to be running on all those echo chamber narrative, you are not supposed to be talking politics. Go and be talking ice cream, like Chetima said. Go and be selling ice cream and popcorn. Tinubu went for 2 weeks. He wasn't. When he went to London, I told you that he moved to London, and it was in London that he met Kwakwanso. It was in London that he met Fubara. It was in London that he met some northern NNPP guy. And so it was in London that he even met some 2 other governors from even Southeast, including Alex Oti, right? And most of these are politicians. When they want to have this highfalutin political stuff, they step out of Nigeria. Remember when Wike was meeting with all those G5 governors then, he was always stepping out of Nigeria, because in Nigeria things can leak and you may lose the vitality of it before you actually ash whatever you are doing. So whenever next time Tinubu travels out of the country, let them say they have gone again to reclone him. He will come back again to do them like this, and they will keep crying. They will never learn, one man. And we'll just keep our fingers crossed. If they are ready, let them play the 2031 politics, or let them be crying as usual. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So let's mix it up a little bit. Larry, AY, and Zeta, if you can allow for a moment, let's go to Solly, because I think he's going to bring a different perspective to the conversation.
One man. Oh,
Okay,
sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. If you're in a hurry, then you go first, and then we'll go to Solly after you.
No. I want to hear Larry and Zeta. That don't want some.
Okay, I did the mix it up. Yeah, it's on. Come inside though. I don't go and hide in the comment section. It's on. Come and take your flogging, because I think this is coming out of your region, isn't it?
Where is Aizon? It's in the comment section.
It's hiding in the comment section.
Aizon, Abe Chubrai, Aimi, come on board. You be Delta man.
Look at that. Okay. So, today. So Solly, you're up next. 5 minutes monologue from you, Solly.
Oma, I will come back if I have time. So let me just step aside.
All right.
I just came to gloat as usual when I have the time and I see the opportunity. I was the first person to say that PDP is finished. Everyone here on this panel argued with me as if you know Tinubu and APC more than me. So now that my prediction is coming to pass, why are you not giving me my flowers? Why are you not giving me my flowers? So I came here to come and brag because I knew what was going to happen. PDP is finished and it's going to get totally wiped out. And Nigeria, and I was the first person to even suggest that they are going for one-party state. Nobody will give me my flowers. But when I was putting it out there, everybody was arguing with me. They were even insulting me. They were even twisting my word. They now even lied on top me again so that they would throw me out of the platform. Treated me like shit just because I was saying the truth. So who is going to give me my flowers before we continue? Thank you very much.
What do you mean? You never you were always sorry, man. You never said anything like that. You never said anything like that. Your own thing was to come here and lament against the government and say you want Nigerians to die or suffering so that they will learn the lesson.
Yes, I'm still in that position because it seems like their Konkolo head has not learned anything yet. They are still doing tribal and religious battle. Until religion dies in that country is not going to change. Religion is the first thing that has to collapse in that country. So I still see Tinubu. Tinubu doesn't even need to do all this manipulation and taxes that he's doing. Nigerians are not ready. Nigerians are not ready. He's going to win the election. Straight, and no corrupt person is going to beat him because he's the most corrupt out of all of them. It's only like a revolution that happened during that kind of revolution that brought in Buhari.
Do you see what is going on as corruption? The realignment of politics. You see it as corruption?
That's just political strategy. That's just and I always repeat it. Nigerian politicians they are not good politicians. They are very, very bad politicians. And most of them are bad because they never actually had to work hard to get into the positions that they got into. They got into those positions through thuggery, rigging, bribing. Unlike somebody like Tinubu that has had to use strategy, has had to actually deal with smart people, has had to actually formulate things, with thugs, with agberos, and actually have a plan, actually have a strategy. It doesn't just enter the bank vault and carry money. It does what is called legalized fraud, one way or the other, so that you will be able to cover his tracks. So you can't compare his political prowess as a corrupt politician with all the other little boys, all the other little corrupt people like Atiku and Obi. That's why those people, they are just looking like fools right now. Why Tinubu is washing their plates, washing them off the political space. The only opposition that I'm going to see is Sowore's party, because it's the only one that will have a different ideology compared to the other corrupt politicians and political ideology that is out there. All of them are proving themselves to be corrupt. They are now isolating themselves and making sure that the only opposition left is a party that is claiming not to be corrupt and wants to fight corruption, bringing that kind of Jonathan and Buhari scenario all over again. It's just rinse and repeat that is happening. And one man, you cannot say that I did not say that PDP is going to be finished. I said it. But if I tell you that you should go back and look for it, you will not want to do it because it's going to prove me right.
How would I? No, sorry. Even if I wanted to go back and look for it, how would I know when you said what in? We stream every single day, sometimes twice a day. So how would I know when you said whatever it is that you said you did say? Where would I go and look for it?
If you wanted to look for it, you would find it, because I know
I was start going through hundreds of streams to find where you said something.
When you want to prove somebody wrong, I've seen you do that numerous times. But anytime it is for my own favor, you don't always
No,
want
no,
to. Even if it
no.
was a
Think
stream
about
from
what
the
you said
previous
now.
day.
Think about what you said now. You could have said it 6 months ago, 1 year ago, 2 months ago. You could have said it 2 hours into a stream, 4 hours into a stream. So I'll start going through every single stream to look for when you said whatever it is you said.
The
How does that make sense?
The moment Wiki sided with APC, that was when I said it, because I knew that was the beginning of the end. That was when I said it. So I remember. If you care, you will find it, but you don't care because it will prove me right.
No, but it doesn't make sense. Now, sometimes you have to think about these things now. How can I possibly find what you said whenever you said it?
I know that I said it. I know that I said it. I was the first person to say it. So PDP is finished. All of them, they are going to APC. That's the end of PDP.
All right.
I don't know what Atiku was thinking. It just seems so brain dead.
All right, Brilliant. All right, Brilliant. Stay with us, Solid. Let's come from you. We go to Larry next. We do the rounds and then we open it to a generalized conversation. So, Larry, you're up next. You know, a lot of people say this guy is a master strategist and all that. And every time he doesn't move often, Tinubu, but when he moves, it changes the landscape.
Yeah, woman. Good evening, woman, and good evening, everybody.
Wama, are you doing me APC or PDP or what?
How do you mean?
I thought it was my turn now.
You just came in now. Why? I told you now. You're always late for class. You used to be the #1 student. Now you are at the back of the class.
I'm in back of this class. You know what? God did.
There is God, though. Larry, we get to you quickly. But I know everybody wants to speak on this. Larry.
Yeah, I will just be quick. You see, one thing I know is this. We can actually say, oh, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that. One thing you can't take away from Tinubu is a good collaborator. And that is why it's easier for most of the people, most of the governors to align with him. Because if you put it down, and most of their predecessors are even telling them that it's better now. It's better now compared to what it used to be. You've seen a Tinubu that is basically, he doesn't even care. He's not really after you. All he wants is working closely with you and see how he can help you to achieve what you want to achieve. And if you look at every state, federal government presence is in every state. So there is basically no discrimination on what we used to know. Probably if you are not from a ruling party, they may not even do anything in your state. And you are not even seeing that now. So basically, you know, at the point I heard, I think one of the governors in an interview was basically saying it, that in their governors forum, this is what they tell themselves. Unlike before, most of the governors, probably they are running etasketa looking for loan here and there. And now they are now beginning to see they are having access to more things to be able to do more. And if you look at the other way around, their political career, forget about the fact that they want to support Tinubu. At the same time, they also want to keep their own political lifeline, particularly the governors that are going for second term. You don't want to be in a situation where you want to spend all what you have in order to keep struggling to get second term. And that's exactly why you see that most of the governors are, they are thinking and they are rethinking. And even in the north, you see some actors, oh, we are this, we are that in the north. And I think it's even good now that they are now beginning to see themselves. You want a coalition, but a coalition that is based on hate, a coalition that is based on, your own personal grudge with the government. So how do you want to build that? And I think even El-Rufai and the likes of them, oh, we are in the forefront of this. And people are now beginning to ask them, even in the north, are you really genuine with what you're really looking at? Because if you put it down, right, the best thing for the north is 2031, not 2027. And they know it. They know it. If you let it be South versus South, If it is South versus South, yeah, everybody will be fine. In 2019, it was North versus North. Atiku, Buhari. So if we are going to 2031, if the North, is this arrogance, we are the North, we can decide on things. And Tinubu is beginning to change the status quo. He's beginning to, even in the North, those people that felt that, they are the eyes of the North, they have the followership, you're now beginning to see them now querying the status quo. Because the likes of, imagine Kwankwaso is there and and El-Rufai is trying to lead a coalition. Imagine what an insult. Basically because, you have one or two things with the government. Yeah, they didn't give you minister. Yeah, it's obvious that, probably some of us felt, probably they will have treated you better. But you should at least be patient a little bit.
What did you make of Okowa being part of that list? That was the real stab to the heart, wasn't it?
No. There is nothing Okowa could do, right? Okowa was basically used in 2023. Do you remember that some weeks to election, Okowa even still went to go and borrow 100 billion? So Okowa basically did everything. They milked Delta State to stupor. Okowa funded 2023 election for PDP. Do you think Atiku had that money? The easiest thing to do is to look for one big cash. They wanted to use Fubara. If they had had their way, probably they will be using rivers. At least Delta is dry. They will go to rivers this time around. And that was actually the plot. Because Atiku does not have that money. So the easiest thing to do is to look for one state with the big pocket and bring them in and let them spend the money. Because even Sheriff, I'm even surprised that Sheriff is even able to do any projects in Delta. Because Delta is highly indebted. There's a whole lot of issues in Delta, but God, good for them, right? It's been good. Fuel subsidy is gone. They have more money. So they are beginning to pay back the loan. I think I saw a list. I don't know if you got that list. How much each of the states have paid back in their loan pre-2023 to now. So a lot of them have paid huge chunk of their loans, and which is actually good for them. And that's exactly what's happening now. So most of the governors, so if you see some of them will even be in their party and they will still support the president because it pays them for them to maintain it like this. Because if an Atiku comes in now, it's more of a revenge. Atiku is not coming for governance. It's a payback period, bring more people down, enemies here, enemies there. So, and some of the governors, they are going to weigh it. Even like the likes of Bala Mohammed and the likes of them, okay, an Atiku in government or a Tinubu in government. Tinubu is trying to be friend of everybody. Be you in opposition, he's not fighting you. You can do your thing. He doesn't even care. Even the rivers that we are talking about, rivers. I'm very sure, for Wike to have come out and say, yes, that was not his plan. That means he was caught off guard. Because Wike, the way the thing was going that time, they were ready to pursue to the final conclusion where they get that guy out, impeached. So, as far as I'm concerned, and another thing is, this guy has been doing a lot of projects, and a lot of things are happening in that country. And they've basically been covering everything with politics. And you have this side, some crop of people that are more focused on negative things. A lot of things are, if you sit down objectively, analyze things, you see that a lot of things are happening. A lot of things are now beginning to get themselves into proper shape, proper perspective. A lot of things are beginning to, they are beginning to, by probably in the third year, probably next year, you start seeing a lot of things adding up. The infrastructure will start adding up. A lot of other policies will start adding up. So this is a precedent. Less than 2 years in government, everybody everywhere is, we are doing coalition, we are doing this, we are doing that. And we don't ask questions. These are politicians. Once they're out of government, imagine Malami with everything. Somebody was even saying, they said they started last year. They can't stay out of government. That is it. And when you see people supporting them. Oh, this, and that. You need to ask questions. Are they really criticizing policies of the government? Or they are more interested in we need to grab power. We need to grab power. We need to grab power. So as far as I'm concerned, the only thing I think Tinubu needs to focus on now is the security. And they said today he had a series of meetings with the security chiefs and police. Police in Nigeria, they are not doing anything as far as I'm concerned. Because police is actually the problem. And
Larry, don't you think this Egbeto man should just be discarded with? What is wrong with you?
If that is
He's
the
not
way,
doing anything.
But that they'll give Sowore a victory if they do that now.
So yeah,
It doesn't matter. This guy has been a pen pusher all his life.
Because as Baba,
one man, are you saying that you are threatened by Sowore having a victory?
So the thing is, Baba.
No, he will embolden him to feel that.
Baba, you see, as far as I'm concerned, right?
And there's no problem with
he's
that.
Not the head of Egbetoku is not the head of operation. All he just needs is to give police
an IG
leadership.
that is not from the operation is never
Baba,
going to be successful.
He can have Baba. It depends on the kind of head of operation, and if he gives that head of operation free hands to do normal operation. In most cases, right, an IG, all you need is just leadership, proper leadership, and give operation the better perspective. Give them direction and let them
lead from the front also.
So for me, because the military in Nigeria is seriously overstretched, and we want military in everywhere. And I look at it, if you look at it, those guys are tired. They are tired and this is basically because of the lapses of the police. Rather than police focusing on what they are supposed to, I don't even know if there is police in that country. The only thing I know police do is probably you want to go to Nigeria now. They will tell you, I was talking to somebody, said, oh, you are coming to Nigeria, don't worry, 2 mopo for you. That is the only thing they know how to do.
He has withdrawn all the mopo according to him, but this is not the first time he made that announcement.
Baba, if you want to go to Nigeria today, I can tell you, my friend.
No, forget about that. I can call. If you want 1 dozen himself, you go get from inspector.
That is what I'm actually saying, right? So the only thing I think Tinubu needs to focus on now, right, is the security issue. He needs to focus. If he needs to call Egbetoku needs to work. Even that other guy in DSS, I'm not even seeing that guy doing anything. He's just talking. Those guys are not doing anything. The only people that are working now is just the military. So every other aspect within the internal security space, they are not doing anything. Police is not working. Civil defense is not working. DSS is not working. The only agency internally that is working is NDLEA. So if all those people are not working, so why are we deceiving ourselves? There will be issue with security. If police can work today, at least the army can relax a little bit. So if Tinubu should just focus, if he doesn't want anything to do, just focus on that security. And if there are collaborators, even in the north, no matter how big the collaborators are, they should bring them to book. That's the only thing.
2 more minutes, Larry.
That, as far as I'm concerned, that's the only thing. On the economic side, things are beginning to come back, into shape. Agriculture, yeah, a little bit. So for me, I think in the next, probably in 2026, you start seeing a lot of things adding up. And then we start, enjoying the government of Tinubu. Yeah, Tinubu, 2027, for me, Tinubu is winning 2027. A lot of realignment, a lot of people, a lot of realignment and a lot of realignment. But it should just do more on security. That's the major priority. If you can do that, it's just going to stray into 2027. Thank you, one man.
One man, before he leaves, I have questions.
All right. Leave the questions for a moment because I think people have been waiting for quite a while now. They want to speak. Let's go to Zita, from Zita to AY, and then we open it up. Zita, you're up next. All right. We don't seem to have Zita for the moment. AY. So AY, the floor is yours. Did you see what happened today? Did you see it coming, AY?
Yeah. I mean, we were discussing this stuff last week. First of all, I'm not surprised at any Nigeria that Nigeria politicians, they can do anything, trust me. No ideology, it's just a normal thing. I mean, the rumor has been online, right? That but I personally feel like the Delta State governor he does not have option really, because what has been going on in Delta, like all the senators were already APC. Some House of Assembly member moved to APC. Majority of the House of Rep are APC. Some of the big wigs in Delta, Ayiri Emami, APC. Ibori, I feel his heart is in APC. Even Ibori's daughter decamped to APC before now. So I think Ibori is the father of Delta politics, even to date. No matter what you are gonna say, most of these guys, they are all his boys, right? So I think if the governor had contested for second term, he will lose, because it was just the handwriting were just on the wall. Like, I don't think he would have survived it. So the best thing for him is to go to APC, grab the structure, then he's able to easily grab the ticket. Otherwise, I think people like Ned Nwoko, Omoagege, I don't think Omoagege will be happy if he decap. To be honest, I doubt. Because Omoagege is so much interested in that position. So you will hear a lot of, they will have some crisis. Because I think Omoagege was interested, Ned Nwoko was interested. So now, I don't know how they are going to align, but I saw Festus Keyamo wishing him congratulations. So normally Festus Keyamo and Ned, I think they are quite close, but Omoagege is like one man army. So they will start having some issue. I think that will happen. But Okowa too, I mean, Okowa, I'm not surprised because he does not have option, like somebody rightly said. Because if you leave Okowa behind in PDP, it does not have political weight in Delta. It's just gonna be a mess. So the best thing, move with the governor and still get some privilege, from because he was a big supporter of the governor, right? So he needed to move with the governor to still have some level of relevance in the state. I think I don't know the intention of Tinubu. I think Tinubu is really is the Maradona politician he is. He's really play the game. The way I'm seeing it now, it seems
Do
South
you
everybody is
think
falling
we're
in line.
running? Sorry, why? Do you think we're running the danger of turning into a one-party state?
That's where we're going. I mean, that's Tinubu politics, right? Because I will not. You will not completely blame APC and Tinubu, right? Because I feel the opposition, they are also joking. They're not doing much. Like, they'll not be able to unite the party. They'll not be able to. They needed to build opposition. There is no opposition right now. The only senator left in Edo State also decamped today to APC. I think one other person decamped to APC in Oshu or one of the states. These guys, if you've watched the past 6 months, a lot of senators, a lot of rep, they've moved to APC. So in the South now, I'm looking at South like this. Technically, I would say Wike is gonna come to APC because especially when you see Edo is APC now, Delta is APC. I think part of the negotiation that will happen in Rivers is for the governor to move to APC.
Never. Wike will never move to APC.
Don't say never.
No,
I'm telling you. Okay.
Wike will never move to APC. Wike is basically strategically positioning himself for 2031.
It's not that easy, man. It's not that easy.
And what Wike would do
2031 to do what?
Wait. Wike wants the PDP structure in the South, and he has started it with Danobi. Danobi is disrupting the PDP structure in South.
No, Wike has always controlled the PDP in the South now since
No,
90,
you know the thing
since
is,
2000.
the South is now basically Wike versus Diri. And that's why Wike is now beginning to enter. You know, Wike has already entered.
You mean South
Bayelsa.
PDP?
Yes. Diri, this Bayelsa guy.
No, Diri is not a Wike link in PDP.
No. Presently, you know, he's a governor now. Presently, the way the thing is arranged now. But Wike took a fast one without PDP South Congress. And they are still going to go to court. And that is why Danobi is now beginning to... Now, I think yesterday, they said Danobi appointed a caretaker chairman.
Caretaker, yeah, even in Edo.
Even in Edo. So I know they are still going to go to court. You know, they'll still slug it. And I see Wike's team winning in the court. So which means that if they win in the court, you won't have any choice than to align with Danobi.
So in 2031, what is he going to do, though?
No, 2031, Wike is gunning for vice president.
The politics is tough. See, there is something here. The lifeline, the only lifeline of Wike, you hear it, Wike. If anything, Tinubu said it drop Wike today. Wike is a gunner. If Wike was not FCC minister, he will not be able to fight the governor. Sure, you know that. See, it's not that it's powerful, but it's not the way people look at it, really. Trust me, if Wike was not FCT minister, he will not be able to fight a city governor. I can tell you that for free. He got the backing of the president, right? So, yeah, I mean, Wike, will it decap to APC? Will it remain PDP? I would say it's 50-50. So Wike is playing his card. What will favor him?
Do you think would Tinubu prefer Wike being in PDP or in APC?
I think Tinubu would prefer Wike remain as a spoiler for PDP the way he's doing now. Because that is what will benefit with Tinubu, right? But right now, the game, I think, that is getting clearer now, what I think Tinubu is doing, Tinubu is saying, okay, you Northerners, you kind of want to go against me. Let me capture more position in the South. So right now, even if Wike is not moving to APC, Edo is APC, Delta is APC, Wike can still go to Rivers and fight and deliver Tinubu in Rivers. That's what Wike is still protecting in Rivers. So in Bayelsa, Tinubu can definitely get 25% and more, right? So in Akwa Ibom, he's ready to give full support to Tinubu. I don't know if he's going to decap to APC yet. So that is another thing we need to watch out. I think he might decamp because it seems he's in line with the Senate president. So Senate president will tell APC, don't contest against him. That is what you see in Akwa Ibom. It's just funny politics going on. In Cross River, it's APC. So what this is showing is that Tinubu is kind of solidifying his position for 2027 in the South, meaning he's going to get a lot of votes.
Watch out for you guys. Watch out for Adamawa. Adamawa is about to go APC too.
Yeah,
a lot going on. Tinubu, I've said this many times.
Is that not Governor Sule?
No. Fitri. So Fitri is having problem with Atiku. So it's a brand for APC now, and Tinubu is really playing.
That would be a real slap in the face.
Right?
So that's Atiku's home state, isn't it?
Fintiri might not move to APC.
So
Fintiri might not move to APC. Fintiri is trying to position himself he's bringing a successor, and Atiku is supporting Binani.
Yeah, but Binani is in APC.
No. Binani is almost left APC. Binani is part of the
It's moving?
coalition. Binani is part
Okay.
of Atiku's coalition now.
Okay.
No, that meeting you are referring to, Larry,
Baba.
she sent a representative.
Baba.
She didn't attend in person.
Baba, Shebi Atiku went to Binani's house now.
I saw Atiku in Binani. But Atiku
assume that he's the one cutting
here.
Atiku supported Binani in 2023.
And don't forget Adamawa is a Nuhu Ribadu state too.
Wait now. Atiku did not support Fintiri in 2023. If you look at, there's something on the internet now, the Atiku boys, I watched one video yesterday, the Atiku boys were basically, they came out, what actually happened. I can look for that video, I'll send it to you, one man. They outlined everything. They said the crimes of Fintiri, or what Fintiri did and everything. So basically what is going to happen in that Adamawa, Fintiri will be in PDP. He's not leaving PDP. He's a wicked guy. They will be in PDP, but they will push. They know Atiku is nothing. They will be in PDP, do the normal wicked thing, spoil Atiku's chance, and at the same time, that governorship, because Atiku does not have a say in PDP in Adamawa State. He can support Binani, use money and everything to support Binani, but Fintiri will still have a say. That's what's going to happen. And the likes of Ribadu.
I think we'll have a say in
Adamawa. Under which political party will Binani run?
SDP now. Binani is going to SDP because Binani is not even part of the APC caucus, because Binani is not a pro-Tinubu person.
It's more of Buhari person, I know.
So,
and don't forget, she's a big contractor with INEC.
Baba, forget that thing.
Binani problem, right?
It's money. She needs the money. So she will remain where the money is.
But Binani, Binani and Ribadu, they are not on the same.
Baba, Binani don't shit for church. Oti Yagbesi church. She's
Ofi Bible Papa Nudi.
Okay. Let me move on along South as this first. So there's South. I think Tinubu is. I see him winning South in 2027. The way things are going now, right? Then in Southeast, APC are in charge of 2 states, Imo State and Ebonyi. I'm also seeing the Soludo second tenure. I think strongly Soludo might be moving to APC second tenure.
No.
You watch out. We are going to come back here. I think strongly because the reason is this.
Sorry, repeat what you just said there.
Soludo. I see Soludo moving to APC.
I'm not sure how long you've been watching, but I said that earlier on, and people just slapped me.
No, I didn't watch that. If you are doubting that, no.
I agree, but because I said it as well, and I think so too. Soludo
especially this.
Why will he leave? It's his second term. It's Abia brother you should look onto.
Let me explain to
you.
Because his politics will be outside of Anambra State.
To be outside Anambra.
And it needs to be in the central space.
Yeah, Soludo will want to go to the central. So now, PDP is dead. Abga cannot go to the central. So
don't you think all of them, Soludo, right? Soludo might actually position himself, and do exactly what Asiwaju did with ACN. Because Soludo needs a strong block.
Soludo need a bigger block.
You don't know what politics is. Listen, folks, listen.
Platform they are saying.
They want to teach a lesson and arbitrate all Peter Obi's this thing. Abia will go to APC. Mark it today. Nobody should forget. Abia will go to APC.
Abia is going to APC. Abia will go to APC.
The politics of I would let me give you 2 things you should watch out for in this Anambra election, right? If you see APC big wins in Anambra, pushing for Tinubu in this election, know that there is an agreement already. So you might see Soludo and Bianca Ojukwu moving to APC. Soludo want to play federal politics. The only way Soludo can join that politics is to move to a popular party.
Okay, look at it like this. If Soludo moved to a popular party, moved to APC, what is the need for him? Because 2031 is...
Look at the need.
So this
is politics. Again, okay, hold on. This is politics, right? What I can't connect right now, I don't know the relationship between Soludo and Tinubu.
No, cordial.
Okay, now look at it. The way this politics is deadly, right? They might think like, okay, you know what? The Southeast, there have been a lot of campaign, like when you gotta give us power. So they might say, okay, let's give Southeast vice president position or South.
Southeast, are you joking? Wait,
it go happen. Because hold on. The reality is in 2031, it's gonna be hard to go choose vice president from the Southwest. Vice president will come from South most likely.
Is coming from South.
Yeah, because Southeast, they are not really in APC, right? But I'm looking at more of South. But anything can happen in politics. That's just the honest truth.
2031, Akpabio is strategically also aligning himself.
I beg, I don't want Akpabio as vice president. Let him go as retire.
He has 2030. If Akpabio can come back in 2027,
2027
still
as what? Senate president? Trust me, it's not going to happen.
Wait and see.
Trust me, it's not going to happen.
Wait and see.
If Akpabio can finish these 4 years, he should be very lucky. 2027 is not going to happen.
See, if it's still the same thing, come 2027, the same structure, right? And even you see a lot of this, some of these northern guys that you are seeing in the Senate, you see new people coming into Senate in 2027 from the north.
Yeah,
a lot of this northern voice.
If Akpabio will return to the Senate, he will. But Senate president is not sure for him. I'm telling you, it's gonna be hard.
Except probably if Tinubu wins, and probably if Tinubu work against Akpabio. But if it's not that, Tinubu does not work against Akpabio. If Akpabio comes back, Akpabio will get that. It's easy to get Senate presidency now.
It's not easy. It's you that is looking at
it's easy for, you see, this is it. It's not easy for a new person. It's easy for a current Senate president if he comes back because he has the chest, he has the people. So the new ones that are just coming, all they will just be looking for is they will be looking for the green light everywhere. Because if you are a new senator,
a lot of old senators will always return.
A lot of old senators won't return. Go and put that down. A lot of old senators.
Why are you saying that?
Return. Even from
Ndume is not coming back.
A lot of old senators. Go and put that down, right? A lot of old senators will not be coming back.
Even Ahmed Lawal might not return, you know.
A lot of them are not coming.
Some of these senators.
I'm not sure.
Somebody just mentioned Udume. Udume is a strong politician in his zone.
I don't think I'm here anymore.
These guys are not easy to beat too.
No,
I'm telling you.
You know the thing, Udume has always been hiding under the governor.
No, that's not correct.
Do you have you seen any has Udume has he gone for any primary in APC before?
Hold on. In 2023, the first time Udume contested for Senate, he moved away from AMPP and moved to PDP. What was it called? The former governor, Alimodu Sharif, worked against Udume. Udume won that position to become senator.
That time that you were talking, right? So when he first moved, which party was at the central?
It was not about a party
at the central. That is how it works now.
PDP.
Which party was at the central?
PDP.
Let's put facts out there.
This is now. Let me talk to you now. That Ndume's election. You said Alimodu Sharif worked against Ndume. Don't forget that election was a federal election. And that election was held the same day the president's election was
Borno
held. Wait
Borno
now.
State was fully
Wait,
AMPP
forget that
for
thing
long.
now. I'm telling
It's
you.
not about federal.
See,
It
you
was
know
not
the
about
thing is
federal.
the dynamics with National Assembly election. The dynamics with National Assembly election is the
Udume
fact
was
that,
the only PDP senator then.
but Ndume at that point was aligning with the party in the national.
You first mentioned now that he always aligned with the governor of the state.
That is that okay. What's the difference? You were aligning with the party.
Wait
now.
I love
at that time.
Udume is a popular politician in Borno. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Now.
APC will hear
Undume
it.
is
You
a
should not give
popular. Undume is
He's
a popular
popular
politician, right? But people are now beginning to get tired of him. See, when you start seeing
Udume work for his people. He work
which
for his
Undume work for his people.
No. He's doing something.
Can you hear me?
Who deflected?
Udume, Ali Udume has always worked. They actually love him. He works.
One man, we can hear you, but we choose to ignore you.
All right. No, that's fine. I just want to make sure that my connection is okay. Carry on.
You know Ndume.
When is it my turn?
We called you earlier, Azita.
You this AI, you this AI.
So let me So the one I want to really see right now is Konkoso. I personally feel like what is holding Konkoso not joining APC yet, I think is because of he's looking for a way to manage Gaduje. Gaduje is actually obstacle for Konkoso.
But Tinubu can manage Ganduje now. If he tells Ganduje to step it down, he will step it down.
Both of them don't have problem with the Tinubu. Where the problem is in Kano. So Gaduje will not want Konkoso to be his leader in Kano anymore. So if Konkoso join APC, automatically the governor becomes the leader of the party in Kano. So Gaduje don't want and Konkoso fight. It was just too extra. You know they used to be very close friends. I think he's looking for a way. I think if Gaduje is not careful, Tinubu must sacrifice Gaduje and let Konkoso commit to the party. That's
the expediency now because
because Tinubu
carries more value than
Tinubu need.
I disagree with you.
So hold on, Tinubu need.
You just agree that Kwakwanso carries more value than
Tinubu need Konkoso.
I disagree with you.
Actually, Konkoso carry more value than Gaduje. They are not even in the same category.
That's not true.
Okay. You explain to us. Because if Tinubu get Konkoso to join APC, automatically Tinubu is sure of at least 1 million votes in Kano and Jigawa state. Konkoso have a lot of influence in Jigawa. So Gaduje doesn't work that way. I mean, Konkoso is the father of Kano politics today. Maybe tomorrow it will change. Today, Konkoso is the father of Kano politics. Gaduje, free and fair election, Gaduje will not even get close to. You saw last election now. Gaduje is not a match. Konkoso control Kano votes. That's just the honest truth.
That last election was close, though. It wasn't a blowout by any stretch. It was close.
If Ganduje is that popular, why did his son lose?
Don't forget Gaduje was just living as a governor, Kulata.
No, it's not about being popular. It's about APC membership in Kano. That last election was not exactly a blowout.
No, you know the thing is
the difference. APC got like 500,000 votes, right? Or less.
I don't see Kwankwaso leaving an NPP.
He will leave.
Probably if
he will leave. Forget that. He will leave.
Because Konkoso is planning for 2031.
I'm sure he's planning for 2031. And probably, he might probably.
Sorry, apologies. You are wrong. It was a blow.
I said it now. Konkoso.
How much was it? How much was Kano? What did APC get for second?
Well, just for
percentage.
It wasn't a blowout.
Almost 60, 30%.
59% to 30%. That's a blowout.
Is that the presidential?
Yes, now.
Yes, that's the presidential.
That's more like
No, that's a blowout. That's double. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I walk it back. I walk it back. I walk it back. I walk it
The
back.
other thing is Konkoso NNPP won the 3 Senate seats, almost all the rep. he actually killed APC and PDP in Kano. Who is saying Konkoso is not popular in Kano? Konkoso care.
No,
Go to Kano and ask
I
Konkoso.
didn't say Kwankwaso is not popular in Kano.
It's-
What I'm
Ganduje
saying
is
is
not a
that
match.
Kwankwaso politically does not have much value as Ganduje. When you reach my turn, I will explain to you.
Somebody that left power how many years? Let me just say this, right? The last election, Ganduje's second election, actually, Yusuf won that election. APC actually have to use force to push him out because they were scared. They needed Kano. In Kano, Ganduje does not have political value. Let's not deceive ourselves, bro. Don't even go there. Don't go there. Thank you. It's gonna be interesting. Let's be watching, man. A lot will happen before 2027, man. Especially next year.
AY, good morning, everybody. Good
Yeah,
morning.
I hear.
Yeah. Sorry, yesterday my flow just went off. I was not watching this. You can see that I just disappeared.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so sorry. The question I want to ask. Okay, let us assume that Tinubu wins maybe 2027. What will be the future of Ganduje in APC? Because knowing fully whereby after that election, the chairmanship of the party have to be shifted to the south.
2027?
After 2027, yes.
No. If Tinubu is still,
I don't think so.
is still the president, it's just going to shift to North Central.
Yeah, so Tinubu will
Not
always...
Central. What do you mean by what I'm saying? In preparation for what they used to do is, if the president is from the south, the chairmanship will be from the north. But after 2027, knowing fully well that
it can go anywhere.
It
you have to
will
go to the
definitely
south,
go
like,
to the north, to the south.
Tinubu will give to his Lagos boys now. The thing is, one thing I know,
what would not become of him? That's what I'm saying.
No, is he going to do second time? We'll go back to
like Papa get the position. Like Papa get the position. The thing is,
it will probably end up in
the
it will end up in the Senate, Ganduje.
And then you people, what will be the future of that party, that APC? After Tinubu?
If Tinubu is still
the crisis that will brought that APC that you people are looking at will be worse than that of PDP.
At some point, APC will scatter. But if Tinubu is,
that's what you people think.
Yeah, but the thing is, right now,
because that party doesn't have any structure, it's because they're in power.
That's why
APC doesn't have structure.
As much as
okay, Baba, who is the national secretary of APC?
You are asking.
It's Bashiru now. Bashiru is from Osun State or so.
Not the secretary.
Bashiru is the secretary.
I saw Baba Bode George asking that question.
And I was like, why is Baba Bode George? Doesn't
he was like, who is the national woman leader?
There is national woman leader now.
There is secretary. Bashiru is secretary.
So he didn't get what he's saying. All those people, do you hear about them? The only person that you hear about is
no.
APC chairman.
Bashiru has always been vocal.
That they don't even have a national working committee. They don't have meetings. They don't do anything. Let me tell you, all these things that people are talking about PDP is because, let me tell you, it's only money that actually move Nigerian parties. If APC are not in power, that party will be in Tata.
But Simba, your argument is moot. Now, who's going to have money by then? Is APC now?
But okay, Simba, what do you expect parties to be doing if there's no election? What exactly you want them to be active? Active for what?
I think the point Simba is making it's actually to concur with what AY and I said, that Kwakwanso has more electoral value
No,
That
he
one is
doesn't.
not a debate. It's not a debate,
Yeah, I
man.
mean,
He
How do you
doesn't.
compare Kokoso and Gaduje? It's not.
Ganduje doesn't command votes in Kano State anymore.
See,
You know that.
one
He
man,
doesn't. That
the
is not. That is not.
Let Zita explain. Let's hear the wizard's opinion. I mean, say now wizard. Zita, what do you
which
call
of
yourself?
Trump's which of Trump's
Which of let's get
You know, you should change
No,
your
Madam
name
Zita,
to
and
that.
don't
You
ask
know,
us what
just
we
to
are
troll,
discussing because you are part of the
just to troll
discussion.
them. Change it to which of Trump. So
which
change
of
your name.
Trump's?
And Madam Zita
Zit-
should not ask us what are we discussing, so you know what we are discussing.
Who is the
Anything that they talk
chairman of?
about self, eh? Go on, Zita.
Who is the chairman of APC now?
Ganduje.
Ganduje.
Good.
Because the president is from the south.
That is not why I asked the question.
I just put that as an add-on. Sorry, which?
You see, when it comes to national politics, somebody who is a dot somewhere doesn't have more votes than somebody who is everywhere. It doesn't work that way. If you look at what is happening today in APC, it's the handwork of Ganduje. That guy is a terrible, corny, concoctioned woman. Maybe you people did not see what he did in Owerri, in Imo State and in Edo State. Those are the people, when it comes to national politics, they carry weight. It's not all about somebody who is in a state, and anytime you do yo in a
What
state,
did he do in Edo State, though? Can you explain to us? What did he do?
Please, I beg you, not be from my mouth. You go here say, Apple 9 kilobata.
Gaduje does not have a say in Edo election.
Okay,
please.
no problem. But he's the chairman of APC, right? As at the time that election was conducted, right? Hello.
Correct.
I end it there. And in Imo State, he was the chairman of, in fact, after the Imo State election, he said...
He wasn't the chairman during the Uzodinma or something, though.
No, he was. He said they are going to replicate. It's a replication.
Madam, Uzodinma will win that election again today. Forget about Gaduje. You don't need Gaduje.
Yes, when you you see why I don't discuss politics of going round and round is that
man,
when
I'm sorry.
let
You
me
know
finish,
I'm laughing.
please, before I lose my thought. When
I remember the slap.
When it suits you, you give the accolade to the person you want to give the accolade. When it doesn't suit you, you give the accolade to the person.
What is the business of Gaduje at the Edo election?
If I remember vividly, most of you called Uzodinma Supreme Court governor. And you guys made bold to say that he will not win. You brought a Labour Party man and they were running helter-skelter in the whole of Imo State with their P2B. Because they believe that they won Imo State in the presidential election and therefore Hope Uzodinma. I heard every word. People came to one-man platform here to speak about Hope Uzodinma and how they are going to throw him out. And now he won the election. The same group of people are here saying that Hope Uzodinma would have won that election with or without Jagaban, with or without APC. I don't discuss politics that way.
Hope Uzodinma is
I don't discuss politics that way, but it's okay. If you believe he would have won it, no problem. I repeat, who is the chairman of APC? Is Galadima. Look at what is happening in that party. He's a background person. That is the person you need when it comes to national politics. I cannot, as a politician in Nigeria, keep Kwankwanzo, who cannot even talk to anybody in the Southeast. I don't even know whether they know the name in the first place, let alone in the South. I don't know whether people in some part of the south side know who the heck Kwankwanso is and his party. You cannot keep that person and keep this Gandola, and you say that Kwankwanso is somebody you want to replace Gandola. On what grounds? To give you Kanu? By the way, Tinubu did not win Kanu last election, but he is the president. So why would you replace somebody who is doing a perfect and systematic, calculated on ground work for you with somebody who is going to give you one state? Is that how you people do
I
your
think I agree
calculation?
with Sita because Ganduje's value is only Kano. Let's be honest. Outside of Kano, is
No,
useless.
Gandija's value is not only Kanu. He's the chairman of
It
APC.
is no, sorry, not Ganguje. Kwakwanso, sorry. Kwakwanso is what I mean. His value is really, really Kano. Outside of Kano, yeah, Kano is critical. I get it.
So
But
why?
outside of
Okay,
Kano,
but somebody did not win Kanu last election, and he's the president. So why will you
what's
trade him
the
with
what's the
somebody
use?
who is doing underground work for you around the country?
I agree with the analysis.
Look at what is happening in APC.
Kind of vote can be
People
almost
are
2 or 3 of
jumping
the other
ship
states.
every day. High profile. Look at what happened in Edo State today. The whole, every that girl said it. Ending of last year, that PDP will not understand. Is it what's this person's daughter that is contesting for that? What's her name again? Help me. That Edo girl. Oh.
Yawo Two-Face.
No, I'm talking. Is it
Ibori's daughter or somebody?
Yeah, Ibori's daughter.
Yeah.
She said it sometime last year that PDP will not understand what we hit them in Edo State, in Delta State. And it just happened. The whole, everything from Tom, Dick, and Harry moved. Gandhi is still walking about, distributing the dollar.
I will not give credit
deals
of Delta to Gaduji. I'll give it to, because Ibori has been having meeting with, I think it has something to do with Ibori.
Okay.
Ibori is connected.
Okay, no problem.
Ibori is
The one
personal
that
friend
is
of Tinubu.
happening in Enugu now.
If I can put in 2 cents real quickly.
You see, in Nigeria, you guys, when I talk sometimes, people will abuse me and said I am not the only one that have knowledge.
No, just share your own idea. It's okay. I mean, at least Kolata agree with you now, right?
Please. But what I'm saying,
and I broadly agree with you as well. But
yeah,
Zita, I think Prince just wants to insert something in.
What I'm saying is that this attitude of not watching closely what is happening, and when it happens, you try to push it to somebody. Now it is what is his name? It is Ibori. The one that is happening in Enugu State is Ibori, I think. That one is Ibori too.
The governor has the camp to APC now.
Watch the drama. Don't worry. Watch the drama. Share you people say that Kwankwanso has more value than Ganduje. The one that is happening in Akwa Ibom State, that is Ibori too. What about Adamawa? That's Ibori too.
Well, all those are still speculation, right? So
it's not speculation.
Adamawa is not speculation, no.
It's not speculation.
I know Fitri is having problem with Baba Atiku. May Atiku say make he rest. It's annoying me if you want to contest. Let him rest, Joe.
It is not a case of problem. It's a case of deal. It's deal making. When you are a very good negotiator,
Baba
you
Tinubu
come out
went on
shining.
Nigeria to one party
Have you
state.
ever listened to that Ganduje, that thief? Have you people ever listened to him speak?
Well, you guys, Ganduje has a PhD. Why are you people referring to Ganduje like an asshole?
From UI. No, he has a PhD from UI, actually.
I called him a thief. I didn't call him a dullard.
Ganduje is smart, too.
I called him a thief, and he's a smart one.
He has been working with Konkoso for a long time. Long time. He
Okay,
was Kokoso boy
I'm
now.
done with that area. Let me say, somebody said about APC scattering. When I came into this platform, the first thing I said about APC, that there are conglomeration of smart politicians in Nigeria. That's the word I use for them. What they are doing with their smartness is a discussion for another day. They're using it to do evil. Now, as the days pass by, they go about looking for, like attracts like. So they go about, they have moved Wike, position him. Wike be APC, I won't be APC. Or you stay in PDP now. Wike it's not staying in the PDP. Wike, what are you? I am PDP working for APC. How that works, leave it for him. That is the position they have given him. And he's working on that. They are looking for them wherever they are, bringing them into their party. And you see one thing. They are not the core PDP people that they're picking. I said it a few days ago. PDP, the core PDP party members are very stingy. I have said it several times. When you gather party people and they are extremely stingy, that party doesn't go far. When they lose
AI, 10 years out of power, not be yamu. Where the money?
Hold on. When they lose
PDP
power,
were not stingy now.
Hold on, please.
Was Wike stingy?
But you didn't on that. That's why I say when I'm speaking, people should listen to me. APC is single-handedly picking out those ones. Where is the Benue man that built a helicopter and a house and left a helicopter at the top of it, on top that doesn't fly?
David Mark.
Where is he? That is a man who made billions of dollars from Nigeria.
David Mark is actually stingy.
Atiku will come out to bribe delegates, but to get the party working so that that party will stand for him to win on it, he will never do that. PDP is party that does not bring out money to sponsor their party in and out of power. They don't do that. And do you know what APC is trying to do now? It's trying to strangle them financially. If they remove Delta State now, you know how much Delta makes in a year, in a month? They're taking Rivers State, they're taking Delta State. They are gonna take Akwa Ibom State.
So those are the three big earning states now.
Hold on, let me finish. Everybody has his own opinion. Let me get my own opinion. Where will they get the money? Because they cannot bring out their money from their pockets. Difference from APC. APC are conglomeration of criminals who are ready to open their vaults to fight their cause. So if you sit down here and think that APC, if they ever go out of power, that they will scatter, I bet you if they go out of power, they will come back mightier and worse than they were before. I rest my case. I don't know the topic you people are discussing.
You don't start. You need to disappoint.
Huh?
You need to disappoint. You don't come back to this topic matter. Just carry on. Anything you want to
I don't know the topic you people are discussing. I just
that's what you just finished with now.
I say it. PDP.
No, I'm not sure how much of the news you've been following, but there's been
How is your MAGA doing?
Huh?
Your MAGA leader, how is he doing now?
Who is my MAGA
and
leader?
I don't want to go MAGA already.
Trump now. Trump.
He's doing great.
He's doing great by having his balls, handed over to him.
Hold on.
All right.
Is that how you do this?
Let me reply you.
All right.
Let me reply him.
One man kill it.
One man, please.
Hold on, Zita. You reply him, but not whilst I'm here. I'm going to bail out, hand over to Chioma. So I'll shut myself in. So Chioma, Simba yet to speak. Patoski is there as well.
Someone is not here now.
Well, Chioma is here. So Simba yet to speak. Prince Daddy, Patoski is there as well to back you up. If you want to bail out, maybe Patoski will take it over. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. The super chatters were, of course, always Ayo. Also, there's Ayo right there, and then Ola as well. I was there. Anyone else? It was Ayo and Ola. So that's Ayo right there, and that's Ayo again. It's not sure. So there are about 3 Ayos and 1 Ola. So thank you to those. That space still open. Anybody that wants to super chat. Hold on. All right. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. So that's the running order, Choma. So let me bail out and over to Choma.
Okay. Let me reply you. You see one thing. China is paying the media. The fear-mongering. Listen to me. Let me finish.
China is paying me. Colata.
When I speak.
Get patient. Why you do this?
When I speak.
China is bribery the media.
When you finish laughing, when you finish laughing, you come back and call me a witch. The fear-mongering.
I'll call you a clown, not a witch.
That is so funny.
You can call me anything. You see the fear-mongering you people are doing. I don't even know why everybody is concerned in the tariff of how American feels. That's actually the funny aspect of it. When China talk, they will say, Americans will suffer. Canadian talk, so, Americans will suffer. And know, and they know that if there is any country that is most hated on planet Earth is the United States.
Zita, so speak to the facts, not all this everybody hates America. Speak to the facts. Let's talk about what happened today.
Please.
Let me interject. The CEOs of all these Walmart and Co. They went to meet Trump today. They told him, Bobo, the shelves will be empty if you continue with this your nonsense. Then what did Trump do? He took his small dick. He brought it. He cowered with his small dick. China has not said a word to America. China has not said a word to America. America has been jumping up and down, China didn't say one thing. China is just acting. America is panicking right now.
Okay, wait.
Wait now. Bonds are falling, stocks are falling at the same time. You say China paid media. Are we teenagers over here?
Let me ask you a question. The first tariff they did up to 2024 December, how many of the business were separated? What percentage?
Which was tariff? Because there's so many tariffs right now. Which one are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking about the second term of Trump. I'm talking about his first time because Joe Biden.
How much was that? That was not any major.
Hold on now. Haba. I just want to clarify my question so that you can answer me. Because what I said on this platform is that trade interwoven between America and United States, China and United States must be broken.
It can't be broken.
About it.
It cannot be broken.
I said it must.
But I'm telling you that smell. And I'm telling you, Zita, wake up and smell the coffee. It cannot be broken.
Let me don't talk over me.
Zita, give us the fact at the number.
I am telling you what will happen, so that when it happen, you people will come here and abuse me.
And I'm telling you,
hold on.
I'm telling you, you are
Hold on
dreaming.
now. Let me make my own ascertainment.
Go ahead
Make
now.
an ascertainment.
Polata, what's happen now? Let her talk now.
Let me talk. They're
I
making me
want
feel as
trumpets.
if I'm truly a witch.
Now another trumpet be that.
And our
They make me
trumpets
feel
now.
as if I'm truly a witch. You know, when a witch wants to put, it's as if I'm cursing.
We want
They
to beat
shut
your
me
broom
up.
down.
They can't bully
We want
you.
to
Polata is
we want to
okay.
beat your broom down.
They want
Oh
to.
yeah, Zita, talk.
Don't talk. Don't let her talk. Allow me.
Talking now, talk.
Talk, give us the facts
I
and the
said
numbers.
that interwoven thread must be broken, and it's going to break this season. Now, why did I say that? The first set of tariff, this one lost 37%. The other one lost 26% of the trade deal. 26% of the trade that we are doing.
Of trade volume, is it by dollars or by what?
The type of trade that we are doing. Let me explain to you. Let's assume that I'm giving you an example. United States used to buy maybe, let's say they used to buy clothes, chewing gum, bread, garri, this, that. Then China used to buy from them shoe, bag, curry, and those things. From the first time Trump came to now, United States lost 26% of their 36%. Go and check it, of their trade with China. China lost, I think, 26%. I don't know. It's either 37-26 or 37-26.
Okay, so when was the first?
Hold on, go and check it.
I said, when was the first tariff? Now, allow me to just ask a short question.
No, I'm not talking about the first tariff. I'm talking about the first Trump tenure.
Yes, now that was the first one. So was it 2016 or 2018? Which one? When did he kill it?
I'm saying till December 2024. That is the percentage of trading that both sides lost. That no longer doing that trade together.
Let me
That's
ask you a
the
question.
percentage. Now, by the time we get to year 2 of this man's second tenure, I'm telling you they're going to lose 50-50.
Oh, okay. I have some numbers if you allow me. If you allow me.
I'm not saying number. I'm saying percentage of trade.
If you allow me, say.
I said
you know they don't believe in numbers. So.
That's what I said.
Yes, I agree.
So,
okay, let me speak.
Let me finish now. Let me make my declaration before I close. Then when I talk, I go shut up my mouth. You can argue for all I care. I don't care.
No, we will still talk. Be ready.
You see that thread that China is doing with United States, that they depend on, maybe United States depend more on them than they depend on United, whatever. It must be broken. Mark my word, and I end it. You can argue for all
so let me ask you a question before you end. Do you know the effect of the tariff? Do you know what is really going on in America now?
You people can argue as
well, let me ask. So what you said, I don't know how to.
Please, if you have the numbers for the American bonds China is holding, put it in consideration to abeg.
I'll get you into all those details now. So first thing, how do I argue with Zita? She's speaking like a pastor. It must be broken. It must be broken. And there's nothing to argue now.
That's why you people call me witch now.
You're just making declarative statements like I prophesy. I prophesy.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, excuse me. Excuse me.
Choma, now don't block the flow. Let me respond, Miss Zita.
Hold on, I'm speaking. Hold on, so I don't have to kick anybody out. So
you can kick. Let me respond to Zita before I forget what I'm going to say.
I don't
and then we can forget this topic.
Believe in what you believe. Me, I don't talk my own finish. I said 50. They're going to lose their trade 50%.
Okay.
Story.
In the next 2 years. Mark my word, because I see the thing that they happen now. Even some others I used to order. When I said that because me, I'm not a China person anyway. So whenever I see something made in China, I don't really actually.
How do you know what you have is made in China or not? You don't even know.
So
can we get to other
anyway,
people?
They almost burnt my house in Nigeria. So
Madam Zita, are you finished?
But most of those things, I was shocked. It's no longer from China.
That's not
don't
true.
worry about it. I am following it bomber to bomber, but I told you 50% of the trade is going to go.
Zita, you said, let me respond to you. First things first.
I know they listen to you. You know, say when I talk finish, I know they listen. I don't finish.
Okay, if you don't want me to talk, I'll keep quiet then.
Okay, great. So Patowski, you're here. And we have Simba and Ola. I'm just going to add you to the stage. So Patowski, you can speak now.
No, is it my turn?
Actually, it's my turn.
No, I think it's Prince Daddy.
Patowski, you can speak or...
Okay.
No, actually, it's my turn. Actually, it's my turn.
Kulata, I heard you earlier. It's not your turn.
It's my turn. We were having a general discussion.
It's supposed to be Kulata's turn.
Okay, let Kulata go now.
Yeah, it's Kulata's turn.
So, Zita, that your prophetic message, you can put it in your pocket. And you that you think you're not buying from China, most likely you're buying from China. They're just badging it with you. So first things first, this your doofus of a president and the people advising him, they're brain dead. You went to go and start trade war, starting to increase this percent, that percent, like saying, you know, when we're doing auction in Germany, when you go to an auction market, China did not say a word. Pin. Guess what? You had your stocks falling. You also had your bonds falling at the same time. Your American bond yields has been going up and up. They're dumping your treasuries. You do not realize that your so-called spending power is the deficit that you sell to these same countries. You sell your deficit to them for them to be able to buy your bonds so you can print money, and your economy is built on spending. Not just that, your companies are built on 3-month cycles. China doesn't have to do 3-month cycles. It's government backed. They were ready. You know how many things they've been doing? They've been replacing your supply chain. First of all, your supply chain is centered on China. You cannot replace that supply chain, even if you wish it. Like if you had magic wand, it will take you 5 to 10 years for the critical supply chain. And the idiot didn't kind of like target, like, okay, I have some specific areas of manufacturing that I need to strategically bring to America. And then let me create the incentive and the environment in America to do those things. And when we talk about what are the strategic ones, first of all, you need to bring that chip manufacturing from Taiwan, TCMC. You need to get TCMC in America as soon as possible. You need to get drug manufacturing into America as soon as possible. You need to target those things. And then if you want to even fight with China, you don't wake up and fight with all your allies and China at the same time. Are you fucking insane? Do you think America, everything relies on America? And this China is only 12% of the exports that they're exporting to America. They hold 1 point something trillion. It's 12%. What do you mean? I've checked it several times. And it's only, and this China, they hold over 1 trillion of your treasury bills. And when you're dumping your treasury bills, they're going to buy gold. They're also going to buy euro. So don't think America is kind of like, America, without America, this, that. That era is gone.
Okay.
Excuse me. Let me speak. I'm going to speak. I'm going to speak.
He's talking numbers. Let him finish, please.
That era.
We like to crunch
gone.
numbers. Let's crunch the numbers.
And then when we are talking about tariff that was passed in 2018, when they passed the thing, trade initially slowed down. From 2016, it was 578 billion. Between 2017 and 2018, it went to 660 billion. It passed the tariff. It dropped to 560 in 2020. It jumped to 657. It jumped back up. In 2022, it was back to 690. and 2023. I don't have the figures for 2023. So the trend is already gone back up. You are not. China is the world's manufacturer, and it's about time everybody kind of like agrees with that and look at what you need to bring to your own country that you can manufacture. And then your country, no savings, is built on spending. That is what economy runs on. Spend. Interest rate jumps up like this. Boom. And you are going, people can't spend. Cars, they can't sell cars, they can't sell this, they can't sell that. Because what's the APR on your credit card? What's the APR on the loan? That so-called American spending power is just based on their ability to sell their debt to you at low interest, and keep the yield low, because everybody is supposed to trust American economy as the gold standard. So, that's the safety. But when they start dumping it, Japan is dumping it. They've been dumping it. China is dumping it. Yields going up. Dollar is almost at the lowest value since. And you're now telling me, no, we're decaying. And China has the capacity. That China is deadly in some areas. That 1.5 billion population they have, they're gradually growing their local consumption is going up and up and up. So even China's economy, the reliance on export is going down. So China can now produce for itself. They're creating purchasing power for their own people. And China even has the ability to influence the purchasing power of countries like Africa. So Africa can buy more stuff from China. So what I'm trying to tell you is China, even on its own, that 1.5 billion is an asset for them. They're growing more faster middle class than anywhere in the world. And look at how much they can expand their internal economy. Look at now, in China now, they're not even buying foreign cars because their own cars are better. So, BYD, there's Xiaomi, there's Xiaomi, there's BYD, there's NIO.
Kulata, can you imagine the rare earth mineral that America is even thinking of using to drive their own future economy?
It's from China.
Of them are in
They
China.
refine it in China now.
Yeah.
You can find rare earth minerals in anywhere, but they refine it.
Can I put in a few words before we get in the data?
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Prince Daddy, go ahead.
No, Kulata, you're not the moderator. You're not. Stop.
What are you doing? He wants to interject. Let him interject.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
go ahead.
I need to hear Ola and Patoski speak. And then Simba. He hasn't said anything tonight.
All right, I'm not done. Let me wrap up.
Yes, you are.
I'm not done.
Yes,
you are. Zita.
Okay, who's next?
Choma, what about me now? You don't want me to
Hey, why? You've already spoken. I heard all of you all earlier.
I didn't. Okay.
Okay, well, I want to hear Patoski speak. Stop arguing.
Yes, boss. Yes, boss.
And Ola, you can speak. You guys, listen. This is not Adama. I'm not coming here to greet you guys and bend down. No, we're not doing that. Okay.
Okay.
Patoski, you can speak. Ola, speak.
But I think Kulata was talking. Did you?
Patoski, do you want to speak or not?
No, not until you tell me what happened to Kulata now.
Okay, Ola, you can go next because all of you guys have been speaking since the show started.
Calm down. I understand. Let's see. Being Kulata by anything happening between the two of you.
Ola, can you be serious? Can you be serious?
Not finished now.
Who's next? Please.
Nobody will
Ola,
speak.
do you want to speak or not?
Nobody will speak until you bring Kulata back. You will speak.
No, I'm not.
I was going to interject on Kulata's session.
But Kulata is not saying that's what I'm saying now.
I want us to follow the order because you guys have been talking for a long time. The same voices have been talking for a long time. So I want to hear Simba, Ola, and Patoski.
Yeah,
and
maybe
Rocky.
I'll speak when Kulata.
Yeah, Chichi.
Rocky, do you want to speak?
Chichi.
Yeah,
if you want order,
Rocky, you can go ahead and speak.
I have this to say, Adama, thank you for the job you're doing. I think there's a little bit of confusion here.
This is not Adama, this is Choma.
Yeah, Choma. Yeah, I think one man left both you and Patoske in charge, so we are kind of confused who really within the power of control right now. So
No,
I
we're
don't
not
want to
trying to
like.
control. I'm supposed to
Okay,
speak, but
so
I said
I want
I'm not
people to
speaking on
take turns
Kulata
to
is back
speak.
on the platform
Okay,
because I don't
okay,
get
all right.
It's
everybody
Kulata they
quiet.
want to
I want
question, the
people
Chichi.
to he can come back in. But I
There's
just
no
want you guys to
justifiable reason
follow.
why
No,
he
no, no, no.
removed.
Listen, I'm still talking. I want you guys to follow direction, okay?
Chema, what the fuck did you just do now?
Kulata, can you stop?
No.
So, back to respect and orderly, okay?
No. The
Patoski, do you
fact
want to
that you're
speak?
moderating the show doesn't mean you just kick me out like that. Like,
Don't do
for
that.
what?
Don't.
No. Don't do that again.
Don't do that. You're doing it again.
Do not do that
I'm gonna
again.
remove you. Stop.
Go ahead.
Wait. Don't. Oh,
So
okay.
yeah. Let's continue. Who wants to
Trema,
speak next?
sorry to say this won't be nice though. I think I'm gonna be out of
If
here
you
with all
want to
respect.
speak, then okay, that's fine. Next person. We keep hearing the same voices all over. Like we need different voices to contribute. That's why you guys came in. Simba, do you have anything to say?
No, we appreciate that, that you want other people to speak, but we are saying that the person that is speaking, let him finish, and then next person
But
can speak.
he
We are not in a
was
hurry.
finished. He
No,
was
he
Hold on.
wasn't.
finished.
Okay, I haven't spoken, Chema. You haven't heard my voice, so I've not spoken actually. So,
Are you
but
going to
I was
speak or are you going to argue like the rest of them?
no, I was going to interject Kulata because he had the floor and
Okay, go
the
ahead and
points
say
that he
what
made.
you have to say. I'm sure he's listening.
All right.
Okay, Kulata, let's Kulata come back though, because I was actually going
He can
to
come back.
questioning too.
He's
Yeah.
not banned. He can come back.
No, I think
Kulata, please come on the stage.
so. I think I understand what you are trying to do, though. But then,
Ola, if you want to speak, go straight to the point of the topic.
wait, Sherman,
Delta
don't forget
State Governor
wait, don't forget
Decamp
I have
from
the power of,
APC.
wait, don't forget I have the power of moderator too. I'm not just coming
Well,
as
you
a
should
moderator.
have came here earlier. I was trying to go to bed. You and Petoski.
No. That's why I say I appreciate what you are doing, because I don't know I don't have time to come today. That's
And
why.
I saw one man was trying to communicate with you in the comment section for you to hop on, and you were taking your sweet little time.
No, because I'm on a system where I don't want to log in as an administrator, as a moderator. So that's why I'm not in as a moderator today. So the thing is, well, I don't know who is going to lead this economic argument now, because that's
Well,
why
we were talking about
Okay.
Nigerian politics before you guys started talking about China.
No, I'm not good when it comes to politics. I'm only good when it's
What
comes to.
did you think about the governor, the Delta State governor moving to APC?
I'm not good when it comes to politics. I can tell you that. I only like to talk about economy and globalization.
So, Choma, you wanted to welcome you back, but you came back. You want to be bullying everybody on the platform. Is that what you want to be doing?
No, it just you guys listen. I'm not here for all these stuff you all are doing. We have to like follow order. That's what it is.
But the people that are supposed to talk, they say you should allow him to talk. So, what is your home? Why didn't you allow him to talk? They consider their time to him.
They've already carried on a long conversation.
We say we don't mind. So why should you want to super?
But we had other people on the platform that haven't spoken.
And everybody said that you should let Kulata talk. So you want to
I'm
be.
not here to argue with you guys. Who wants to speak? I'm listening. You guys can carry on.
Guys, speak. What topic should we speak on now?
There's a topic on your screen right there.
Okay, Prince Daddy. What I know is that your president really good, and we've discussed this thing before, that that thing, that boju that is doing, you are just putting trade, you are putting trade war up everywhere, you know. Ah, no. Oh, we are not bullying the moderator.
Ola is a Chinaman.
Abba. We are not bullying. We are not bullying. How can we be bullying? We are not bullying Sherma. It's just that we are just trying to broker peace. So,
well, they can't bully me. I'm not Adama or the rest of them.
no, we are not even
I'll
going to.
curse you out. That's
we
all.
have no reason. No, we have no
Who
reason.
is saying that they are bullying Adama? Is it Adam
Well,
that
I'm
is
just
bullying
saying,
everybody?
you're not about to
Who is
talk
saying
over
that?
me.
No, Shoma, we are not bullying you. The only thing is that
So what
I
happened
beg
was
Yola, stop that
I
now.
was trying
We
to
can't
pause
bully
the
her. She's the one bullying
conversation.
everybody now.
So what
No.
happened? I was trying to pause the conversation, but you guys were talking over me, and it's not going to happen when I'm moderating. Period. And that's with anybody on a panel.
Okay.
So continue.
Okay. Prince Daddy, you know, don't tell you say your president he don't mess up, you know. I think he's beginning to beg China now, but you guys just don't want
That this your Trump thing is becoming irritating. I don't even want to hear all those things again. It's becoming irritating. Every day you people will come here and be talking about that Trump every time.
Okay, what should we talk now? I
Becoming
didn't say I don't get topic to talk now. You talk. Okay, so maybe we talk of polygamy.
You're not serious.
There's a topic. Did you guys read the headline on the news today?
No, I think can you hear me? I think the talk for me is what Tinubu is doing with Delta State. I'm very, very impressed that the South is coming together. You understand? And I think all the South states should look at that. Because if they not think they can take a position and then begin to bully everybody, by the time they see this happening, I'm sure they will feel threatened. They will feel threatened. If we can mobilize the Southeast and everybody's rallying together like that,
If you look at it,
say,
even if you look at it in terms of population, there was no significant difference between the North and the South in terms of population.
Yes, now.
So if we can come together, but the problem is that can we really come together? That is it.
We can. Now something will unite us.
We have never done it. It has never happened.
And that's why it will shock them now. That's why it will shock them. The only group that we need to talk to and sit down with is just Southeast. South, they don't mind. South is already aligning. Because River State is going to align.
Let me tell you, the two major regions that are problem of the South are the Southwest and the Southeast. The problem is actually not with the South. You know, South was it was only during this what's it called now? During this republic that South has been a bloc. They have never been like that, and now so the useless two regions are the Southwest and in fact the most useless one is the Southwesterners. You see some of them. How many Northerners have you seen that are speaking that spoke again? Yes, but you see like Ola's pastor, all those George, all those, and it's because of bitterness. That's the way. That's the way they behave.
Okay, the pastor that ran for office and only had one vote. That was busy sending SMS.
God told him that he's going to be president, and they are still following him.
Send the SMS to people. I'm telling you. So with what we have now, if the South can come together, then they not to feel like they can't just begin to take
all those kind of what can I call it? That like as if being the president is their birthright, and you see the thing that's populated down to even you see some of them that come on this platform, they'll be talking authoritatively as if they are the one that holds the key to the Aso Rock. If without them, nothing will work in that country. Whatever they want, they must get it.
Vote. They can tell you the North will not vote for him next year. Now what they are saying, if they say the North, he has lost the North next year, They are simply saying, no, you cannot become president. That's what they think. So if it is like that, why didn't Buhari become president with just the vote of the North? And mind you, the North is not one now as it is. The North is fragmented. The vote of the Northwest is not going to be the same vote from the Northeast and from the North Central. Even in the Northwest, the Christian vote and the Muslim vote, all those things, there are those differentiations are there now. You understand? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not, you can't say it's going to be this way or that
You
way.
know what they have been doing. Let me tell you, even Pato, what they have been doing before was they suppress the minority among them. You
They
understand? They will be
bully
the
them.
ones speaking. The minority will keep quiet, and whenever they would just needed them, they just bully them and use them for whatever reason they want to use them for, and abandon them. But those ones now, they also come out boldly. But those ones, they are still,
Those ones
that
are
kind
calling
of.
out to speak now. I'll give you a good example. Look at Southern Kaduna. For the first time in a long while, those people are experiencing peace in a way that I've never had before. Those people are experiencing peace in a way that these are people that have suffered and suffered. If you remember one man, Major General Lekot,
Yeah, now Somani Lekot.
that man went to jail now because of his people. Because of those Zungo Katab, that Southern Kaduna, this thing. The man trying to defend his people. Went to jail. A very senior officer, about the same rank with them, Idiagmo and the rest. That time, the man went to jail.
That's what they used to do now. If you remember even before all those what's they call this guy, this Benue Plateau guy that time, T.S. Taka and
Yes,
all
Taka,
those.
yeah. Joseph Taka and the rest.
It's just I don't know if the South can come and block and say no, this is what you want. I don't know. And you see some of us that will go to them and say, we want to be subordinate to you. If you can give us the post of vice, that's what those
No
are the
nonsense, man.
yeah.
It cannot happen because now you will vote. Northwest will vote his own. North Central is fragmented. You have Kogi, you have Kwara, you have Niger, you have Benue.
The only state in the North Central that can phantom to the Northwest more is Niger.
It's just Niger. And Niger
Yes,
says,
but
it's just Niger. That's the only one that they can say is north. Benue is out. Plateau is out.
Plateau, Nasarawa,
Kogi,
Kogi, Kwara.
So what are we talking about? Now the rest north are northeast and northwest. Fine. The ability of the northeast and the northwest to come together is just the only thing there now.
I think what he needs to do is just to infiltrate to those Christian northeast, those Christian northeastern states, like
Northeast,
Taraba.
yeah. If you like, you should just appeal to those one.
If you can win
Northeast.
this North Central and win even one or two states in the Northeast, that's all, and win the whole South, to hell with them.
If you win South,
the problem we have with the southern politicians these days is that they are not as tough as the old one. And it's just because of the culture. Our politicians are exposed to where they can just gag them up, because when you steal money and you stash away, they know what the
what's happening to your mic?
Okay, maybe it's the system I'm using, I guess. Okay, continue. It's the system I'm using.
You know all this tech guy.
Ola, I can hear you clearly though. I can hear Ola
No,
clearly.
It's breaking.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I think the system I'm on is serious system, and the security on this one is very high. Maybe that's why. So like what I'm saying is the southern politician. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
So the southern politician, I think they are
can hear you.
weak, yeah, because of the exposure. You know, when you are looting your people's money and you stash in America, you put in the UK, you put in Canada, so it is very easy to mobilize against these people. That's why they cannot talk. But you see the other one, they are brutal in such a way that some of them can even hide money underground. They know how to start their own money now. So the South politicians, they start to lose a lot because of where they are hiding themselves. Unlike those days that the politician, they will come out, whether north or south, they will give themselves bass boost. Hey, it's blow for blow. So I think that's why, because over time we've actually exerted all some kind of the northern politicians. I mean the crooks among them, not the entire north. So I think that fear is just some kind of abstract in nature. It's something that live in our heads. But I don't think they really have that. They don't really have that advantage. It's just because our politicians they are not up to the task. You know, because when you look at like the old guy like Tinubu, you can see everything they are doing. Is the guy moved? No, he's not moved because he understands. He understands the way the thing runs. Or you just go and carry one Ajebota from the street to come and be your governor. You know, just imagine you have the like of what they wanted to impose on us in Lagos. You just have such kind of people in power. You know, think of what's going to happen. But now think back to a person like Fashola. Just look at the politician like Fashola. You think a person like that will bow to anybody? So I think all this the earlier we start getting ourselves around this kind of fear, the better. You know, what am I saying? Look at the incident in Edo State. Look at how the leaders, look at how they quickly brought that in other situations. We must fish out these people, we must fish that. But when that thing happened to Southerners, what are they doing? You see them, they will keep quiet, they won't do anything. You know? So that's where the fear is. To me, I think we are giving all this northern, especially the good for nothing among them politicians, we are giving them too much credit, to be honest. They can't do anything without the collaboration of the southern counterparts. So that's just my interjection. Simba, Atoski. Okay, I know the
Yes, Ola. Who can hear? So, but
and
to me,
I
at the end,
don't talk
at
my
the end
own.
of the day, I think we should all just try to realign, and then by the time we do that, they will be sitting up. Nobody will be saying it's not coming back next year. It's not having our support. It's not going to. No, if the thing will work, let's divide the country. That's just
See,
see,
Patoski, given we are going to divide that country, I think Tinubu is our best bet. Is the best opportunity we have as of now that we can see. But the guy, to me, all this calculation, 2027 calculation, before you can post it, because all I need is to put the right structure in place. I don't care, personally, I don't care if the northern person want to be president forever. I don't care. What I care about is this: if he's the president and I'm securing the South and I run my economy and you are not using quota system to destroy my education and everything works the way it's supposed to work, like the days of AWO, you understand? The day of UPN, because UPN is what I can talk about. I don't have problem with that. Where I start having problem with it is when they control all these state apparatus like police. That okay, you can use police to harass people, you can use some kind of federal mind to move things around. So that's where I have my own concern. And if this guy there is not doing that, I'm still waiting for 2027. Honestly, personally, I begin to lose respect for him because by now Some other things he said the other time that I even expected him to have done. All his 2 million soldiers, all his cassava, and again, this man is not doing it. Yeah, I appreciate what he's doing around the monetary policy. I appreciate other things that he's doing about long-term policy. But man, the fact that he cannot implement those things that the common people who are not that complex in interpreting the way the economy is going, the fact that he cannot do all those things is giving me a serious concern. Because I believe that if he had done all those things, that would have even boosted our productivity. So waiting for that 2027, honestly, anything can happen in 2027, including, because once we are human, I'm not praying for anything bad to happen to him, but we are human. Even me that I'm speaking now, I'm just boring today. I don't know what's going to happen to me tomorrow. Why should a leader wait forever to do the right thing? A serious leader should come around the way you shake them around the floating of naira, the way you've done about the fuel subsidy. You should have done that across security and all that things. Don't start playing politics. What if they don't vote you there? And what God, if God say it is your time?
Ola,
Then
so Ola, what do you want him to do?
Ola
What
is
do you want him
right. Ola is right in the sense that men plan and God laughs.
I
So
beg, we
we
are
don't
not in
know
a church.
what will
We are
happen.
discussing politics here. So
We don't know what will happen to Tinubu next year. I'm just saying, continue. Carry
forget
on.
about those things. Those are the black man thinking of. We are not in the church. Let us talk reality. We are not talking. We are not.
Yeah,
Super,
Antichrist Simba. Okay, go ahead.
well, when the princess it's Antichrist. I'm not Antichrist. Now. I'm just being realistic. We should not be thinking about maybe somebody will die and all those things. Don't put all those things into the thinking of when you are discussing politics now. But what if he dies? What is the meaning of that one?
Yeah, it's changed a lot of things. Okay, look at Jonathan. Look at Jonathan. Jonathan is alive.
Ola, leave that one.
He
He will
was
not
playing
die. And if he
politics.
dies, another person will take the question I wanted to ask you earlier on was, what are those things that you wanted him to do now that you think he's not doing?
The state police thing is becoming too slow.
I've been asking you people, what do you all use people that talk about state police? What do you think that state police will do that the federal is not doing now? What additional thing are they going to? Is it because you people are thinking that the governor, they don't have the control? That's why you say, okay, let them have their own police that they can control. Is that why you people are agitating for state police? I don't know. I don't get it.
Okay, let me tell you one thing about state police is just look at Amotekun as a form of state police being controlled by the region of Southwest. Now, the federal government is looking away from all those criminality, especially the one that has ethnic coloration. You understand? Now, when they form the like of Amotekun, give them gun, just because the federal police weighs the entire power, they are not ready to give gun. So, and the next thing is, some people, a particular ethnic group, is treated like a king, while others are just like slave. Anything can happen, right? So, but now Amotekun was willing to take them head on, but we are not empowering them. Just empower Amotekun at that time. Do you think these idiots will still be in our bush, be wrecking havoc? Because that one, they will know that, okay, the entirety of the control is within the southwestern region. These people, they feel the existential threats that these people are bringing to our community. They'll be able to face them. That's what we are saying. But in a situation whereby the person that is the presidency, we appoint a particular, just like we have Egbetokun now. You know that if Egbetokun had wanted to go in a way of using Yoruba people, of using ethnicity, and let's assume we now have some people like equivalent of all those criminals, headmen in quotes. I mean the criminal among them. I'm not saying all of them now.
Say what you want to say. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
No. I just have to, you don't see that some people want to be politically correct. So let me just quote it before anybody start coming. So, the thing now is, if we have another ethnic group that want to behave that way, let's assume that Yoruba is the one now bullying everybody, threatening everybody around, and you have a better there just because he's Yoruba man and he's not talking. It's dangerous. But if we have our own people to man our own territory, it's going to be fire for fire when it comes to that. Because we know this is our own people. Even when they don't want to even do the right thing, we still have some family member that will still find the
So did you think that Tinubu is the one blocking it now, or is the one not doing it? Because the last thing I heard about it that the Federal Executive Council has already signed it. All the governors have signed it, and they have passed it to the House. So why are we blaming him for that?
Why we are blaming him for that? Let me tell you one thing: politicians have a way of speeding whatever favors them up, right? And this Tinubu, if we really want to accelerate it the way it is, you understand, he can accelerate it. Because
Okay, well, if he didn't accelerate, why do you think he's not doing it? Do you think that is because he doesn't see it as a problem, or do you think that maybe because what reason do you think is why do you think he's not doing it?
I don't know, but at the end of the day, I would just say it's all about politics. It's all about politics. It's all about we think a perpetuity, how to perpetuate ourselves forever. So the business of a politician is that, okay, this one want to spend 4 years in power. They don't want to get out of that power. Even someone that is going to die tomorrow still want to hold on to that power. Just like someone would say, if an African leader would die and it's possible to have a glue put the seat on his buttocks to the grave, they prefer that way. They don't want to leave. The thing is this: 4 years should be more than enough.
Let me bring something to Simba on the state policy. I think he has a question. What are the federal police not doing that you think the state will do and stuff like that? You see, I think there's a dimension of community policing in the state police arrangement, if I understand it very well, because they are going to recruit people from that area. You understand, that state, and they are going to be even if they are going to transfer them, it's going to be within the state. So you see somebody that will serve in a place for a longer time, unlike somebody today is in Kano, is in tomorrow is in. You understand? If they move them around, they'll be familiar with that state. If you are in Jebuman to Abeokuta, Abeokuta is not totally strange to him, and maybe in another 5 years he's back in Ijebu. You understand? So there will be people who understand the terrain of that place. So that's why I say there's an element of community policing in state policing. Then two, it means more boots on ground, because when we say state police, it doesn't mean they will also scrap federal. So if we have in a state, maybe we have federal police presence of maybe 10,000 federal police, and then the state is able to recruit additional 10,000 or maybe 20,000. That's 30,000 boots on ground. We have all been saying we need more boots on ground. So that means 30,000 more security, 10,000, 20,000 more boots on ground than we had before. You understand? So that's another advantage that I think we have.
But I totally agree with you people. But do you think that the states as they have now, even can they actually provide the finance to do that?
Yes, that's a very strong question, and that's a very good argument. Not all the states will be able to afford it, but the states that can afford it should be able to go ahead and do it. You understand? I'm sure that if they want state police now, by now, states like almost all the states in the southwest are currently managed Amotekun can just switch the Amotekun to state police. They might not increase the numbers, but at least they have more legitimate ground. Though they have a legitimate ground, but they are more empowered by the law. You understand? So if for your state has Amotekun, maybe they have 2,000. They don't necessarily have to increase them to 20,000 of a sudden. They can still use that 2,000, but now they are more empowered. They have laws. For example, look at what happened in Edo. if those guys say they have come for hunting, the killing which I don't support anyway, I don't support the lynching. If they say they have come for hunting, if they are coming to hunt in an Edo forest, they probably would have gotten a letter of clearance from the Edo State Police. Whereas if it's federal, they could have gotten it from Abuja and just be coming. You understand? They get it from Abuja and just be coming. And then look at that problem. If they want to come to Edo, they are getting it from Edo Police. Edo say, where are you doing your hunting? Oh, we are doing it around Uromi. Yeah, Uromi forest is very volatile now. Considering, okay, maybe last week there was kidnapping. So if you are going to do your hunting, limit it to so and so. And mind you, in a structured system, they have places where they marked out for hunting. You can't hunt in certain areas. So if those places are marked out for hunting and they see hunters there, nobody will say, oh, because they are reserved forests marked out for hunting. So all those structures will be there. So I think it has more benefit than demerit. You understand? So but I know Tinubu has done this aspect of it. But what Ola is trying to say is that there's a way it can be accelerated. You understand? So that these things get done faster. Because if he's out of office now, that's one thing Ola is trying to say, that look, nobody guarantees that 2027 is going to be there. If he's out of office now, you can be sure that any northern leader that gets there will not do that state police. They won't. That's just the truth. They believe they have more control when it's in the center. Or am I speaking your point?
No, that's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
We should have that state police actually. If nothing, it was what part of what Tinubu promised in his campaign. The agri thing.
Look at that new terror group that they said is emerging in Kwara now.
Which one? New terror emerging in Kwara?
I was hearing. I read it on the news that they said that some guys, they have this reserve in along Kwara North, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that that Bogu Game Reserve and all those things has been abandoned by the federal government. So people are now hidden inside that reserve. They are cutting the trees. Whenever you see any kind of terrorism, you know that there's something in that area that some people are trying to exploit. They are doing a lot of illegal logging, killings of those games and all those things. So is what is actually fueling that thing. Along this Kanji, Nibusa, stroke, Kayama area.
Those things Tinubu is supposed to, because for example, if you want to create forest guard and empower them, you can only do it at the state level. That's where it can be easy. Maybe you create forest guard because Ogun State, the state has some forest guard, but the forest guard they don't really carry.
I don't know. They existed because I could remember maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, one of my cousins was employed in Osun State as a forest guard.
But he will be carrying light weapon, and
I don't even know whether they even go to the forest. That's which weapon maybe they just sit down, just like all those what they call it now, those wole people.
What they will do is they even wait on the road and catching a
exactly instead of them to
so
the only thing they will do is just all those people that are doing illegal lumbering, they just collect money from them and so what I see in Nigeria is that it's not as if we don't even have people that are supposed to be doing that job, but everybody sees their job as an opportunity in Nigeria just
to make money and
just yes. They don't look at it that okay, these trees these people are falling every day. Maybe some trees are even more than 1,000 years old, 2,000 years old, and then one useless guy will just come and cut it one day without replacing them, and then they will just collect peanuts in exchange for that.
Collect 50,000 or 5,000 for that person and say bye bye.
Yeah.
So, and you know, in East Africa, because they drive their economy is built around game tourism and all those things. They had people. The Lord Resistance Army in Uganda that was that they were in the forest of Kenya or something. They were hiding there and they were getting funding. But when their funding was being cut off, you know what those guys do? They will go into the Kenya reserve, kill elephant and carry their tusk and go and sell. Rhino, go and sell like that. That's rhino horn and everything. That's money they were using to fund the rebel activity. Kenya had to go and train people in Israel and hire a military company. They had a task force, empowered them. Those guys have helicopters, they have very good equipment and everything. And before you realize it, those guys were able to push back those Ugandan rebels from their own forest. So we need those kind of.
So that brought me back to
state can do that.
Are you talking about this guy, Lord Resistant Kid, something like
Lord
that?
Resistant Army in Uganda.
Yeah.
You know they were going into some of this one East African forest. I think it's
that leader. You see alive? Those guys been there for that. Guy been there for
you know, Simba. You asked one question the other time.
I think it's still there. Let me check.
You asked one question the other time. I just want to respond to it. Maybe we forgot. You see, the police we have now, that is federal police, they are majorly funded by the state. You understand? They are majorly funded by the state. Because why am I saying so? You see, state will be buying them vehicle. We've seen state buying them rifles. We've seen state buy them a lot of things. So why can't you allow state to run the police? Like at least Ogun State did it. At least when the Amosu was living, you know how many thousands of rifle that the Inspector General of Police quickly ran away, ran to that place to pick, that they were not even aware. So already Lagos sponsor is doing the same thing. Osun State is doing the same thing. Ondo State is doing the same thing. So the thing is, this federal police, because the state will be able to control their own destiny. Like what we are saying now, are we saying that if we ask the police, some idiots will just come to that reserve forest and now sit down there and now be harvesting what they didn't plan for? Government plan for that thing. Since one day, at least if I don't know anything, they've been doing foreign stuff as far back as the late 70s. That's what I can talk about. Now, just imagine the type of reserve we've kept since that time. That's the reserve that has spent 40 years. That now some idiots are coming from somewhere and they are now harvesting there. What's supposed to be the kind of the state treasure, and now it's not becoming some kind of livelihood for bandits. I think that's one of those things. If what happened in Edo State now were to be state now, for example, I believe that the governor will not be quickly running with his tail between his leg, just to say, okay, I must get them. Yeah. So to me, the state are already funding the police. The only problem is our police is politicized because the command come from Abuja. You understand? It's just like the city we live. Just imagine our CMP that the federal police should just come and be doing. No, they won't. Where city of Calgary police? No way. Our CMP will not come there and come and try rubbish. It's the city of, and even if the federal police try to do rubbish, they can be even arrested for violating.
But Ola, all those things that you mentioned and that they are doing, they are not obliged to do. They are just doing it to support them. Something that you are not doing regularly. It's not something that you are doing more. It's even from when you not take responsibility fully. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Even the federal government is even irresponsible as sponsoring the police as we speak. The state are the one funding them. And don't forget that the state too have security vote, that people don't question the governors very well, what they do with that security votes.
You know, Ola, that security vote no be small money. Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
I heard that some states are taking as much as 3 billion every month.
Simba, you are not lying. You are right. 3 billion. The least they did not get at all is about 1.5 billion every month.
So now tell me, it's security votes, right? Tell me how 36 billion in a year cannot sponsor the police. I can tell you, we may not even need large number of police like people are saying, but we need police that are well equipped, police that can use helicopter, police that can use
I think we have duplication of work in that country. Okay, nobody is even talking about these people. What are they using them for? And there are many, the so-called civil defense, whatever that they and they are still recruiting people.
I think the problem has to do with the police. What happened is that after the NSAS, those military police, instead of them to push them into the whatever they're for security purpose, they're just using them to protect VIP and any individual that come from abroad that need their protection.
But even before NSAS, what are they been doing? It's not the NSAS that's the issue. It's not the
So
NSAS.
I mean, at least during those times we used to see them on the road.
What I'm saying is that whatever money government is pumping towards the if they are really serious, so all these civil defense and whatever they are doing, then they should just give it to the states or the.
So to me, I still support even they will use them. We should get this year. Nigeria should have state police. It's of course the government will use them.
No, we are talking about the funding. Remy, what we are talking about the
I
funding.
think the federal government will start initial funding. They will fund all the states. Give them equal amount of money.
How? Why should they fund
Why should they be?
Because I mean startup fund.
Why should they?
Okay. The reason why I said something like that is that I think they are collecting security vote. They should just add a little bit on top of their security vote as startup fund.
Where would they get it from? How would they
Remy, let me address that. Let me address what you just said. You see, the federal government, they corner a lot of responsibility that they are not supposed to corner. And that's why we have all those exclusive jargon that they have, so that they will use that to allocate money. Once you start releasing all those functions, they should be releasing those functions.
Now that you think federal government should drop that they have not dropped now. Do you have anyone currently?
No, I think they should drop that of this large volume of police now. They should allow the state to police.
No.
The federal police. I'm coming.
No.
I've not landed. And the force and the size of the police they have now should reduce, and let states go and recruit. It should reduce. The federal police
is not even enough. Before we want the state police to increase so that
no, at that stage, federal police can. Okay, for example, now, when I don't need a state, when I don't need federal police in Ekiti or Ondo or Osun, why should they keep them? Where would they put them?
No. You see, the what we are saying, we want state police is not because we want state police to replace federal. We are saying we want more boots on ground. Let the states have their own police so that it will increase their presence. So you can't say they should reduce their state police, and you are looking at a replacement. That's not what we are. I'm not for replacement.
Baba, I know they agree with that one. The thing is, once you have state police, no duplication. See, if you duplicate policing, policing in a state, they will be showing themselves power and strength.
No, there's no place where you don't have good federal.
So for me, I think
no, Remigio, let me just say this thing. Now we have both states and federal in Canada, but I tell you, quite well that in Calgary, RCMP will not come and operate in Calgary. Sheriff will not come and operate in Calgary. You will rather find them in Edry or the rural area. So anywhere, any state that can
because
support the police.
the city of Edo does not have their own police.
Yeah, the city of Edo doesn't have their own police. They still use federal. They don't have that capacity. No,
Yeah,
Edo
but
is a
that's
very
Canada
small.
now. That's Canada choice now. It doesn't mean that that's what's going to work in Nigeria now.
No. Even in America,
that's their
they
own
don't.
choice now.
Hey,
Those are choices for them now.
Our whole problem is this. We can't be having two commanders in the state.
Nobody's commanding. They are not commanding. They are not commanding the same troop.
No. Yeah, even if they are not commanding the same troop, it should just be unified. We don't want federal. See, if
that's not the argument, though. If that's the argument,
know they should not be together and stay together in the state, because so what police are doing to all this what do you call it, civil defense? We've seen police harassing civil defense, which is not supposed to be.
They will live together with time.
I know it's not a good strategy. Okay, where has that worked?
I'm saying that those that FBI is in US now. You have FBI in almost every state.
But FBI will not go to the road and be doing putting radar on the road. I'll be doing arrest.
FBI can do anything.
They can.
I don't think they do that in the US.
When you talk about FBI, you can say that most time they will not keep up like normal policing.
They will be investigation and all this
they
stuff.
are mostly on investigation. And I think, to me, if they want to retain some of our federal police, they should push them to the highway.
What we are saying is this. What I'm saying is that I'm sure those people are advocating for state police now. They are not advocating for it as a replacement, though.
No, not at all. No.
So this argument, that means sorry, Remy, that means the current state policing arrangement we have will not meet Ola's criteria.
Then it's rubbish.
Then that means
it's rubbish.
It's
rubbish.
I think Ola, one thing you should also know that some of the policemen that we have now will be absorbed by the state. I think so.
I don't have problem with that. You can absorb them. But let it be a
but I can still absorb the federal police.
Some of them will be absorbed by the state. Go and write it down.
Why should they be absorbed?
Maybe they will retrain them and add more. Because you
even
you as a federal staff.
God forbid, if you are a federal police,
you are a federal staff, they want to say they take you to state. Will you join? Will you join? You are a federal staff, then
what will be the motivation?
Okay, actually, the staff strength of the federal police in total, they said they are not up to 300,000.
So they are not even enough.
They are not enough. In fact,
why should we replace them?
Because according to United Nations policy, I think it's one policeman to every 15.
Yeah, that's their own problem. That's their own analysis. That's their problem.
Cannot do that. We know that
we
don't
have
the resources for that. We don't have the resources for that.
I think if each state police, they can muzzle up to about 5,000 policemen in state like Lagos. I think it's
state police like a state like Lagos should be able to even do 10,000 or 20,000.
Yeah, 10,000. A state like Oyo can go up to 5,000. So because it's a very large state.
Or even 10.
You know what I'm thinking is that if you look at most of the crime, all this kidnapping and banditry, and they takes place in the rural areas.
Yes, exactly.
So I think what the state, but if they get it at all, is they know that the federal police, at least their presence is there. They should just post them to all those rural areas where you don't see any presence of any kind of security. I think that's where they need them.
See, let me tell you the type of state police I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the state police. I'm not looking at that federal police of just a corridor. I'm looking at the state police that we have, their forest parts, or maybe they want to revive the forest guard, but they will have their own traffic division so that we don't have duplication of like road safety and all those jargon. When you are police,
every state already has their traffic division. Almost all the states in Nigeria have their own traffic this thing.
But all those ones should be absorbed into their police police structure. That's what I'm
saying. What they have now is not functioning.
What they have now is okay and it's working.
Why should traffic be part of police job?
If it's working, why are you breaking it? It's currently working. Let it be and continue to improve on that.
Okay. Because the thing is this, I want a state police that will be well funded. Like I said, now when you know
But
some
that
people
does
are in the
not present
bush,
well funding now. You know
so
why we are
when
saying
you are,
no? Because when you put in too much work into that police work, you are also not helping them. You are now building another mega system and structure. Currently, the
no,
federal
you are not getting me.
hold on. The federal, you say the federal have too many things in their hands as a government. They should free things. Now we have a state police. We don't want the state police to have too many things. Let them focus on policing. Let them forget traffic. Let them forget forest guard. Let them forget. You understand? Let them focus
They
on
should not
policing.
even be. They should not be in charge of all those mundane things. Me and my wife, we
Exactly.
are fighting. I want to go and report you.
Traffic,
That's
no.
not what.
See. It's just because things are not working in Nigeria. That is why we are seeing what is happening in Nigeria as normal. It's not normal. That's why we have duplication of roles. See, when you have a police structure, instead of having the Oga Patapata of the traffic people, Oga Patapata of Ashogo, Oga Patapata, it's just going to be one Oga Patapata, but there will be divisions. It's still the same organization. You have stopped them. There will just be divisions. Okay, maybe before you have to have a general that used to head everybody. Maybe you just use inspector, or maybe Patapata captain to head a particular division. So all those bureaucracy that used to have, that used to suck at the resources, just cut them off.
No,
Now,
Department
what
of
to
Motor
save?
Traffic will be controlling all the road safety. And
No.
everything.
Look at it this look at it this way, Oga Patoski. The same police that can arrest and can prosecute criminal in Calgary, the same can take you for other crimes, can take you for anything. So what I'm saying is this: a standard police person, you understand, should be able to perform some of those roles, but you have to equip them. I focus more on equipment. I don't see you can have 1 million police, and if you don't have the right equipment, it's a criteria for disaster. But okay, now because you have a criminal in the bush, you don't even have drone just to gather your surveillance. You don't even have something to capture data. You don't even have
Ola, in
something to.
fact, drone that I just mentioned now. Do you know that the Nigerian military have started manufacturing drone?
Exactly.
Have,
That's and the one they even
and
have
they
can
have
fly up
been
to
using
20,
it. Yes.
40,000 feet and can
At least,
carry
at least,
a lot of ammunition. They just launch it.
We are
I'm
manufacturing
even,
drones now.
Yeah,
I'm
we are
even sure that they are just starting it because a drone is not something that is that complex that they cannot be
No.
manufactured.
It's already finished product. Maybe they'll start using
No,
it.
you see, the military. These ones are military drones. So.
Drones,
That
so that
we
can
can imagine it. Of course.
they said they can use it for the security. They can also use it for even oil installation and all those things.
And
They
it
are
can
the ones, so and it can launch. It can.
Even whether it is military drone, or not, our military should have gone beyond that. Our military should be.
I don't even like what you are saying. At least we have done something. He said, that is a typical Nigeria. Something they don't have. We now have it. They say no, we're supposed to have gone beyond that. Eh? Okay, we didn't do this one now.
Simba, I'm not here for praise singing. You know, I've been talking
We are
about
not praise singing.
Ola, let me ask you a question. Ola, should I ask you a question? You are a Nigerian. You are an electrical engineer by training and by work. Then by self-training, you are an IT professional.
Okay.
Now, what other discipline you need to be able to manufacture a drone? You need maybe a mechanical engineer to join you, which you can easily have access to. Why didn't you create a sample and send it to Nigeria?
No, that's where I disagree.
Why you not do them?
No, that's where I disagree with you. Now, look at it this way. You say I should do sample and send to Nigeria. It's not the way it works. Where I said I'm surprised. Wait now. Where I said I'm surprised that we are celebrating it now. We have those people that manufacture armored cars in Nigeria that even exports in Remo there. We have some other security.
You are right about
We have
that.
some other security equipment manufacturers in Nigeria. If not because of politics, this guy they could have acquired this capacity like 20 years ago. But the problem we have in that country is politics. So when we now have all those state police, for example, I'm sure I can trust a state like Lagos. This drone we are talking about today, if we ask the police and all those things, Lagos could have got that thing maybe like 15, 10 years to 20 years ago, because they will see the importance. So when I'm saying all this thing, because Nigerians, we have more than that capacity of the drone they are building today. That's why we should be doing it, because we have more than that capacity. I trust my fellow countrymen.
We know all that federal government is actually, because we want to do everything federal is mitigating it against a lot
at
of
least we have
development.
it now, so let's thank God.
Yeah. But we have
can't praise them. Oga Patoski, I cannot praise them for doing what they should have done. Like today, it's just like someone say I should be praising, assuming that Buhari was the one that do Lagos.
As it is, I think even at that, I think we'll probably be the first in Africa.
No,
according to that report, that was what I heard from it.
Government funding is okay. Now, when I say they should crash police, now see, I'm an advocate of using police when they start state police to even make money. And I will tell you what do I mean, because our police should be self-funding in such a way that if you are supposed to speed.
Ola, let me tell you this. Sorry for interjecting you. You know, if we say abroad, we don't look at the capacity that we have in those African countries. Can you imagine a country that does not even have any armor tank? One armor tank like this, a country in West Africa does not have it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when we are there, what we see in those developed countries is it tends to affect our brain, and then you say,
I see disagree with you.
Countries that don't have,
I see disagree with you. See, we grew up. We grew up when the like of Awolowo and all those our leaders established Odua investment. Because if it was
we are talking about what we have now, we are talking about the state we have.
Investment that is selling Pepsi and building.
That is that's not even what I'm saying. Okay, how did we develop capacity for manufacturing that at the point in time we were even ahead of China in manufacturing? Just because they brought us down by a nail.
At what point were we ahead of China?
In the early 80s, up to the early 80s, we were ahead of China in manufacturing.
How?
We were ahead of China manufacturing. Let's see. I know the thing you are missing there is this, because
is it based on the volume of? Is it based on the volume of export or
volume per population? You compare your volume to your population.
No, we can easily be.
I know all those things. I know exactly what you are going.
Ola, what is your point? That we are saying that is the state we have, the state that we have now.
I'm telling you,
because I said some country don't have. You are not telling us what happened during time of Awolowo. What relevant does that have to do with what we have on ground now?
What I'm telling you is this: we should not be praising mediocrity.
We are not praising. I'm telling you that all those things that you consider as being too simple in our own domain is not too simple. Yes.
Look at, we don't have street cameras.
Let me tell you, there was a time the terrorists were terrorizing them. It was even during this guy that they used to praise to this what is the name of this guy that is there now, that everybody is looking at as if he's the messiah of the next generation. You know, they have to go and beg Niger to give them some little ones that they have before they could get all those things. Those guys have already wreaked havoc. Let me tell you, the kind of Africa, we are very poor, no? Very, very poor. All those things that you think that they are too simple, and what is in this thing, maybe because of the environment that you are living. Go to all those Benin Republic, Togo, and go and see what they have.
I told you, stop that. I grew up when Nigeria had people like Exile Battery, that local Nigeria that were manufacturing. Local Nigeria that were manufacturing, they had industry that were doing textile, doing plastic, doing everything.
That was
So,
then. We are talking about
no, you
now.
don't tell me that was then. What did they do right that time? They should go back and do the thing right. That's what I'm telling you. And we not be praising for those people that destroy something. Let them go back to that blueprint that worked for us that time and let them use it. Because what was the blueprint? They were supporting manufacturers. Those people that were planting cocoa, I will know at that time they find a way to make gabaline and there's 40 to keep them. Even up to the early 80s when the military were even presenting to support agriculture. There was a time that Ondo State alone bought 1,000 tractors in the early 80s. So now, if a governor now is not buying 100 tractors now, I should not be facing that governor. Like, seriously? The question is this. All those is it Ikomu or oil palm?
They bought 1,000 tractors.
If I can remember, yeah.
At least half of those tractors will still be working now.
In the 80s?
Yes.
Oh.
Tractors are going to last.
They will not maintain it.
They just acquired the tractors.
They will have shared it. They will have, some people will have
put a structure for people that will to train mechanics, to train diesel engine mechanics, so that those people can be supporting those things. They will just go ahead and do things without plan.
I could remember in my village that time, there is a place that we call Aisu. I have forgotten the full name of that Aisu. That is where they used to bring subsidized fertilizer and tractors. That you just go there, you when you need the tractor, you just go there and book, and they tell you so they are coming to your farm. If you want to buy fertilizer, you go and buy at subsidized price, and those things are readily available. But you know, Nigerian mentality have changed. Even if any government want to do that, how will you monitor those things? You give them fertilizer to give to people, they go and be selling it. They can even take it out of the country. You know, it's just, I don't know the kind of.
Simba.
Sorry,
when I was saying, let me land this point. You see, when I told you that confidently that Nigeria was ahead of China in manufacturing in the 80s, I know it sounds ridiculous to people. You remember that time, whenever you wanted to buy white, we buy Nigerian textile. We won't buy the one from China. It's not the number of output, because of course I was not saying that Nigeria was producing because
our white was better.
In addition, Ola, because during that time I knew
where did I get it?
Our white was better then.
There's one person I know. Do you know that all over in the Lagos that time, there was a time when Ankara and Asho Safeti, you know what they call Safet clothes? Aswani. Do you know they have been produced in Nigeria from zero to completed something? I have someone that used to get is a distributor. We used to help him
now.
Yes. I mean during that time, but now it's no more. But I just want to talk about.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to talk about the fertilizer Simba mentioned.
We were doing Apojo, we were doing Astaya, we were doing all those things.
My local government in your state, our representative, he just distributes thousands.
I thought you are from Ogun State,
I'm not from Ogun. I'm from Ogun, but I live in Oyo. So for your state, so that guy distributed a lot of chemicals and fertilizers to the farmers free of charge. Some of them are now doing wonderfully now, to be frank. I mean, those of our senators and reps. I'm not saying all of them. I say some.
If you see know the difference between what they are doing now and what Ola and I was referring to. That time is not done by individuals.
It was done by government.
It was the policy of government. Yeah. And whenever you need it, you get it. You just go there and buy it.
But Simba, you know that
this one that we just call, maybe they just distribute one bottle of insecticide or herbicide to farmer, and Remy, I don't buy all this thing that a politician used to distribute. It doesn't get it. They are just doing it for optics.
They are just bandits.
What I want to say before,
it can't make any difference.
No, what I want to say is that before, all those constituency money they are collecting or they give them, they just pocket them. But now at least they are
forget about at least. Remy, let me tell you, if you're a farmer, okay, let me tell you, All those things that he distributed. Let me tell you, let me ask you, how many bag of fertilizer do you think a farmer will collect?
I don't know. I'm a farmer too, but not in the last year.
It's not significant. It's totally insignificant. They just call press people. They will gather like maybe 1,000 bag of fertilizer. That time? Let me tell you, Remy. Even my father, who is just doing subsistence farming that time, we will go and buy like 20, 30 bag of fertilizer, and we keep it for the next planting season. If as a farmer, do you know how much herbicide that you need, insecticide that you need, and fertilizer that you need? Somebody will just come and give you one bag or half bag of this thing, and they say at least they are doing something. All those things are insignificant.
See, Simba. You see, one of the reasons that I'm even advocating to take this thing away from the federal. Now, even the federal we even talk about. If you still read our record, you will remember that our military before they were manufacturing is it Beretta, the Beretta rifle, that they were even manufacturing their own this thing, as even up to early 80s before they scattered the things. I don't even want to talk of the one that thought the Biafran army they manufactured this. So Obasanjo came. When Obasanjo came, he revived one of the workshops that they started manufacturing another rifle. They call it OBG 2000. I can't even remember the name they called all those in there. If we've invested enough, like I'm saying, some people actually believe that Nigerian engineers they are so dumb they cannot do anything. I tell you, all this thing they are manufacturing now, put that money down the right place. Teach the right people. Honestly, there will be abundance of drone in that country if you put the right money to those things. That's why I'm saying that. Look, if you just go and produce 3 drones that I do not see, I will not place you. But until I see Nigeria now start selling drone to Ghana, to other countries. So that is what I'm expecting, that once you create that state police, I want state police to get to the extent that bullets should not be something that should be, but they should be able to manufacture for themselves. Yeah, they should now concentrate on importing helicopters and some kind of sophisticated weapons for security. That's what I expect from the state, because Lagos State was the one that solved the problem of armed robbery, bank robbery in Lagos. The entire operation sweep of Marua did not solve that, because how many times did
I can't but agree with you that if we have state police, some states can go and even equip their own police more than even what we have with the federal now. I agree with you. Is let them have it. The only thing they just have to fashion out how are they going to be controlling them, so that, because just imagine what the politicians can use those police for. So if they can sort that one out, I don't have anything against state police. And it's not as if they have to just cancel the federal. Let them maintain the federal one and then find a way of harmonizing the two of them together.
To me, you see, if Lagos State can have its own police fully, don't pull Lagos. Over time, let me tell you one thing.
I'm not saying they should put them under the federal. They should not put them. I'm not saying they should just define the role that each one of them, I mean, they will be playing. That's what I'm saying.
I think
so that we not have a situation. Okay, look at it now. We even have federal. All our security outfits are federal, and you are still seeing them fighting themselves. You see army fighting police today. You see civil defense fighting
exactly
police.
What I'm saying now. That's exactly what I'm saying. That once you say federal police,
the work of the army is not on the road. So
don't put federal police on Lagos Road, because all of a sudden you will hear, Apapa is a federal road. So state police. That's exactly what I'm saying. Once the state has police, whether federal or whatever, anything, let the state take control of everything.
Yes. So state also take over the federal road that leads to their neighboring state, right? So the work of the federal police will not be like that of FBI, right? I think that would be
no. Let FBI find FBI. I don't know what FBI does in America, to be sincere. I don't.
They are in charge of investigation, especially some maybe homicide or something like that. That is they are the one handling those stuff. All those big crime, that cannot be solved by state, or they just, I think they are aligned that this is one for the FBI and this one is over the state jurisdiction. Then the FBI will not come. Or sometimes once an FBI agent show up, then it automatically take over from the state. Sometimes it's like that, but sometimes they have a little conflict, but quickly they will resolve it. But I think at the end of a country like Nigeria, we need that state police, and forget about local government now. Just state police in charge of every state. If we do that one, I think at least that insecurity will improve quickly. And we need to find a way to fix our power.
Just imagine our ego here, and you just go and meet state police and the federal police on the road in Lagos. Now every day they go to show themselves power.
And I think we need your orientation for Nigerian citizens too. You should respect security people, and it's the way they recruit them is what I don't like.
Guy. No, Remy, I can tell you straightforward that respect is commanded. You don't demand for respect.
No, the reason why it's like that is that.
No. Let me tell you something now.
Let me finish. Okay. A police collar is supposed to be 3 years or 4 years, like you go to normal university, or at worst 2 years. You go for that 2-year tough training in both classroom and physical exercises and the rest. When you are coming out as a changed person, not 6 months and they put you into that dormitory that is smelly or something like that. What are you learning? You're learning nothing. A policeman, if you see a policeman in all these developed countries, if you want to speak English, they will speak English with you. If you want to speak their local European, they will speak with you. The way they kit up alone, you will love it. But the way we do our own stuff is totally uncalled for. It make them cheap.
I beg to differ.
But I think you need that extensive training. Not that.
Let me tell you one thing. Even American police, is just of recent when they started using the body camera. If you look, there are lots of YouTube that you will see how those police they abuse power very well in America. What's come there over time is the control and technology that they're able to use. You know, the police is messing up on the street now. Before you see the citizen now, they record them. See, when you see a policeman that his mission is what is going to get outside his salary by the time he's going out, you are going to lose respect. This guy will be complaining, oh, they don't pay them well enough. And you go and be harassing someone that is not even any 1/15 of what you are earning, just to extort. If you cannot get that money, you frame him up with one kind of crime.
Ola in Canada.
Hold it. Now, if you train them, I don't want training. I'm telling you that if I'm driving on the road, once I know that police is there, 2 things will happen. Number one, if he pull me over, he has his evidence to tell me that, okay, I've done this. If a Nigerian police pull you today that say over speed, they don't have an equipment to judge that you overspeed. They don't even have something that they're going to use to ticket you. Everything they want to do is to extort you there and go. Now, you should equip this guy that, okay, even if you are going to collect any money, the money should be going to the government. Maybe you are going to use camera, you are going to use your kind of AI laser, whatever. Use all those stuff. So by the time citizens know that there are consequences that is not necessarily controlled by the police but by the government, they will learn to respect the police. But a police that is coming to you begging you for 50 naira, 1,000, there's no way you are going to respect. If you like, train them for 1 million years.
Okay. You mentioned.
Sorry, how about increasing their salary? Would it help?
No, not only salary alone. Not only to me.
It's not only salary.
I still believe the recruitment process should not be so simple like that. And I think training, the minimum training they should give them, should last up to 2 years. Giving them, the reason why I'm advocating for that is because when you look at Nigerian police, those one on the road sometimes, these people cannot even construct a simple sentence. Some of them, they don't know They don't even know the
simple sentence in what?
Let me finish. Some of them, they don't even know the simple traffic rules and regulations. They don't know.
No.
I'm telling you, some of them, they don't know.
Remy, that sentence, does it have anything to do with their policing?
But at least it gives you a kind of confidence.
I'm just asking a question.
I'm responding to you.
Does it have the effect on how they catch criminals? Maybe an agbero criminal, or do you need to be able to speak simple sentence to catch a criminal? Like
no, what I'm trying to say here is that it can give them more confidence. Because
which confidence are you talking about?
And look,
somebody that is carrying going is now you're saying.
Let me finish first. You'll come. For example, an average Nigerian missing an average policeman on the road. An average Nigerian, whether poor or rich, always look down on them. Although because of what they have done in the past, also because the mindset is to collect money from the citizenry, they look down on them. But when you are in developed country, when you see this police officer, I don't know about America. I'm not living in America. Even when I used to live in China too, and here, when they come to you, the way they approach you, the way they talk to you, you yourself, you mellow down. You know that these are people that they know their job very well. And the way they approach, the way they talk to you, you even like it. But when you go to Nigeria, the first thing that come out from Nigerian policemen, you already know is drunk.
Must they say that one in English? They can say it in any language now.
No.
In any language. So you are
okay. How is English now becoming the?
I'm not talking about English alone. At least
Look at what Remy just said now. Look at what Remy just said now. A police going out and is already drunk. Now, don't you know that if they are well equipped and you have some kind of things in the vehicle that can capture their breath analyzer within the vehicle.
How can we be doing that for now?
No. We have to. It's not about where we have to do anything that is because
then we are catching criminal and police. Police should be the one catching criminal. The point is that I think the recruitment process is what needs to be reviewed. We should not take in people that is vulnerable to drinking, to violence, to all those things.
Patoski, you and I work in the bank. We're well paid in the bank. And those people that are stealing. That's why I'm saying that this thing we are talking about increasing
but they are not
in all those things.
Many. They are not good. They will still be. And we are not going to invest money because of those few people. We will not invest so much.
No.
Once you catch them, you discipline them.
Patoski, there were not many people that were stealing because of internal control. When they remove internal control, all those branch resident controller, when they remove them from the branch, what happened?
What I'm saying.
A lot of mass fraud, massive fraud in the branch. When they remove them, but the minute they return there, what happened? Everything normalized.
When we do internal control, one of the things we do is the cost of control.
Yes, but when you look at what we lost,
we compare the cost of control to what we are trying to stop. If it's costing me maybe 10 million to prevent a stealing of maybe 200,000, then it's not really worth the investment. I should find another way. You understand? We cannot be investing in breath machine this thing because police are. We should hire people who their supervisor can. If a policeman is drunk, his supervisors will know. If you, that is a commuter, knows, their supervisors will know.
No, if because there is no punishment for all those offenses now. Exactly.
Patoski, let me debunk what you just said.
If you put breath machine, if the supervisor does not want to punish them, it will amount to
the breath machine is not for police. It's for the
they should put breath machine.
No. Permit me to disagree with you. You see, public. You
are not permitted.
Duty. Okay, thank you. Public duty is not for profit measurement. It's for the safety. Now we can't quantify the implication of a drunken policeman.
The boss should fire him.
Before you fire someone, you must have evidence. You must have solid evidence for
do you think I've not been sacking drunk policemen?
I know. I see. Oga Patoski, because if what we are doing now, if it will be efficient enough,
let me tell
we
you,
won't be
Ola,
having.
instead of investing in all those breath tests or whatever you are talking about, if you are caught, let me tell you, as a policeman, that you are drunk, what they can do, let me tell you, alcohol doesn't get clear from your bloodstream, maybe in hours, even in days. If you are an alcoholic, they can detect it in your this thing. Even if you stop drinking today, in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it can still be there. They can just take, if we are looking for evidence, so if you say, okay, maybe the guy can deny and say it's a lie, that the guy doesn't like me, that's why I want to sack me. They can still get that evidence from the blood of such a person. We, what we should be looking at is how to manage our resources for whatever all these your highfalutin
All those
Canada
American
US
method,
standard that you are
will they
just
work
talking about.
Nigeria now? You even put the bread pest.
Why
You put
why
the
can't you give all this stuff to blackmail and let's just focus on something?
you put no wait now.
No.
Ola, you put, let me
When
tell
we
you
are
Not
something.
a
talking of serious
blackmail. We
issues.
are being realistic, online.
Ola,
We
let
are
me
not
put
blackmailing you.
You are not
let
being
me give you
realistic. You are
something.
not being
Ola, let me tell
realistic.
you something. Let me tell you something. You will put bread machine there. It will catch people. They will still the person, they will do nothing to him. If the supervisor, they will say no, because he ate a bar. It's because he ate something that has some alcohol. I've been seeing, but there are some food now that if you eat, if they test your bread, it will look like you have actually taken alcohol. So what are we saying?
Oh, what are if the thing even tested you and say it's positive? And so what?
Does it mean you are drunk?
See, let me tell you one thing. So, in managing drivers, there are companies already that they have equipment to monitor behavior of the driver when they are driving. Now, we are seeing this thing as cost only, but we are not seeing the thing as opportunity. Now, all these devices that we are going to use, they are not that complicated that they cannot manufacture in Nigeria. You find a way that, okay, we want to do this thing. You do some PPP, private partnership. That in such a way that you don't want police, a drunken police, to go and pie an innocent person before you will be expecting the supervisor to fire. You want something that, okay, you are monitoring all those behavior, and those behavior will even serve as something. You're firing police is one thing, prosecuting and jailing them is another. That when you do that thing continuously for like 10-15 years, I tell you, the face of policing in that country will change. Because when I say, okay, put equipment, all of a sudden you think, oh, we are going to spend millions of dollars. No, you can create that opportunity of that equipment.
Another thing that I'm thinking we are not getting right. Look at Remy now. He said they should train them for 2 years. I mean, do they want to? Are they trying to get diploma in policing or what?
No, you see,
Patoski,
how many people did he train? How many years did it take to train people up to university and they are still stealing in the bank? How many years? It's not about training. You have to put control in
train them for 2 years.
You understand? You see someone that is earning like up to 50,000 a year that is still stealing.
Do they want to study medicine? Someone that spent 4 years in the university, you put him in police and train him for around 2 years.
I know what I used to ask is that I don't even know why they are extending the training for every discipline. Those days, you hear that somebody just went to one university in London, within 2 years became
within 3
a lawyer.
years, he's back with a degree law.
By years that he became a lawyer. I remember they said that Olowo went in 1944 and became a lawyer in 1946. So how did they do it? Then now the same law is something that somebody is studying for 5 years
and go and spend 1 year in law school on top waiting.
And even if you look at those military guys that we are looking at those days, it's just like 1 year training or 2 years training.
Now 1 year, I mean, the first set spent just 1 year certificate. In short, the certificate they used to get from NDA that time is like getting A level. I want to design A level, no need.
All those Ogundipe, Moritala, how many years training they do? And then they'll be promoting them every year.
A
This year he was
levels.
a
They
lieutenant
became
colonel.
major
By
general.
second year, he
General.
became a major. Became this, became this.
When did they
And those
join?
are the guys who are still talking about that they are very trained, they are very disciplined, they are this, they are that.
You sure those
I
ones
don't
are
know.
just lucky? Some of them joined army 1957. By 70.
By 1966, they are already major
by
general.
some of them are major general. 67, 68, they are major general. Within short time. With certificate in education. A level.
I think it's not the number of years that really matter. It's how how can you want to train police?
Deliver? And then the point I think that is affecting police or military is, in those days,
Sorry, Patowski. I'm not talking about people that already have bachelor degree. But if you are going to the police with a WAEC or maybe NECO,
why should you train them for 2
months to
years?
me is not enough. Okay.
Why should you put them 2 years?
The reason why I'm giving them 2 years is because I want them to also have a path to career growth in their career, not just become a
If
constable
you
alone.
give them after school start, if you put in police and put in 1 full year training, you should come out as an inspector, even a DSP. Kilo wa nbe.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say, in a nutshell.
Those days now, those days when we finish, remember, those days when we finished secondary school, our mates that went to police, they gave them inspector now.
Yeah.
They became inspector, sharp. I say, and they don't make money that time.
If you look at them, even those days, by the time you finish primary school, some people will go to what they used to call grade 2.
Grade 2, yeah.
Yeah, you just go and spend 2 years there, you become a teacher.
And those were the good teachers that we thought we had. Those are just like somebody that instead of going to
you know when we're in the primary school, it's those people that come and do teacher training now with us. Because I have a big auntie like that went to that grade 2. And
teacher training college.
They will give you physical training.
College, yeah.
They will give you physical training. The way they teach, their handwriting on the board, I think they are good, really. They are really professional in what they do.
Because they taught them to become teachers.
But you know what Guna did? They not cancel it. They said, okay, now before you can even teach in primary school, you must have. So when the standards started falling, the only thing that we thought of is not about training, it's elongation of time.
Elongation. And the quality of training that those grade 2 had, the NCE guys didn't have it. Because the NCE guys were not the guys who wanted to teach. They were guys who couldn't get admission to university. And they say, okay, Machensi, to buy our Matun Bushilo.
Ṣé ẹ ń gbọ́ Uncle Simba ni Uncle Simba tó jẹ́ pé ọkọ̀ kọ́ lọ NC kó tó lọ
Simba did you go to NC
lọ university.
Grade 2 là ń sọ.
Grade 2. I went to grade 2,
Grade 2. And there's someone that went to that.
What they are saying now is that they want all college of education to be awarding degree now all over the country.
No, see. If you ask me, all these degrees,
it will not solve any problem. That's what you are saying. Why should they be emphasizing those things? Is that what is affecting the quality
that comes there? Exactly.
You understand? A time will come that they will say that okay, everybody must have master degree or even PhD. Does that solve the problem?
Does it improve our industrialization or productivity? Someone that has bachelor degree that can't do anything with it. So what is the?
So, Baba,
Ola, do you think each state should have their own educational curriculum?
Let me give you an example. You see?
Yes, now that's my point. That has always been my point.
We need to. I think the states. Listen, the state should focus on school, but they should focus on what students do outside school. They should focus on. We should start looking at our cultural orientation, our mindset, and everything. Those are the things that makes us as a people. I'll give you a good example. I was I went to pick my son from the airport, so he just finished this session, so they're on summer break. So as we're driving back, I said, "What are you guys going to?" He said, that they are trying to do interdisciplinary project. Or is it multidisciplinary project? I said, "So what are you going to do?" He asked his friends that they went to high school together. One of them is an electrical engineering student. He's a mechanical engineering student. They have another one that did physics. They have another one that did different field, IT and stuff like that. Now those guys are using their summer to build a humanoid robot. That's what they are thinking now. That is cultural. It has nothing to do with school. They are in different universities, in different parts of the state, country. But they see that, oh, even as students undergrad, we can do something and we can put it out there in the market. We can create something. But what do our children do outside school? Those days when we were younger, we used to read, we used to compete, even with students that are not in your own school. I remember in Ibadan then, we had guys from Loyola, from St. Gabriel's, because we live in the same area, different schools begin to exchange notes, begin to compete, that's the thing. But nowadays, what do students do outside school? They will be doing streaming, they will be doing bomb. They will say, actually, no leju. You see, Yabo Joe wedding. See this one wedding. Oh, VDM, I said, Kinikon. Have you seen what?
Oh, you heard about Yabujo's wedding?
Where they don't let me rest.
Hey, you know, Patoski, you're right, because the American
You kept quiet. Says you heard Yabujo's wedding now. You just suddenly wake up.
I was trying to agree with Patoski. I was trying to say that the American kids here, you know, they have this after-school program in their school that is
Exactly.
robotics. You know robotics?
Yeah.
You know, they invent stuff, and I mean, it's very interesting. And we don't have that back home, except for maybe
See
private
students,
schools.
exactly. See children from different universities, because they live around the same area, and because now they are
You
bringing
know,
their knowledge
I think
This
it
together.
has
is
to do,
middle school, though. This is middle school.
Patoski.
Not
It has to
even
do. It
high
has to do
school
with
yet.
the parent also.
Okay, sure.
Like my own daughter, immediately she finished secondary school that time, I said, "Come, you can't sit at home." Between that time, though she got admission the same year, but I
But
told
that
her,
few
now
months
she can sew. You understand?
can learn, yeah.
Even now that they are on summer holiday, there is one website there now, Domestica, that you can be learning some things. I said, I don't ask you to go and be working.
Okay, she's
Go
around
and
now,
go and,
right?
yeah, go and go and
She
go and
still
go
stay,
and.
is still in the city.
Yeah, she's in Lethbridge City. Yeah.
Okay, I think I will drive to school and see her when I get home. So I can log before summer.
So you know, that is what skill acquisition is very key. Is good. And
Yeah,
that's what Nigerians are supposed to focus on, not on certificate.
exactly.
Now the certificate. And then when they discover that okay, people are not doing well at certain level, they will now upgrade. Okay, so that in now BSc. If you don't have BSc,
Will
you
it do
cannot teach.
anything?
It will not change anything. It won't change anything.
Simba, the irony part of it is that once they have it, they will tell you, me, bachelor degree or master degree, go back and learn skill over my dead body. That is what you'll be hearing from them. They don't, it's like, with all this certificate, I supposed to get a better job. That dream, that's something. You don't want to go so low to be a fashion designer.
Not thinking that job that they want to get is somebody that created it.
Yeah. So every day, where is all those jobs gone safe now?
That job that they want to get, someone that created it.
All of
I have
these,
one of my guy is working with an oil and gas company here. One day I said, we should go and read more. Say waiting. He said the company where he's going to work now. He said the guy that owns the company just has high school, and the guy has an oil and gas company upstream.
I think we should be training our children not to be an employee, but to be an employer.
Exactly. They should be able to put something out in the market.
Yeah,
let me tell you, there was a time I was working with Kwara State government, and we now had a meeting with the head of service of that time. In fact, that time I think she was the woman. Yeah, you know what she said? She said salary means salary. You understand? Salary it means salary. That's something that you just see cannot take you anywhere.
It disappears. Yeah,
it will disappear.
And before you know it, Omar disappear.
Now, so salary, no matter how they pay you to disappear.
Hey, Simba, you guys were just financially indisciplined. That's what is happening. If you are disciplined, even if they are paying you 1 naira, you will plan on that 1 naira and live like a king.
How many salary earner is a millionaire?
It's because you guys were financially illiterate at that time. That's what happened. I won't be surprised. Those people earning salary will be the one throwing parties every weekend,
I
living
also
like that.
financially literate. I not lost CBEX.
No, everybody can't be an entrepreneur now. You get my point. Everybody can't be an entrepreneur.
Even if you're handing salary, you cannot be going to one big party every weekend. Forget
I
it.
mean, you don't be surprised those who earn salary, a peanut salary, will be the one to throw the party of the town.
Come along, now. They will
Yeah,
borrow
people
now.
like Ogun State people, Babati and the co.
Sorry, I'm also from Ogun State.
So I mean, I won't spare you guys because you guys are the one that corrupted the entire Nigeria. Everybody is not doing the one business.
It's the people that only what you like to eat is just and egusi.
We are conservative. So Simba, for you guys to be hearing salary and still be complaining then.
Look,
everybody can be a businessman. No.
Your state is like a glorified village. You guys don't spend money on your villages and the rest. Look at Oguna. We spend money doing a lot of things. We create a lot of employment for a lot of people.
Beer parlor employment, Abi. Beer parlor employment.
No, what is beer parlor? Okay, we have a lot of factories in Oguna.
Which factory?
Everywhere. Actually, to be frank with you, you guys are saying the truth. It's just like salary, no.
No. I completely disagree with that. Look, when people, something called taste, when it changes, you're hearing more than what you heard before, and yet you are complaining about, oh, the money is not enough. Look, if you live according to your salary, okay, the propensity to save will always be there. But excuse, oh, well, I don't hear much.
Where would that saving take you? That's what you are saying now. So
it doesn't matter. No matter how major that saving is.
Survive, Abi. That's what you just want to.
No. No matter where you found yourself, salary is better than none. The thing is, people always believe
we are
that.
Talking about environment, a place where people need work.
Listen,
so we need to
everybody can be an employer of labor.
We are not saying, but we don't have enough employer. We need everyone cannot become an employee. Who is going to employ you if you are just an employee?
First and foremost, the reason why people don't employ, Simba, you and I have lived in the area where artisans, people that are doing tailoring and all that, they employ people. And there was a lot of jobs around that time, mechanics and those, those people with the craftsmen. So are those people are not, employer of labor? What happened? Why people decided not to employ people? Because people think they can manage things by themselves and they're touching their customers. When you employ people, no matter how small the task is, you are an employer. But everybody can be an employer. If you work in an established where you earn salary, you can plan towards everything. You know that before you sign off for the job.
You live in the Western world. You know that an average labor, maybe to change your tap or to do this, is expensive. Where in Nigeria you talk about mechanics that you think that they are employing people. Most time, the people that are working with them, 85% of them are apprentices. They are learning it, not that they are working directly for them, and they can use them for 3 or 4.
Let me before I forget, let me ask you. You'll be able to tell us. I have heard someone telling me today that they are planning to repatriate Simon Ekpa from Finland. Yeah.
What I know about that guy is that they're going to take him to court in May. About that extradition, unless I ask one guy that always follow that kind of
They say
news.
it's very difficult to extradite like that from Finland.
No, it's very
They
difficult.
said the
First, they
Finland.
try in Thailand.
They said
They
the
try in Finland.
Finland. They said the Finland government have sent representatives to Nigeria, and they have record of investigations on Simon Ekpa.
First, they will try him here,
and there are
if there is need, if there is a need for him to be transferred to Nigeria, they will release him.
They say they have evidences.
They might extradite him because they don't want any trouble.
They
Because
say they have evidences and they have a special arrangement now.
Now
They have
they can.
evidences
Remy,
because they come and see what happened.
Remy, if found guilty, can they denaturalize him and send him back to Nigeria and withdraw their citizenship?
It also depends on
America
his
will
lawyer.
withdraw. Canada will
They might
withdraw.
ask him to serve a sentence here in Finland. If serving a sentence here in Finland, the guy will be enjoying big time. Because prison here is not like prison in Africa. They are just enjoying.
But he's going to lose his law practice license. Yes.
He does not have law practice, so no, he does
I
not.
thought he's a lawyer.
No, it's not a lawyer. I think he just have a farm about. It's not really a lawyer like that. Through his wife, whatever happened, there is some things that he has done that is a big crime here, like money laundering, because they are sending money to him from all over the world, and he's using money for terrorism in another country.
Because Remy, that guy is living flamboyant life in that your enclave.
Of course, he has to live like that because even
which work is he doing? Does he do anything?
To be frank with you, I don't know what he's doing, but the money that is trooping into that guy, he can afford to get higher bodyguard.
But why is Finnish government allowing those money to come? Why are they allowing those money to get to
him? Because we don't know how they bring the money to him. We don't know. Transfer maybe under 5,000 euro. Maybe they can have a lot of shell company. I don't know, but they will do
because even here, let me tell you now. Even here in Saudi Arabia, if you open an account, they will ask you the source of your income.
Yes.
And they will ask you how much is expected every month that you think that your account. If they see any money that just come in and they can't find it that is actually your income, they will freeze that account with immediate effect.
To me, I think what the guy is doing, because it's a free movement between the EU countries. He might have the account in another EU country because it's already a Finnish citizen. So it's easier for him to have a account in other.
I think those guys, they compromise a lot when it comes to finance.
Yeah,
they just come in the state. They just take money. They just take money irrespective of. They are not monitoring anything. Maybe they only monitor it when it doesn't want to go out. But just like Nigerian banks, they will say your account is closed. But when people send money to it, we enter. But to get out, that's the problem. But the account is closed.
I have a question for you guys. What does Showore do for a living?
Collecting $75,000 every year from Ford Foundation and the rest.
So that is what he's using to sustain him. So he's living So Ford Foundation is just dashing him money with no string attached. No, actually, I wanted to ask Solis this question. I typed it in the comment section. He didn't respond. It was just blab and doing all through.
Why do you people want Ekpa to be repatriated? I mean, I just want them to just hold him where he is. We don't have money to be spending on taking him into court to be feeding him in our prison. Please, it's just a waste of money. Let them hold him in whatever where he is.
It's not as big like before now. So what I just want to share with you is that the federal government just released 50 billion naira to ASU and other university employees for their hand allowances.
What is the name of that chairman then?
50 billion.
So we might not see any strike for the next 2 years. So
you remember that their former chairman was the president or chairman that was planning to do. What's his name again?
I forgot his name. That one would like to make trouble. Now that money is coming, everybody keep quiet. So stay in US for 4 years for 4-year program is good. Okay.
There's another debate in the media that the cost of maybe Simba can chip into this. that the cost of going to medical school in Nigeria is more cheaper than when you go abroad.
Way cheaper than anywhere in the world.
So, Simba, how much did you pay throughout your time in the medical school?
Simba, you not pay money.
We are scholarship.
Medical school, it was 10,000.
So, all these people that went to the medical school on scholarship and other grants, and
Not
then
even scholarship. Oh, I don't have scholarship. Oh.
oh,
No
so
scholarship. Oh. That is the norm in federal university. Then
you don't
norm.
pay
That is
school fees federal
in fact,
university.
my school, we don't even pay school fees. I think
We
that
don't-
time,
other
I remember when I was in level. Wait, let me tell you, I paid 19 naira when I was in 100 level. That was the whole money that I paid. 19 naira. 19 naira.
So you pay 19
No, let me
naira.
tell you, anybody
Don't
that
worry,
goes to university in Nigeria, let me tell you, not only medical students.
Anybody that went to university in Nigeria
is free. It's almost free. So it's
Yeah.
only that Nigerians are in great.
Nigerians and the way they run down their country. You know, after traveling abroad, Nigeria can't educate you and still say, oh, they have to look for a job for you. You have to create job. But everybody can't be an employer. So
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. One of my classmates, he works in Australia now. He said one of his colleagues, who is an Australian indigent, they are at the same level. That the guy still has like almost 280k Australian dollar that he's still paying loan. And he has nothing. He has nothing. And that's why Nigerian will go there and be flangering because their country has given them that platform.
Simba,
Do you
to study
understand?
medicine here, you could get almost 400k. $400,000
Patoski,
as a domestic student.
A friend of mine coming from Australia.
As a domestic student.
For his MBA program, the government loaned him about 300,000 Australian dollars.
About
That's
how much?
huge. $300,000.
That's too expensive.
For MBA program.
With 400.
Once you finish that program, once you finish that program, you just travel out of that country and come to Nigeria straight.
No,
sorry. It's my mistake. I think it was about 30,000. 30,000 for 1 year program.
30,000, she makes sense, yeah.
30, not 10.
No,
if it is 30, that means he's already a citizen of that country.
Yeah, he's a citizen now. He's a citizen.
Because for international students, you pay more than that too. Ṣe mistake
Adewale, sorry to ask you this question. Are you really sure that this online is from Ekiti?
It's not from Ekiti. It's not.
Where is it from?
It's probably from Kogi or Natasha backyard.
I did it in my phone to be
Adewale, are you from Ekiti?
Original.
Who is it?
Original. Can't you tell by my accent? Can't you tell by my accent?
Which Ekiti are you from? No,
I've said this several times on this show. You see, listen to Ola now. You see, Ola is from Kogi. His mother is from Ekiti. Dad from Kogi.
I pity
you. No, Abiola is from Ekiti Kwara. Ekiti Kwara ni.
Nígbà tó kúrò lẹ́kìtì ọ̀tún ni.
No. Orúkọ. Okay, yàtọ̀ ní sọ pé Ọ̀yọ́ ń bọ̀, ó wá níṣẹ́ ọmọ Ọ̀yọ́ ni. Ìwọ ń gbọ́ ìtàn pé yàn ní Fájuyì, ó ń béèrè bí ṣé Èkìtì ni.
There are some Fájuyì in Osun State, so don't think you are the only.
Wọ́n bá wà lọ́sùn Èkìtì náà ti wá. About what lost Ekiti, nothing lost.
If I do,
so what are you talking about? Yeah.
If I do,
no,
See,
actually, let us go back to the question that you're asking. Adewale,
yeah.
even you, I don't know if you attend university in Nigeria. That how much? Even you, how much did you pay?
Okasenle.
University is that?
Last no.
Even
Let me
last
tell
week,
you, there is no university in Nigeria that you
even state
go.
university only son.
Also,
No,
either
it was nothing. It was not. I'm trying to calculate everything I paid then.
Sheriff fraudulent comparison.
Àtowó oúnjẹ àti gbogbo ẹ̀.
Àti sọkìlì over and over. Irúgbà tí Simba tó lọ school ní 90 naira yẹn. Bóyá owó graduate ń gbà yẹn bóyá 400 in a month. A fresh graduate. Now, people now will now be seeing 490 as cheap, but you won't be talking of income.
No. Even if it is 400 naira, that is for 1 year. This is not what I pay every month. That is a whole year. What are you talking about?
Uncle, any suru. Okay, now look at Nigeria now. Look at Nigeria, where you have some kind of infrastructure above the normal public university school. Now, when you are coming overseas and you even see the structure around, you see what they pay their prof, everything, and how do you expect them not to even charge? And the thing is this: you are more likely to get job to repay your whatever in this place. So you don't look at because they are paying 10,000 in America and all of a sudden because you are paying 5,000 in Nigeria it's cheaper. No, it's affordability. It's affordability you use. So you can't say school in Nigeria is cheap. So these are very poor economists, and we have someone now from from Ekiti here now, and he's claiming to be from Ekiti, and the person cannot even know Sam Maluko. If Sam Maluko now heard what Adewale said, now we'll be proud of Adewale. You understand?
Adewale or Sam Maluko?
Known economist. Ọ̀rẹ́ Abacha ni Sam Maluko yẹn o. Ọ̀rẹ́ Abacha gidi pọ́nbélé ni o.
Why would I know who is Sam Maluko? Come on, man. That means I'm not from Ekiti.
Professor Sam Maluko.
Ṣé ká test Adéwálé ni ibo ni Professor Sam Maluko ti wá lẹ́kìtì?
Ọgbọ́sẹ̀ ló ti wá.
Ó lè má mú yẹn ní pátá.
Actually, there was an older Aluko. Then you now have, the older Aluko is the one that Abacha's friend that you're right. In the era,
Aluko,
Aluko is not necessarily that Ekiti mo. I have some Aluko from Ibadan. I have Aluko from Ogun State.
No, the one from Ekiti is more prominent, bro.
Would I say Professor Sam Maluko is just one unique name in Nigeria? So if you don't know Professor Sam Maluko, just forget it.
You know, like when Professor Fafunwa and Co, those who are the one during the Abacha, was it Babangida or Abacha era?
No, Fafunwa was Abacha. The one that
the Fafunwa was Babangida during he was the education minister.
And now they changed us to 6443, I'll be 6334 whatever.
Yeah.
Fafunwa was for IBB.
It started with IBB in 1985. Because that was when they started that.
The same time with Olukoya and the rest. They started using professors. So
they weren't academic with the hope that they will be that will legitimize their.
Patoski was not yesterday when Remy was defending his brother. This Ofo Lokolonki to wala to she bank to she CBN governor yi.
Sanusi?
No, Ofo Ole and Sanusi Ojale.
I don't defend him.
Okay,
I'm not defending him now. I'm just talking about his work experience and qualification. And you said I'm defending. I need you buy him.
Remy said he's the best CBN governor to have
I
ever.
did not say that. I didn't say nothing like that.
Emefiele's cardinal sin was the fact that he contested. Why are you mistaking me for Lana? Why are you always calling Adewale?
I want you to warn him now.
Emefiele's cardinal saying was the fact that he had the audacity to contest for election while he was the governor.
No, was he even qualified to be in that office? That was what we were arguing. But
regardless, for the fact that he chose to contest, I knew that guy is going to end up in prison. I said it on this show. That's just a matter of days. Even
Remy said he didn't do anything, that they were just persecuting him.
No, I don't think Remy will say that.
No, hold on, Adewale. How can this guy be lying on me?
I don't think he will say that.
I didn't see such a thing. Ola is a politician.
So I was kind of wonder why the likes of Dangote has not stepped in to help his friend. You know, when he was in he was in office, they used his position to get foreign currency, for their project. Now that he's in Gulag, he's in detention. Why haven't they helped him? At least they are connected.
Dangote will not help him because
a friend indeed is a friend in need. Now, why can't they reciprocate the same gesture? By
about 10 years, when they release him, he will come and take his own shares from Dangote.
That's life for you.
Remy like that guy.
No, I don't like that guy at all. I'm just talking about you cannot take people's educational qualification and work experience from them. But what
economics in your undergrad, one banking and finance, so called nothing CBN governor.
When we had academic in charge of CBN governor, when we have academic, it was successful. But when we now have a Pluto banker, it was all about greediness and the like. So
I'm trying to say something yesterday that you, Adewale and Ola, you are the small thieves in the bank, including Patoski self. Because you guys know that all your are fraud. They are full of corruption and fraud.
You guys supported them. You guys supported them in total collapse of Nigerian system. Ìgbà tó láǹtà sí mi ṣe bá mi ká sí èmi náà dẹ̀ ká sí at one school. Now that I'm speaking for the three against three of
Uncle Remy, if not because I've known you
this
for
is
a
not
while.
about Uncle Remy. You guys are the one.
I can sue you. I can sue you for defamation.
Uncle Remy,
hello, please let's change the topic for once. So we're tired of listening to. Hello.
Our company well.
We can hear you.
Emperor Shoma on the beat.
Let's change the topic for one.
Is Remy saying that
How are you?
I'm very well.
Happy New Year. Welcome to Wow.
Báwo ni ṣàlàáfíà ni àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ ń kọ́ àtìyàwó ẹ̀ ṣàlàáfíà ni ṣẹ̀dá kó máa mọ ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀lẹ́gbọ̀n kó wọ́n máa rúdì sáwọn tó ju ẹ̀ lọ. Àlàáfíà ni gbogbo wa náà wà ń bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ìyàwó ta ni?
Ìyàwó Emefiele.
Ta ló ń jẹ́ Emefiele? Wọ́n máa pè é níyàwó Emefiele lágbọ́rọ̀ náà tó dábàdà bí èkó ní 2025. Wọ́n pè é níyàwó Emefiele. Bí o ṣe ìyàwó Emefiele báwo wọ́n máa pè é ní ọkọ olè Emefiele. Please, let's change the topic, guys. Let's talk about something more interesting. Ṣé yín kò ń sún yín ni? Àwọn àsọ̀rọ̀ politics látàárọ̀ dalẹ́ ẹ̀ ní sún ẹ̀ ní wo. Kò dẹ̀ sí changes kankan ní ìlú náà. Dr. Simba wà bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí, Dr. Simba. I didn't realize that.
Kò fẹ́ fọ̀nà bí tó ti rógbó hàn wá ni.
Olówó ni Simba láti ilẹ̀. Farmer ni doctor dẹ̀ ni.
Simba ló ń lọ gba abẹ́rẹ́ Saudi Arabia bóyá ó lọ ta arógbó ń bẹ̀ ní ààbò.
Irọ́ doctor ni o.
Ilé ìlọ́gbà jẹ́ abẹ́rẹ́ síbà.
Irọ́ o, doctor ni
abẹ́rẹ́
Simba.
mo
Farmer
má
dẹ̀.
kó bá mi o abẹ́rẹ́ mo gún o.
Farmer ní Nàìjíríà, doctor ni ní Saudi.
Àbí yóò dà fún ẹ̀yà mi.
Èèyàn mi ni Simba. Àlàáfíà ni Simba.
Ó máa tójọ́ mẹ́ta.
Tójọ́ mẹ́ta. Agbọ́lídé ni èmi àti Chioma travel.
Abẹ́ ń ṣọ̀tẹ̀ ni.
À ń ṣọlọ́tẹ̀ o, à ń dìtẹ̀ tiwa o.
Emperor Chioma. Kùlátà gba tiẹ̀ lálẹ́.
Ó dé láàárọ̀ yìí, ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní she just came today. Dúpẹ́, let me report Chioma to you.
Okay, please let me.
This morning,
I'm
I
listening.
started bullying everybody. She bullied everybody. She even chased away Kolata. Can you imagine?
Màá má jà sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan àti
So we should not interfere in that.
Ẹ̀ńdá sí the domestic matter. Kí ló ń kọ́ yín bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn? Kùlátà àti Chioma. Ìyẹn lè wá lọ́dẹ̀.
Àwa ti ẹ̀ gbé sórí ni. Gbogbo wa gbé sórí ni àmọ̀kọ́ tó ṣẹlẹ̀.
Ṣé yóò mọ̀ pàtọ́kùnrin àti obìnrin bá ń ta gé ni?
Lẹ́sìn ọ̀rọ̀ ìfẹ́ ni.
Bí àjọwò ni ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀fẹ́. Ṣé yóò mọ̀ pé Chioma àti Kùlátà wà nù kankan ni? Ṣé ẹ̀yin ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mọ̀ yẹn lẹ́yìn? Kí ló tẹ̀yìn ò ṣe já sí báyìí?
Ọlá abẹ́ rí nǹkan báyìí.
Ṣé bí èmi béèrè mo béèrè lọ́wọ́ ṣe wa pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin àti Kùlátà ń sìn
yìí.
Patoski gan dá sí ngbà yẹn na Patoski ló tiẹ̀ gbé sórí ngbà yẹn pé no, he must bring Kùlátà back.
Mo tiẹ̀ tún bring ẹ̀ báàkì gan gbà mí.
Patoski ṣé kìí ṣe bọ́ọ̀ì tó máa ń lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn ló ń jẹ́ Patoski?
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀ gangan?
Ìyẹn ò dá kankan mọ́ tiẹ̀. Ìyẹn ò dá kankan mọ́ tiẹ̀. Ìyẹn ò mà dá kankan mọ́.
Okay, Dúpẹ́ okay, you were not listening gbà tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
No, I wasn't actually. What happened? But boyfriend and girlfriend.
Sọ̀rọ̀. No, ó dàbí ẹni pé there was more to it. Initially, tí Kùlátà bá ń sọ̀rọ̀, babe yẹn kàn cut ẹ̀ pé it's okay. Kùlátà nínú àjọsàn it's okay. Ìgbà tó yá ó ní kí Kùlátà tó sọ̀rọ̀ ó ní kí n sọ̀rọ̀. Àwọn èèyàn nínú pé tán Kùlátà ni èmi ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ join gbà yẹn ni. Kùlátà lórí platform pé tán Kùlátà mo ní gbókè pé tán Kùlátà ni kó jẹ́ kí Kùlátà sọ̀rọ̀. Kùlátà bá tún sọ̀rọ̀ tí o mọ̀ kò fẹ́ yẹ kó sọ̀rọ̀ níṣàlẹ̀ but at that point ó ní láti jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀. Kùlátà wá sọ̀rọ̀ àti pé ó ní pé ìtò sọ ẹ ti tó.
No, èèyàn tí ò mọ̀ wọ́n ló máa dá sọ̀rọ̀ domestic matter ni gbogbo yẹn.
Oh, okay.
Nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ behind the scenes ni kẹ́yìn máa.
Domestic matter. Ìyẹn ti jẹ́ domestic violence.
No, kò sí violence lọ́rọ̀ wọn o. Kò sí violence lọ́rọ̀ wọn. Bó ṣe wà yẹn bó ṣe jọ máa ń tagi nìyẹn. Boyfriend and girlfriend ni wọ́n. Kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ kankan nú ẹ̀.
Ó kàn gbá Kùlátà sí background ni. Mo ní that is wrong.
Nítorí pé kò yẹ Patoski ni.
Mo á tún gbé Kùlátà padà sórí stage.
I was the moderator, you know. And
I was the moderator.
I know.
Ìjọba ti ẹ kọjá Tabasha o. It's like everybody stand straight. You don't want to get out. I'm like, oh Lord of mercy.
Everybody look collect.
Wọ́n ṣe collect ní pẹ̀lú side Kùlátà. Kò láì kéèyàn máa side Kùlátà. Kálẹ̀ side.
Sorry, at a point, ó dà kọ́ ìbọ̀dé èmi wá sọ ìgbà tí wọ́n tún gbá Kùlátà ẹ̀ máa sọ pé wẹ́ẹ́. Èmi ló dẹ̀ kí sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ wá ní pé tí ó bá gbé Kùlátà sí pé I'm not ready to speak nígbà yẹn.
Patoski gan ló ń dá sọ̀rọ̀ tí ó kù.
Èmi mo lọ dá sí.
That was what I expected everybody to do.
Àwọn yẹn kàn drop ni. At the point,
some people agree though. So the thing about it, if you're paying attention, you see the direction they were trying to take it to China.
No, but you lost almost everybody on the panel.
And that's why
Ola, if not, we will have closed. Ola lo jeki Ola if not because of Ola, we won't be here.
Not left. It was now me, Ola, Simba, and you, just 4 of us.
Well, only you guys are the only ones that support me when these people decide to act.
No, I didn't support you. I didn't support you. I didn't support you, but no, I didn't support you. I stayed. Do you know why I stayed back? I stayed back because one man handed over to the three of us, and I don't want to. I mean, if we shut down, it means it means I also failed, right? So if they say, oh, it was because of Choma, so why didn't you step
But
in?
I was rooting for you and the rest of the guys that
Yeah, I said no. You were rooting for me. I said no. I'm giving my chance. Let him continue.
And Remy. The thing is, some particular people have been speaking since the beginning of the show. I like to give everyone turn to speak.
Yeah, but you could have allowed him to finish.
No, but you guys could have allowed me to speak because I am the moderator.
No, you didn't. You will say, okay, let him finish. Let him finish. The next thing was I just saw that Kulata disappeared.
No, I didn't want anyone
and I
to
checked the
finish
guest. I said, oh, he's in the backstage.
So Patoski, I didn't want anyone to finish. You know why? Because it was Madame Zita that was speaking. And when she was done, I was ready for us to change the topic back to where it was and not China. You guys were trying to
You don't like China.
China and Trump. And I didn't want to, I don't want us to be engaging in China and Trump. Because other people came in the studio to discuss what's on the headline, you know? That's what happened.
But I'm happy that we were able to hold it, Sha. I just felt I'll feel very bad because I mean it's like a commitment to one man since I'll be holding. So we should support ourselves and make sure that we don't shut down that way, you know. So that's why I just think that.
But that's not, but you know, I'm not a crowd.
Even if I'm the last person, I'm gonna say it.
Do you notice I'm not a crowd pleaser, right? I'm not.
But we have to please the audience. And then also our panelists, right?
The audience will be fine. I just don't want us to take it to the direction of.
No, I was reading the comments and they were saying,
who removed Patoski? It wasn't me.
No, he will bring back himself. He's a moderator.
He came back. He's back on.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Okay, now he's back on. Before they say I removed him too. But you know, it was just I didn't want the whole back and forth with Madame Zita and you know, like just three of them talking. I don't like that gang up. I don't like that. I wanted to, you know, everyone to take turns and get
but your audience wanted him to finish.
Well, that's the thing. I'm the moderator. I don't really care what the audience wants.
No, you have to care because they are the one driving.
You know, Choma, as a moderator, you have to feel what the audience wanted.
That's fine.
That's the way.
It was almost the end of the show. The audience can go to bed. I mean, what else are they doing at this time of the night?
Audience are the powerhouse of this show. If you don't have people listening to us, what is the point?
Isn't this Lucy that said, "Oh my God"? Well, anyway, Madam, Miss Lucy, I never got your take on the Natasha saga. Natasha and Fabio.
What happened to no, their boyfriend and girlfriend, just like you and Kulata now fighting. It's just like you and Kulata fighting. Then I won't mind my business. I'll come and carry placards for you or for Kulata. That's bullshit. That's boyfriend and girlfriend fighting right there. So what Fabio promised in the bedroom, he didn't fulfill it. So that's yeah. So that one is not a big deal at all. It's a boyfriend and girlfriend fight. So people should mind their business. And I think very much that they're still going to make up. There's no problem between them.
Don't you think Fabio really try now? Give him a juicy chairman's position.
No, I think there was something promised in the bedroom apart from that.
It's even more again.
Yeah.
Actually,
do you really believe the bedroom theory, Miss?
I think I actually agree with you. Because
I'm telling you,
they must have been on one realm before.
And the husband knows about it. You know all those big men and their wives. That's the
husband not to know.
Husband they now.
Yeah. That's the way they roll in Nigeria. Most of them. Yeah. So there's no big deal. Because if you hear the story, I think the husband was in front, right? Fabio and Natasha were walking behind him. So he knows he's not a baby.
Well, that allegation is so frivolous. I mean, if you really want to nail someone, you know, just you know, Make up something better.
Lucy, what kind of a husband is that one?
No, a lot of people do that. Funny enough, a lot of guys do that in Nigeria. All those big boys you're seeing is either Simba, if you can't kneel down, for chairman, exactly.
It's pimping her, right?
Exactly. If you can't kneel
now,
all those big boys in Nigeria, they say if you can't kneel down,
she has a child for the guy now.
I think 2 boys. I don't think it's a child. I think he has 2. Probably. And the lifestyle what these people cost to now no. All these things you're seeing that the flaunt. It's quite costly to live that kind of life in Nigeria. So if you don't know who is who in Nigeria, is either you yourself, the chairman, they are using you kneeling down for them, or they're using your wife. It's one of the two.
Look at the amount of money that is likely to have exchanged hands in those kind of arrangements. But when you billions last already now. Baby, I beg go another one.
Then Patoski, don't forget the guy where I go, he lives on federal government contract as well. So you can't.
But when the question I want to ask now, when this problem now started, why can't he sacrifice that?
Why can't
the husband?
Don't
turn your back onto women like that. Don't say that. How can you now? You expect the man to be against Natasha? You can't say that.
It's so hard to believe that she can be sleeping with another man while she's married, just like that.
As a Christian, you find it hard to believe because you're a Christian, you believe in Jesus Christ. I think it's hard to believe that.
Dupse, when you look at the antecedent of that woman, I'm sorry to say this, I'm not mean to make her feel bad or something, but when you look at her,
like she doesn't care.
She's jumping from, so she can't feel anything.
Jumping from one man to another man and accusing other people like Reno Mockery. That means she has been doing something like that for a long time. And she has been in corridor of power. She has been in corridor of that power. She is mingling with Jonathan, the presidency, baby.
You know,
I think she even accused her husband before they got married.
Yes,
she accused
those who is not familiar with Abuja scene, political scene, you know, there are some people, they have no job, but they will go and organize events, put a tag on it, and want government to sponsor it. And these are the people that eventually will now be drawn into the political circle and then go to their states and start contesting for election. There are so many people like that. Now you begin to wonder, what is their job? What do they even do for a living? Now, the likes of Natasha is not different from those people, even though she came from an average family, let's put it that way. But our trajectory to this prominent position that is now attained to the point of even contesting for a senator position. Even governorship. She's the type that Corey romance chaos or what do you call this? Something like this kind of propaganda stuff. And then she being a woman, no apology to all female. You know, they will first believe woman before man anyway. And she's able to gain sympathy through what she went through with the likes of the former governor of Benue State and Akogist and all that. So she thought she could replicate that with at the National Assembly. Nobody you will tell about the story between herself and Akpabio that you want to believe every single story that she narrated, because someone that they've known each other for a very, very long time to just turn around and no family member, even people that are closer, even assistants are saying that look, this woman is not telling the whole truth. Look, what Dupsy just said now. But if there's any truth to that, have on your left hand, what Dupsy just said, hold it on the left hand. Then that little truth that you believe about that story, hold it on the right side, because they go side by side. You can't tell me somebody who we've known you to. Is somebody that you say where they never been together, they just know each other when they get to Abuja now. We will now say maybe it's possible. But somebody you've known and people know you, I mean, you two together, you've traveled abroad together, you've done things together, you're a family friend. Come on, man. Come on, man. There's a lot of embellishment in that story. There's a lot of, tit for tat under that story. And that is why people that are believing what she said, I pity them. Can Fabio do it? Hell yeah, he can do it. But our story just doesn't add up. And I'm sorry. And there's a little bit of cold water pouring on that story now because it's no longer gaining momentum as it's supposed to be.
We are even expecting her to say something like grapping or groping.
Thank you. It wasn't strong.
Like
yeah.
Grabbing.
Yeah, even saying he tried to rape me. Use something strong against him. Nail him very well. You don't use like soft, frivolous accusations like that.
At again, don't need it. Go need it.
You worry about any? Did you see that one?
Ojúlárí jàre kò sí di.
Ọmọ yẹn pretty. Mama sọ yẹn mọ́.
Alójúlárí kò sí kan bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ó dé nìyẹn. Ó dẹ̀ lóhùn.
Ojúláńdà.
Adéwálé ò kì í ṣọmọ Èkìtì.
Adéwálé, you are the only man that your eye can penetrate rapper.
Ojúlárí jàre báyìí.
Your eye penetrate the dress.
Àwọn ti fojú àgbà wo kò sí ẹ̀kọ́ ń bẹ̀ jàre.
But you know one thing, if you have ever worked with some contractor before, you will see the power of women. I once worked with one powerful woman before. She can get millions of contracts easily from the port. If you see this madam, she's as white as mulatto. I'm telling you. So everybody that say women have power, they use their beauty and everything.
Let me tell you another way to describe it. You say if you have worked contractor before, you see the power of women.
Yes.
You would have said you will see the foolishness of men.
Yes, you are right.
It should be the other way. Why would you give contract to somebody because she looks like mulatto? She wants to build big.
Look, they will be sleeping in your office. If you don't, Patoski or Chief Besumeri, I'm not Besumer, oh God. Ó ti wọ gbogbo ayé agbára lọ pẹ̀lú.
Patoski cousin Jésù ní sùúrù. Cousin Jésù ní sùúrù. Cousin Jésù ní sùúrù.
Ọlọ́lé agbára ni wàá dé padà wàá máa wò pé. Má gbé sá o.
Ní sùúrù. Cousin Jésù ní sùúrù. Wọn náà mọ nǹkan tó máa ṣe ká ní ìwò you are in that position. Tó máa gbé ka ìmọ́lẹ̀ fully loaded. Ní sùúrù.
Àpàdé ẹ̀ straight.
Ẹ̀rù àbá ẹ̀ pé bóyá o ti fi nǹkan sára bóyá o fẹ́.
Ẹ̀rù bá wo. Ẹ̀rù
at that time your mind will not be good.
You guys have lost your man now.
Meanwhile,
Shoma is not involved in this conversation. She understood everything we are saying.
Exactly.
Ṣé máa gbọ́ ó rà sí
ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa ronú yẹn ni ṣọmọ pé tí kìíní yẹn bá dúró brain ọkùnrin máa wà níbẹ̀ yẹn ibẹ̀ yẹn gangan ni brain ẹ̀ máa wà so bá ṣe ìjọba máa ṣe tọ́wọ́ tójú ẹ̀ wálé ló ṣe máa wò.
a ti gba tasa straight kó tó realize by the time you realize
it. Look at this platform alone. Look at the voice of Chioma sometimes. Make a lot of money. They met a way. They always met a way for her. The voice alone, they never see her, just the voice.
So I didn't know you like someone like that too.
Me to that story about back on guy.
Remy and Simba, like my biggest.
I'm talking about Chima's voice.
Remy, God bless you. Somebody like Mike will inform me that he doesn't like Chioma.
Hey,
Remy, God bless you.
Remy.
Mike is straightforward.
You listen to Pasuma. Ìtàn bàbá gbẹ́ kànga.
But Remy, let me ask you a question. What is your pro? Remy, let me ask you a question. What is your pronoun?
Chioma, they didn't think you would come back, so you came back. You quickly confessed.
No, let's
the first day you came back.
Remy,
Yes.
What is your pronoun? Because you have
It's
not
a
put your
he.
face.
I don't have any goal, but I'm just trying to say women.
Pronoun,
They
your
quickly shoot their shot
pronoun.
in case they don't come back again.
They use everything to get
What
whatever they
is your
want.
Mike, I
pronoun?
came here for you.
Are you he or she or them or
But
they?
also, what are you insinuating? You think it's a
Ohun
I
Bobrisky
ẹ̀yẹ
don't
ni.
cousin?
mind you, Daddy.
Ohun ẹ̀yẹ.
It's a fake pastor now.
Olóhùn agogo.
Bobrisky cousin.
Bọ́dé rẹ̀ mi olóhùn agogo. So the ohun agogo yẹn.
Even Mike that is talking. Mike, you also do this. You really met away for Choma a lot.
It's true.
Me? You say I do what?
Yeah, you
You
totally
Chioma you do.
100%. Mike met away for Choma a lot and do the
If,
two
if,
of
if
you.
you
Oh
know
my
me alone, you know
God.
I don't pretend. If I want to show my
Mike,
go start in front of all of you.
Mike loves women. He respects them a lot. That's what it is.
So Chioma, you see now a lot of people.
I'm
You have a
the
lot
I'm
of
the
crush
I'm
on
the
this
Pope on
platform.
this show. I am the Pope.
Pope just died though. How can you be Pope?
I am the Pope. I'm the Pope of this show.
The only
please,
time
we
you
should
see
support
Mike becoming a gentleman on the platform is when he's talking
I
to
told
women.
you now. See, if it's all men now, you'll be fighting.
You will see
When
they, you will
when
see he will be
Very
supporting them. He will be pretending as
very
if he's a
Remy.
saint.
Tó bá ti dọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lẹ́yìn
So
gbogbo
I
ẹ̀ wá
was a
máa
gentleman
sọ̀rọ̀
in front of
lájò pé
Adama the other day.
àgbọ̀
Mike,
No,
you don't lie
Adama,
to us.
Adama
We
is
know
like a
you.
man.
We
What
know
is
you.
you, man?
Oh, you're so
And
sweet,
gentlemen,
Remy.
women that respect me now, like Dupsy and Choma here, they give me respect, so I have to give them respect back now. You want me to be disrespecting elegant women?
Èèyàn wa ni Mike, èèyàn tiwa ni Mike.
Because
Mike,
Adama and
Mike,
Madam,
you like
they are
to
super strong. Okay, they will not like to mess with you at all, Mike. These are women that they are just like a man. They are just in women form. Okay, so they are different. But for Chioma, for Mike, no.
Let me just shoot your shot. You might not come
So
back to
Mike, confess
shoot your
yourself to
shot.
everybody now.
I'm not saying
Mike,
any
confess to
shot
us. Do you like Chioma?
I'm
Yes
just
or no?
saying which of
Oh,
No,
Mike
let's hear.
married.
Mike, do you like
Mike
Chioma?
is
Yes
happily
or no?
married.
Do you know that my wife is
Confess.
right here hearing you guys?
Mike is happily married.
Yeah,
Last one, wife.
let her hear your voice.
Okay.
You can hear her laughing. Yeah, okay.
Oh, she sounds beautiful.
Àgbóhùn ìyàwó náà jẹ́ kó sọ̀rọ̀ sókè.
Chioma, she sound beautiful. Kò fẹ́ jà lálẹ́ yìí o.
What did he say?
No wahala for you o.
He said you're scared. You don't want to fight anybody. That's why.
You madam.
Oh no. Mike respects himself. He's not like that.
Mike, do you like Chioma? Yes or no?
Miss Dupsy.
Chioma, you know my wife like you a lot, Sha.
Oh, I love her. Tell her I love her. Anyone that understands me and likes me a lot, I love her because it takes a wise person.
ọ̀rọ̀ ti sọ́ra ẹ̀ o
It takes a wise person to understand me.
ẹni tó bá létí ìgbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ti sọ ara ẹ̀ o. Ọ̀rọ̀ ti sọ ara ẹ̀ báyẹn o.
Chioma máa ta ẹ́ straight ni. Àgbà change.
Ìgbà wo làwọn máa ṣe ẹbí?
Wife know me and Chioma, we are just friends, man.
Okay.
She asked me about Chioma.
I
explained to her. She knows me. She trusts me very well. You know, everything I say is exactly what it is. She believes.
Nobody ever date their enemy now. Everybody like their friend.
Mike is a good man. You guys should just ignore the little buzzballs from last time. He's actually a decent man. So don't let all that, stuff, change your
Mike Alagidi Omodili. Mike is from Lagos. The issue we've seen as from Ondo State. He's too stubborn.
Stubborn.
Yeah, you are very stubborn.
I'm not stubborn, man.
Yeah, you are
You know me. You
stubborn.
know be very.
Omodili.
Ṣé o lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ní Adéwálé?
Èyí ń ṣọ́ mi ìṣú.
Ibi tó bá ti gbọ́ pé ǹjẹ́ Michael wà kí ló máa wà níbẹ̀?
Ìjàbí kankan ni. Àwọn jàgídíjàgan.
Láti ti gbọ́ Michael ó ti wà pé
Èyí oníwàhálà rẹ o. Anyway, good night everybody. Àwa lọ sùn. Àti kó ti tó ká lọ kírun sí báyìí. Oh, she no Musa Musa.
Iriwo Lenki.
I should have just
Orin táwọn ṣẹlẹ̀ máa ń kọ fún Michael ni ó ní Michael kó wá ló dá bàbá wá ló dá
rẹ̀.
kó wá ló dá.
Ẹ rọra gbọ́ Ajagun Michael dìde.
Ìwé nǹkan tó fi ń gbá àwọn ọmọ yẹn ń gbà ni.
Ṣé ìwọ ò lọ ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì rẹ ni?
Kẹ wọ́n máa ṣe ẹ̀pà náà.
Àwọn èmi ò lọ ẹ̀pá náà bọ̀ bó ṣáà ń mo lọ jọ alátọ̀run forí.
Ẹ̀pà náà ni.
Èmi ò lọ ẹ̀pá náà rí o. Michael mímọ́ Balógun.
Ṣé Ọlá ti lọ ṣẹlẹ̀ rí ni? Ṣé o ti lọ ṣẹlẹ̀ rí ni?
Mo ti lọ Church of the Lord. Church of the Lord.
Aládùúrà tàbí kérúbù.
Àwọn white garment ni àwọn white garment.
Church of the Lord aládùúrà.
Ọgbẹ́ ló ti láìkọ̀ obìnrin ibi tó ti lọ ní irú nǹkan yẹn lára nítorí ẹ̀ ló ti láìkọ̀ obìnrin. Àwọn oní white garment ẹ máa ń láìkọ̀ obìnrin gan.
Ẹ̀jú lásán mo ní o.
Aṣọ kúkú yẹn dàbò máa ń jẹ́ kó wà possessed pẹ̀lú pé kí wọ́n láìkì kan máa lóbìnrin ṣe nǹkan kan. Mi mọ̀ nǹkan tí white garment yẹn ní ṣe pẹ̀lú.
No white garment dùn gan o.
Michael mímọ́ Balógun.
Àwọn white garment yẹn ìfọ́nà ìṣọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ gbé picture Jésù.
Ọmọ náà.
Orúkọ Jésù lẹ́yìn ìṣọ̀rọ̀ máa lọ rúbọ.
Ẹ̀pà náà ó kó ní kálukú kó wá máa yá rẹ̀.
Wọ́n ló mọ bí tó ti ń sọ yìí.
Elijah.
Oh my God.
Ọlọ́run dárí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jí àwọn tó ṣe o.
Ibi tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́ pé kan sọ pé jẹ Michael lọ bì kan kẹ́tì mírí fáwọn yẹn pé wọ́n bá wọn. Ọ̀tẹ́ bá gbọ́ pé ìjẹ Gabriel ni that's a good one so peace be unto you nìyẹn. But bí bóyá ibì kan wà tó ti ń da nǹkan tó ojú ogun ti le yàrá gbọ́ pé Michael sì débẹ̀.
Ṣé lóòótọ́ làwọn angels yẹn máa ń lọ sáwọn obìnrin?
At least ìkan tá a kà ní.
Okay. Mo rò pé bóyá witness ẹ̀ rí ni mo kàn fẹ́ mọ̀ ni torí àwọn Christians wá rí sí mi ń ṣe pé dúpẹ́ ṣe tún ti dé mo kàn fẹ́ mọ̀ ni o.
Oh my goodness. Because ìgbà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ Elijah tó ń lọ tó fẹ́ kó lọ Michael náà ló sì lọ làjà ń bẹ̀.
Ọmọ líle.
Ibo ló ti kà
yẹn. Ẹ mọ̀ pé Elijah òkú ẹ mọ̀ pé kẹ̀kẹ́ iná ló gbé.
So ta ló dá kẹ̀kẹ́ dúró? Ibo ló ti kà yẹn?
Àwọn ọmọ ogun Persia àbí kí náà pè mí ọ̀rọ̀ àmì ó ti gbà
pé ṣe Elijah náà Daniel nìyẹn kó ṣe kẹ̀kẹ́
Ọlọ́run ló ní kán mú Mike kúrò Nàìjíríà bóyá kì bá wà lóṣòdì kó máa gbowó.
Mike is quiet. Madam is truly there because in this because Mike would have given it to everybody. Water. It's not that quiet like that.
Kí ni Simba sọ? Ó ní ká ní Mike wà Nàìjíríà kí ni ìbọn ṣe lé?
A máa gbowó lẹ̀ ni.
Mo náà máa gbowó lẹ̀ lóṣòdì ni. Ó máa gbowó lẹ̀ lóṣòdì.
Àjọ Mike jọ lóyìn ọ̀bẹ yẹn, ó jọ ẹ̀ńtálẹ̀ gbogbo rẹ̀.
A ti gba junction, ó máa ti gba junction.
Bóyá òun àti MC Olúọmọ náà bá máa kọ̀.
A ti máa ṣe kundus fáwọn ọmọ oríta.
A ti máa gbé kundus fáwọn aláyé.
But the last show, Mike was one man McCall, and of course with Ja and the African men that was supporting him. I was proud that he stood on his ground, He didn't let the rest of the panelists bully him out of his own opinion, I respect that about you, Mike. You held your own.
Chioma, can anybody bully Mike? Mike is the bully now.
No, but
can anybody bully Mike?
Everyone.
No, on this platform, bully Mike. Oh, TDNE.
Miss Gucci, I kept deleting a lot of negative comments behind the scenes.
When was it?
That was yesterday, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Mike, can anybody bully Mike?
They tried, but they didn't succeed.
Who can bully Mike?
You know, Remy tried to bully Mike a long time ago.
Remy don't Remy can bully Mike now.
Meanwhile, let me just get you people's opinion. Let me get you people's opinion. At the rate which PDP is going now, don't you think that PDP will die like that? That's it.
He's a gunner. He's a gunner.
I think so too, especially if that Obi goes there. Obi
is not going to PDP anymore.
Oh, I thought he's going to deputize. Is he not going to be the runner?
Atiku will not get that ticket. Atiku will not get PDP ticket because they will not allow him now. Atiku has destroyed that party now.
Somebody said that's the reason why all these people are leaving PDP. I said that's not the reason why.
PDP, who cares? If not because of their carelessness, we became our destiny.
What's wrong with Buhari?
I think it's the fault of Jonathan.
What's wrong with Buhari?
What's wrong with Buhari?
I don't mind Olajare.
Nothing.
Even if you are talking about Buhari did some infrastructural project that is wonderful. That Lagos is not real.
Baba Buhari did infrastructure project ìgbà tí ẹ ní banditry ló múlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà.
Hold on,
àwọn tó ti ṣe infrastructure ní abẹ́gi.
Everybody ló ní plus and minus. Buhari did infrastructure project. The Niger Bridge, second Niger Bridge has been a white elephant project. Every government is campaign on that.
Ẹni téèyàn òkú ò ní máa sọ̀rọ̀ Buhari tó bí ìbọn yìí.
So plus I'm killing.
So don't always. I know so leave that one. The problem with PDP is that they don't want to give it to Atiku, but they don't trust one another also, because when it comes to politics, some people might bang Boboje or whatever. So this way, no matter what happens. And unfortunately for PDP, most of their governors are first-time governors. They won't like to lose for second-time election, thinking about the power of the presidency. So some of them will cross carpet now. So and moreover, it's just too early for Atiku and all of them to be talking about coalition. It's too fast. So it gives this and Tinubu a master strategy. You just do whatever you want to do. In fact, I learned that today there are more PDP governors that will defect soon in the coming months. So maybe 3 or 4 or 5 more will defect again. And once that is done, what next? What can they do?
And then something happens to Tinubu. You know, we're not God.
You cannot say something happens to. How can you be talking?
Because we're dealing with the North. You know,
it's just like you are saying something. It's just like no, Tinubu is not terminal.
We can't plan on that now. Can't plan what
he's not so sick like that you guys are thinking. No, whenever he goes to that France, you always think that you go for medical checkup every time. He also strategized one way or the other. Even this one that they went, so many of these governors, they went and meet him in London. So at the end of the day, it's not all about
That's not the point. Why are we thinking that? Why are we talking as if Tinubu is not human being? Because that's what I don't know.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know why we talk like that.
Question. Some people wish him dead, but I don't think he will die.
It's not a matter of wishing him dead. Okay.
Wish him dead. But he's old.
What kind of old? Your American president is not old.
You are so adorable. He said, "What type of old?"
To prove to you that it's not a sentiment. Even me that I'm talking now is the time I know. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes. What are you talking about? See. I was in a
èèyàn burúkú ni gbogbo yín àtọláì àti chioma yìí very wicked. Hey, keep quiet, let us talk. How can you can't be putting death into any political equation. How can you be putting death into political equation? Bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fẹ́ pa Wike náà nìyẹn and the guy is still alive. Buhari, only God know how many times you people kill Buhari. Buhari is still alive today. And
Bro,
some of
you
you
know
are
that
dead.
one day rumor. I almost believe that.
Some of you are dead.
I saw a politician collapse on
Nigerians are evil.
Uncle Simba, listen. About 3 weeks ago, after going through a lot of stress, so I rose. I stood up from where I was. All of a sudden, maybe I didn't know what was happening to me. I just said, okay, let me rest. I lied down myself. I did not even remember that I lied down myself. I just woke up later. So I lie down on this floor just to relax. That's me. Just the stress of work. So at my age, if I was feeling like someone that was going to pass, that's an old man. Anybody, any human. That's why that whatever you want to do, you have today. Tinubu might not pie in the next 20 years. That I'm not saying it's going to pie. But the question is this: a lot of things you don't have to postpone. What if if you think they won't defeat you in 2027 and they defeat you? At the end of the day, what happens? Someone will just jump whatever you plan for. So I think like human, okay, oh, you see, you know say when they say someone, okay, if someone is saying, okay, if they talk to myself that someone is now telling me, say, God forbid, I will tell you, am I not human? Am I better than those people that are alive and the past?
But why you Nigeria always thinking in negativity most time?
We are living by grace. Forget about negativity.
We know we are living by grace, but we are not wishing
let's think like human. Let's think like human being. Human beings
we are also
meant to
thinking
die
like,
one day.
I wish you dead or something like that. How will you feel if somebody is wishing you dead as long as you
wish
are?
me. It doesn't matter.
No, we don't. We never wish. We say, what
you
if?
wish? You really wish. That's why I can't tell you that.
Ola, if you continue to live in perpetual fear, you won't progress. You won't move forward. If you continue thinking that direction, nothing will be done. However,
don't get it wrong.
these people also take to account that something might go wrong, but you can't continue to live in that kind of mindset. Like, oh, what if this person died? No.
Dewali, don't get me wrong. Let me tell you what I said it there once, that a pastor once told me that if someone know when he didn't take this, he was crossing, and the person did something happened just fine. I said, who told you that I don't want to die? Who told you? The question is this.
Have you let me say this. Have you guys noticed that it's all these Christians that always do this fear mongering of death? They don't like to die, but they are the one that wants to go to heaven. But they are the ones that will tell you about death. Use that one to scare you and say death is a bad thing. I don't know. So they are the ones that perpetuate this thing that Tinubu is going to die. People like Chema, Tinubu is, if the guy dies in court, is he not a grandfather? So why is he's going to die? He's going to die. He's going to die. What's your business if he dies or not? Why are you so bothered about that? And why are you wishing him to die anyway? Because you guys think death is a very terrible thing for a human being. Because you Christians don't like to die. And you are the one that somebody has prepared a place for you to go at the end of life. But you guys you're so scared of death, Christians. So that's why they're always wishing death upon Tinubu. A human being like you. People are not human, they will say they are religious. A human being like you, a father, a grandfather of somebody, you'll be wishing him to die every day. So that Obi drug pusher will go there to go and become president of Nigeria. Well, it's not fair. You guys should think about it. This guy is trying his best. He's not showing yet, but he's going to show eventually. So take a chill pill and let's see what's going to happen in Nigeria. Instead of wishing death on this guy all the time. Why? It's totally unfair.
They can do and undo, those Northerners. So I'm just saying, when they're very desperate for power, anything is possible. God forbid, though. We don't wish that on.
You see, Choma, the thing is, you'll never see a Northerners in there wishing Tinubu to die. The Northerners will not do that. That's not their way. They will play their politics to wrestle, but they were not going to wish you death or those kind of things. It's always with the Southerners have that kind of heart.
No, my Christians.
Not the
We are the one that wants to kill.
Most people in the northern part of Nigeria, they are Muslims, so they are not wishing anybody to die. But Southeast especially, they're always wishing death on everybody. Southeast, don't come for me. Southeast, they will come in to come and shake me for me. They will soon come in. So please leave to Tinubu now. Let the guy live and try his best before he leaves in 2031. You guys should he's going to leave
You will live
2031.
long in Jesus' name.
Thank you for saying
Amen.
that. We appreciate that.
My own is this: let the man do what he needs to do now. That's my own, because I can't dream of a situation whereby Tinubu will be out of power, and all those things he has been saying in the 90s. Oh, state police, restructuring, and you have opportunity to do it, and you just go mess up like OBJ, and you go mess up like Jonathan. No, because what happened for that 8 years of Buhari? Some people, I don't know, people that can be praising him. I'm not saying you should not praise him, but now my only idea. That's banditry. Oh my goodness. Even I know they're Nigeria, but I was feeling it in Canada. I don't want such kind of situation again. I just want a situation whereby the next time I will have my own police. All those Amotekun, they'll be ready, and they'll be in our forest, and they will root out all those criminals in our forest. That's the situation I want. See, if Tinubu likes so, may then they sell bag of rice for 1,000 naira. If insecurity day, no, he has not done anything. He has to solve that issue of security. He has to put a structure in place that Emefiole or four Ajelojorile Alokolonkibe. You have to make sure that you have something in place that never should that country witness any person like Emefiole in running our monitoring institution. That guy, oh my goodness. Shinorambo, all those we are talking about, honestly, they are just an apprentice, honestly. Maybe they see even they write from self. They see they apply, they never get. Emefiole, Agbedi for you, or Gaoli, Ubuda, Furalai. So,
you know, when people are accusing Tinubu of only picking his fellow Lagosian people he knows, I just look at them. The guy follow everybody advice, saying, no, let me just pick people from everywhere. When you don't know people from everywhere, you start picking them. You end up picking Emefiele kind of person. But that's what happened to Buhari. Now, Buhari, I don't think Buhari has any connection with Emefiele. You know him from anywhere.
At all. He was scammed through and through.
He didn't know the guy from anywhere. He just
was Jonathan that even met him there now. Jonathan,
but I don't think Emefiele would have done that to Jonathan.
Instead of sacking the guy, he just kept him.
So you got me. I don't believe in this. Go and pick people from everywhere. If you want your government to work, pick people you know very well that you trust, regardless of where they go. If it's only the only people you know in this world is your family member, then put. Because if you fail at the end of the day, man, that people who chop it, all of them will disappear. That's what happened to Jonathan now. Jonathan the guy had good intention, but the people around him
stole too during Jonathan's time. But because he didn't have the, this presidential ambition that he had during Tinubu's time, or during Buhari's time, that's why he stole so much.
No, Jonathan wasn't the one even doing the stealing. It was the people around, all the people he put. He didn't know any of them. Yeah, he may have stolen, but the guy, I mean, most of the stealing were done by others. We all know that now. What's her name? That lady, all of them were just looting on that. So the guy is not like he knew he was one that picked those people. So the guy could have, if I was Jonathan, what I would have done is go find people that I know, human beings that I trust, Nigerians, and put them there. But the guy just kept a bunch of people that don't care about you. You don't know them, put them there. They're just looting. So at the end of the day, they will say it's your regime that looted the money. Because those people, nobody will go after them because nobody know them. So,
you see, Desiani is supposed to change her name to Mrs. Emefiele. Those two people, Desiani and Emefiele, honestly, they fit themselves. They fit each other. Those two people, oh my goodness. If you allow them in charge of Nigeria, in 1,000 years, Nigeria will still be paying for the debt of what those people will steal from our treasury. Everyone by me. See, the idea is this. I can, if I'm in power, let me just be honest with you. Even if I'm going to pick someone that I do not know, maybe I will go outside the country. But mostly, I pick those people that I know and those people that I can control. Because the idea of all those idea of Jonathan going ahead to pay people like Dasuki and those people that you will pick, that they be working against you, you go and pick someone, that you don't know, and they be doing that's an example of what Emefiele did against Buhari. Naturally, the Buhari himself, or those I don't call Buhari only naturally, but I say it's corrupt in the sense that the people you put around you, you are not even giving them the benefit of the doubt. Even when they are stealing you, since they are your people, you just do it. Sometimes you should have known that the enemies of man are those of his household. You understand? Those people that can get you, those people that can even quickly catch you and destroy you are the people of your own household. So to me, that's where that guy failed. No. I was traumatized by Emefiele and what happened under Buhari. To be honest, I was seriously traumatized because I managed to move some, but some of my money still lost value back in Nigeria at that time because I don't go lie you. I had some domiciliary account in Nigeria at that time. That was a time they were saying, no, you should sell to the bank. They were like, why should I sell to the bank? The bank didn't help me to get that money when I got it. I got the money. I opened my domiciliary account. I put it there. And I was sending goods from here back home. And suddenly, it got to say that you will send goods now. You want to repatriate your money. Oh, my goodness. It was tough. So, even I understand that policy, if their policy was to properly favor Nigerians, and some people that we don't know what they were doing became billionaire overnight, I won't be worried. So you destroy our currency just for some people to become rich, and that's what led to floating of naira. And people really think what Tinubu is doing about floating of naira is not good. If you really want to know, you should have gone back and look at what Emefiele did. If you understood what Emefiele did, then you come and tell us that floating of naira is not okay. That's the best way. Because if you leave it for years to come, it will be so difficult to subsidize rubbish. That subsidy was just a regime of we. Let us make money for ourselves. But today, the states are getting more money. That is why that focus should be on those governors too, because governors, they are getting away with this noise around Tinubu. Whereas, it's Tinubu, but you are getting money. You are getting if it was true that the state is getting 3 billion for security vote, if it was true, oh my goodness, everybody by tomorrow they should be shouting the name of their governors. In Nigeria is where we have governors that don't stay in their state, that they live in Abuja. It's so pathetic. So I just want this guy to give me my state police and restructuring, then I'm okay. Because every other thing, all those being power, those things, it's going to be get resolved over time. But if you don't put the right thing in place, that AB don't pay in. If you don't put the right thing in place, the AB will always keep finding its way to come. And the best thing is to tackle that thing once and for all. And that's what I want Tinubu to do. Okay, so anybody to sorrow more. Prince Daddy is not even talking of his Trump self again.
Prince Daddy, are you there?
He won't talk because his uncle goof a lot. That guy don't finish America.
I think the guy made some mistake actually. Which a mistake.
I think
I can't be targeting the whole world together. Only you. America, they overestimated their capacity. They think they are the world.
You know one funny thing is this. There be some, all this and they are always, like I would say, more than 60% of the time they are always right, in the sense that when all this research came up and people said, okay, even before Trump administration, that even without Trump even engaging in a trade war, that if you start automating production in America, you are going to close that gap between the production in
the same you same people like Remy, which I give Tinubu all the credit in the world for introducing getting rid of the subsidy and dualized currency. Those are the same people condemning Trump for wanting to do the right thing by the Americans. You guys are duplicitous, you know. But the issue is beyond what you guys are saying. You need to think yourself and don't go by what the media said. I've said it before on this show. The term they use for over a decade now is called the managed decline of America, and it's out by these really corporate people. You guys can mock and laugh at Trump that he's not doing the right thing, but he's absolutely doing the right thing. Just the notion that you think he has a magic wand just makes you guys really, really ridiculous in your thinking. Who has a magic wand? Even Tinubu, I always say it on the show, I support Tinubu because I know Tinubu it's going to take time. I said it, not just one term, at least 6 years. It is halfway into his second term to begin to realize that the benefit of what Tinubu is trying to do. And none of you guys are willing to give Trump the same latitude. I always want to condemn and complain. And as I said it earlier, he's doing the right thing. Now things are not in the best of conditions, but nonetheless, he's doing absolutely the right thing. China is choking America, and I've said, if this thing continues, America will bottom out real quickly. I'm telling you. The only thing that's sustaining America right now is the dollar. And the dollar keeps depreciating because we are paying a higher inflation here in America than Nigeria. The dollar in its true value has deteriorated by about 40%. America is on the bubble. America's on the bubble. The Wall Street. Listen, the you know the inflation in a lot of things is being realized as profit on Wall Street. If you understand what I'm trying to say here, the Wall Street is overinflated. It is freaking overinflated because we're not really thinking about a lot of things. We claim we have GDP. We have a growing GDP. What is the true nature of the growth of GDP? We're not producing anything. We're importing stuff, and we're saying this corporation are reporting a growth in the corporation, and Americans they reported growth. No, this is not true. The number is inflated.
No. Prince Daddy, just only there. You say you are not producing anything. That's not totally true. You see,
we're not producing anything.
No. Not in absolute terms. Don't take my word in absolute terms. I didn't say that. No, we're not producing anything.
Just so don't know. You say you are not producing
so
anything.
If you're producing everything, how can we have almost over $1 trillion deficit with freaking China? Is that a joke? $1 trillion? Is that a joke?
Even iPhone, that is, the CEO is a U.S. person. The mass production is in China.
Okay.
What do you mean that we're not? I mean, of course we're producing, but in terms of the normal consumable,
we produce local Google, you know. We sell it to Benin Republic, you know.
No, we are even talking of America. We are even talking of America now.
It's America. I thought you were talking about Nigeria.
Even eggs, Mike. Even eggs. We don't produce eggs. That's why.
See, Trump. I've told Trump Daddy. I've told you over time. You are overlooking. See, when we are talking of service industry today, nobody matches America. Tell me a country where they are not using
I like to stop you, and I like to stop you right there and stop Collateral right there. So that's the problem with people like yourself. Okay, you make it sound like what kind of service industry are you talking about? Like the financial services or services working at McDonald's? What are you talking about?
Even your university are the most patronized in the world. Do you know how many foreign students
jobs is that creating for common? See, look, you're talking like an elitist. Well, how many jobs is that creating for common Americans? Yes. When it comes to services, I know we dominate. But how many people have the wherewithal, the degrees, and all those things to work in this freaking industry? We're talking about common jobs here. Manufacturing at the local level in the different communities. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about services. Yeah, the services is booming. Man.
You see, the question is this. It's because of the service industry, you can even afford those imported goods. Let me tell you one thing. If you've concentrated on manufacturing and you eliminate the service aspect of America, it will just be like Indians. You will just be like average poor countries, because number one, you need to manufacture enough as cheap enough as this for you to sell into the international community. Because if your products are not cheap, then who is going to buy? Nigeria? You produce in dollars and you want to sell to Nigeria, or who are those people going to buy? The strength of your service industry is why your affordability is very high. So the thing is,
what's the example of the service industry? Like what service?
Okay, you need the tech world now.
Yeah, tell us,
tell us. You are the one that hold Facebook. You are the one that hold Amazon. You are the one that hold Google, Yahoo. When we are talking of cloud technology today, it is America. Tell me any country that can match America when it comes to all those things. Even as you are speaking today, as I'm speaking online now, it is mostly America.
Hold on, like your analysis should include the kinds of jobs that will be created for the common
I know
American
you know
people.
go green now.
If you're talking about, I know that our service industry is great, but in terms of job creation for common Americans, it does not have the capacity to do so.
Thank you. You now hold it there now. I will now. Okay, now. Okay, in Canada today, my voice is as loud as any other thing because it's affecting me. When they are outsourcing jobs in Canada to India, just imagine an Indian firm asking me to come and do level 2 security. I'm in Canada, you are in India, you are asking me to do level 2 security in my own country, whereas this outsourced job to you. What I'm saying is this: you are outsourcing your job to all those countries. What about saying, okay, you that you are outsourcing jobs to other countries, I will put tariff on you, I will tax you until you bring down your business back to America without creating war. You just increase taxation. You understand? This is a billionaire. Trump is a billionaire. You understand? It is like me. It's not a billionaire like him.
Let me say one thing. What you're asking of right now is kind of I'm not gonna say it's too late. I was watching this Chinese diplomat or whatever. Is China's philosophy, is the ideology that manufacturing is part of their economy. It doesn't matter. Even though China is outsourcing some of the low-cost manufacturing to other countries like Vietnam and Cambodia, it doesn't matter. But guess who is leading in terms of robotics, in terms of a really technical manufacturing today in today's world? It's China, because they accepted that as a core part of the economy. Not so in America. When it comes to manufacturing, even though some analysis statistics shows that American manufacturing is about 40% more efficient than European manufacturing, but nonetheless, when it comes to manufacturing in its totality, China is dominated. China is more superior. If that's the edge we've lost. We've lost that edge. We don't think manufacturing. We think manufacturing is for low-cost countries, but China also started from low cost, and through iteration, through development and R&D and all kinds of development, they grew that manufacturing industry to become dominant. That's what America is lacking. And when our so-called corporate companies and the leadership say, "Oh, let's outsource to India, to China, and all these things," we lost an edge.
So why don't sorry, Prince Barry, why don't Americans just concentrate on their own cost advantage? Because if you want to compete with China in terms of manufacturing, it's going to take more than 10 years for you to really compete with them in that place. Why don't you use your cost advantage in IT? I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, because if you want to do something, can you compete in terms of cost of labor? Because labor in America is not cheap; it's all-time high, and so you have to factor in so many things.
Labor is not the only component of manufacturing. That's what people always say. The cost of labor is high
What
in
about
America. I understand that.
What? So, because to me, I think every country have their own advantage. It's when you want to leverage everything on other countries. That is why they are fighting back with you guys. You have it so you have everything so easy there. To be frank, compared to the rest of the world. Yeah.
No. It's the corporate America that had it so easy. Hold on. The corporate America. Let me tell you. For example, Walmart over the past year, if Walmart goes to China and imports about, let's say, $1 billion worth of Chinese products, in America, they can sell the same product for about $50 billion. Okay, and guess what? Walmart deliberately don't pay. They cut the hours or make their employees work less than maybe 20 hours or 40 hours. That would deny them the opportunity to have to pay the healthcare benefit and other benefits. So in other words, it's corporate America that has been gotten America for such a long time, and they are the ones taking advantage of it. As they are making a lot of money in profit, Americans are getting poorer and poorer every day. Most Americans, over 40-50%, live paycheck to paycheck. They don't have a real savings. And I'm telling you, in the next few years, if Trump didn't come and start making things right, this country will go belly up. I'm telling you, the next financial debacle might last much, much longer than the past one.
But we all gotta agree though, man. I think the way Trump got all these European leaders just flying to America to come and meet him one by one. Like it looks like the guy has them shaking though. It looks like the guy is putting fear in their body. UK Prime Minister flew in immediately.
No, but
Italian Prime
Mike,
Minister flew in.
Mike, that
Scottish,
thing will
all of them
work.
they flying in. They are coming
Mike,
to beg the guy.
Mike, that thing will work for Europe, but it won't work for China.
What will work for Europe?
That system. Hold on now.
Hold on right there quickly.
Trump,
No,
don't be
it's not like
quick to
you guys
respond.
think
Let's
China is
finish
invisible.
now.
That's your problem
Let's
right
be
there.
quick.
You know
Don't
the
be
internal
quick to
problem of China right now.
respond.
You'll be talking. You can talk
Trump,
like China
don't,
is invisible. They can say everything.
Prince
Are you saying we
They can
work
do wrong.
against Europe or work
Prince
against
Daddy, don't be quick to respond. Let's analyze now. We are talking. That tariff that he did, it will be quick and easy to work against Europe. So they will have no option than to come, and it will force them to come and negotiate, which is what the man also wants originally. I'm not sure he wants to just disrupt the system, but he knows that if he forces them to negotiation, then he has an upper hand at the deal. You understand? If he's the one calling them for negotiation, they will be calling the shot. But now his strategy has forced them, so he's the one that's going to have an upper hand. But that will not work with China, because China has some structure and system that can enable it to sustain itself substantially better than the Europeans.
Hold on. What
Name the structure. Name the system and the structure.
What if Trump make
I'll give you
join America to gang against China? Yeah.
Is that?
What if he's trying to get the Europeans to join America to gang against China?
They can't. They don't have the capacity now. Let me
But
give
they
you
are
an
the one
example.
coming to beg him now.
I was listening to. That's why I say Europeans will do that, because they depend on them. Let me give you an example.
Depend on the more China or US.
They depend on the US. Let me give you a good example.
Okay,
Apart from economy, Europe depends on US for military intelligence. They have minimum or no intelligence. That's apart from economy now. So also that's how they depend on US on so many other
They all
areas.
need the US market and the Chinese market.
Exactly.
I told you
So that's why they
tell us why China is.
Now let me tell you why
so
China
cannot be affected.
it will not. That's why China is not coming to negotiate. It's just the total market of China products is US just about 17%. It's just about 17%.
It is not true. That is for the birds.
That's the truth.
That's for people that don't know anything.
We have listened
That's
to
for the people that don't know anything.
now, Farabale now. You people should
I'm
learn.
trying to correct your
Don't live in
numbers.
your own bubble.
We know how China cheats. Don't tell me 17%.
Hold on.
Hold on. Like I said
No,
earlier,
we are not talking of China.
you
China, we are not getting
17%.
this information from China. We are getting information from independent bodies. So leave that one. And we are saying that America depends also on China. America wants to power the economy with rare earth mineral. 90% of those things are coming from China. Of those area earth mineral, 90% of them are present in China. The refined form are present in China.
No, it's because of the laziness of American corporate America. We don't need those damn minerals. There are other parts of the world.
They can get it. Wait, now they can get it, but you are fighting the other part of the world too. You are tariffing them. Then that's where you say other part of the world. Will you go and bully them to get it? You are tariffing them. You are putting tariff on them. And mind you, Even if the other part of the world wants to
In
give
your
you,
analysis, I'm trying to let
wait
you to
now,
make sure that you don't try to
even
pretend
when
like
the other
China is
part of the
invisible.
world, even when the other part of the world are ready to give you, that supply chain and everything will take time. So that's the point
Yeah,
there.
we know that.
Before it's
It
done,
takes time. So
Trump.
what?
Before it's done, Trump is out of office. So forget that one.
Okay.
Before that one is done. So the point is
See,
that
let me tell you, Patosi.
the guy is
You
slowing
make it
down.
sound like China is invisible and China is. Look, let me tell you, China is in taller
China has
right now.
done
Hold
go
on, let me
beyond.
respond to you.
China
China is in
has
taller
gone
right now.
beyond
The
UN
leadership,
manipulate.
the leadership of Xi is being challenged right now to speak right now. A lot of factories are closing in China. China internal, their currency is suffering also. There's so much things going on in China because it's a somewhat closed society. You don't know what is going on. You only know about what is wrong in America, but not in China.
Anyway, let's
Can
not
America
argue this.
sanction China? Now the
Time
way
will
they
tell.
sanction everybody.
Time will tell. Just about
Can America sanction China the way they sanction Russia? Is it possible?
the way sanction.
Can the US sanction China the way they sanction Russia? How they just
I want to tell you guys something. Patoski. China
Yeah.
have already moved most of their manufacturing sector. Big one, they have moved them to all the other regions of the world. In Asia, most Chinese companies have moved to Cambodia, Vietnam. So all those things you are also exporting back to China, to America, it's also coming from China. So at the end of the day, and they are competing with you in every facet of human endeavors. So you fighting with them this way, it will affect America more than China. And then Europe know what they are doing.
Remy, you're one of those people that think China's invisible. Okay, you're deceiving yourself.
I'm not saying
I
they're
don't think you got the
invisible.
damn.
I'm not saying that.
No,
You are
you think
right.
so.
They're having problem with
Only
their
America
country
has been
too.
affected. Only America has
You
been
are
affected.
right. You are right.
China is better positioned.
The problem. One thing I
China is
want to
better
understand is
positioned.
this, Prince Daddy. China is having problem in their country too. I know that they're having property issue
Okay, well,
problem.
you're the
They're
first person
having a
to say
lot
that
of.
because Patoski and Kolata doesn't know that. They think they just
No,
blow it.
I
They
know
think they just
that.
fly in the
I
air.
know that, but they can readjust and move on with their life. Do you think you guys can readjust like them in America? You guys are suffering.
Is it
So
because
that's
this would
the
be our
problem.
first economic challenge? Are you kidding me? Do you know how many economic challenges America has gone through that we came out of? What do you mean? You think it's the first time around? You think we're kids? Come on now. We've been
But
through
this
it
time
so
around,
many ways, in different forms.
the destruction is so many that is affecting a lot of Americans.
Listen, let me
Let us
tell
say
you,
the truth here.
the
They
only
said,
advantage that China
look,
has
let me ask you
is
this question.
the system of
Let me ask
governance.
you this question. In terms of daily life of America nowadays, if you quantify it into for 1 year, they say it's additional like from $4,000 to $8,000 you are going to spend, and which you guys did not budget for. Are they increasing the people's salary in America because of this inflation and because of this disruption? So, and when you do not have a stability in economy, it will affect you. Most of your companies that they used to buy a lot of stuff from the rest of the world, they cannot plan for 6 months or for 1 year. It's disrupting and it's not good for them. So you must call a spade. Whether your guy have a good intention, but the way he's going about it, it's not the right way. But if you just continue to come here, you want to show that muzzle that America is the superpower of the world, you can just do whatever they want. That is old
Don't worry
saying.
now. It's a matter of time.
Yeah, it's a matter of time now. Before you know it, all your eyes will open.
Everything will open now.
And I don't think
See,
Europe is
unlike
begging
you
America.
guys, I'm not delusional. I know it takes time. I'm not delusional about the challenges we're gonna face. But to make it sound like we're the only country we're gonna suffer is a lie.
China is
In
gone.
fact,
You
we
can't
have
stop
we
China.
have more leverage in a lot of
You
ways
cannot
than other
stop
countries,
China. Let me
even more than
tell
China.
you. So, Chairman, let me tell you one thing I've noticed. Since this tariff started, are you listening to me? I've listened to analysts from the US. I just covered that Americans are
Hold
so
on.
obsessed with China.
Is your phone cracking or is it mine? I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It was
Can you hear me
cracking
now?
so bad.
Yeah, I hear you now.
I say Americans are so obsessed with China. I've listened to analysts on the American side and China side. They feel they are so panicking. They are looking at technology and say, oh, how are they getting it ahead of us?
Is there a chance that we can prevent them from getting this technology? Is there a chance we can prevent them from getting this kind of technology? That's what they are playing now. I was listening to a guy, an interview with a guy, one of a senior technology person from Google, because he's working on Google space program and stuff like that, and some other tech guy. They were now
Maybe that guy
analyzing.
lives under a rock. Every year, the Chinese they steal over $100 billion worth of IP from America. Where does that? What does it mean that? Where did
No,
they get
wait
it from? Who
now.
doesn't know where they get
You
it
are
from?
not even told. Let me land there. Let me land. So the guys, they are American guys, and they are saying oh, that what they now need to do is they want to make sure that certain technology does not get into the hands of America, of Chinese. That's how badly they are trying to stop China, because they
That
don't
might
want
be too
China to
late.
have access
That
to
might
this
be too late
technology.
now, actually.
They have. So the guy is saying, oh, that's too late. That the technologies are in Taiwan already, and Hong Kong and Taiwan, they are producing those things, and that we can't stop them. That we can't even stop drug from coming into our country. We are not talking of stopping a particular technology from leaving your country. So that's too late in the interim. Maybe down the line, and before we know it, that's what the guy said. Say before you know it, this condition is going to force China to improve on themselves, and eventually they are going to they're going to do it better than us. That's what he said. He said, look at what they've done with DeepSeek. He said they are going to, I think that has to do with AI. He said this thing is going to put pressure on them. They will now see the need not to depend on America, and they will be forced to produce this, to do it better than us. And they've had history of, the guy now said they've had history of doing that. So the guy just laugh. He's laughing, he was laughing at himself that, like, look, we are screwed. I think the people that started outsourcing and offshoring didn't think right. And then I was listening to Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate economist. He said that trying to get manufacturing back to China, to US, will not create as much job as it would have in the 50s. That robots are the ones doing the manufacturing now. So even when you bring the manufacturing back to the US, it's not going to create as many jobs as you think. So that Trump is still thinking, oh, I'll bring the auto company more jobs, everybody more jobs. Now that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Technology has transcended where you have somebody on the assembly line carrying one thing. You have like an automobile company, auto manufacturer. We have like almost 200 or 500 staff working for it. That is not going to happen. Robots have replaced all those people. So you could run a plant with just maybe 25% of what the number of people that used to do it with in the past, and you produce far way more output. So that Trump does not really understand this thing, and there are people that are negotiating with him don't even know what the guy wants. That normally in economic negotiation, you know what the other side wants, but you don't even know this guy is shifting. He said that's the problem that they have now, because he has been speaking with people on both sides of the negotiation. And people on the other side say, look, we don't know. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, right.
That the people, Joseph Stiglitz is an American economist. The Bell said that the people on the other side he has been talking to said they don't really understand what Trump side wants. So if they know what they want, that they will know how to negotiate and make a deal. So they just come in blindly for the deals, and I don't know the deal they are going to make. But the point is that I think America is realizing very late, and I'm surprised they are just realizing it, because even those of us who are not American, as outsiders, we knew this was going to happen. We just didn't know that Trump will make it faster. Trump has just quickened the process for them. It's going to happen when you have a system that outsources its manufacturing, that is focusing on entertainment and music, and you have a system that promotes gangsterism, laziness, moral structure, and moral decadence. Then you have a system with dilapidated infrastructures and everything. What do you expect?
Okay,
You have a system where you go around
so
and you are just creating enemy for
so you're
yourself
not
around
against
the world.
Trump trying to recalibrate the system, are you?
I'm not against that. Trump
can recalibrate it. But I'm thinking that if they knew, they wouldn't have voted him out that second term. I'm telling you, if that Biden had not come
It's
in,
the globalists.
maybe
You don't understand what is
by
going on.
now
It's the
the
globalists
man
that
would
are
have
against
gained
Trump.
some. Eh?
You're right about it. It's because Trump is fighting it on
The
all
man would have
fronts.
gained
The
some mileage
globalists.
now. Because that first time, the man was just trying to figure out what is the what's on ground and what's happening and stuff like that. When he left, they used these 4 years to even they used that 4 years to finish a lot of things. And now you need someone like Trump. You need Trump. You need someone like Trump with that ideology and that mindset to be there for the next 15 years or maybe 12 years to really reposition America and bring back the glory of America. Actually, 4 years is not enough. Unfortunately, your system cannot sustain, cannot make him come back like that. So I don't know. I'm not saying America is doomed, but I'm just thinking of who can continue what this guy is trying to do. The guy is trying to do it in a way. Say, let's force them to come and negotiate, which is good. Because if you force them, they will listen to you. You already have an upper hand. But to bring those things back, to keep your proprietary of high techs, to, I don't know. You have to just make America less dependent on China. And that is true. You have to make them less dependent on China. You cannot now the immigrant that would have helped improve American productivity. You are sending them out too. You have to be strategic with your immigration policy. That's one thing. Be strategic with your immigration policy. Democrats are using immigration to curry favor. Why can't you use it to also win votes? Why can't you be the one bringing them in? Why can't you just begin to do some things that will favor immigrants, and then because immigrants are the one that is really producing stuff, even here in Canada, immigrants are the one going to school, the immigrants are the one coming up with ideas, leading corporations, doing a lot of stuff, helping to raise the country. There are children for here know they to go school like immigrants now, or try to become this,
Sorry,
become
I
that.
mean, I missed what the stuff you were saying. I went to the
No,
the
I was saying
customs at
that.
the Turkey airport, and I was gonna say quickly,
What happened?
if Remy's there, nothing. I just had to put my headset down, my phone. Yesterday, Turkey had they had a what do you call it, like a national holiday, I think like children's holiday or whatever,
Okay.
and I could see the unity in the country. People put like flags outside of the you know their homes, their windows. They were all in one unity. It was nice and peaceful. I was just trying to contrast that with Nigeria. You guys keep talking about why there's no unity in that country, but it was quite peaceful here, and everybody was going about their own thing.
But the Turkish guy, I think most of them are almost the same tribe. Majority of them are Arabs, right? Are they Arabs? The Turkish, are they
And
Arabs?
I won't call them Arabs. No, they're not Arabs. I mean, it's a Muslim country, but they are very free. Actually, no, they're very free and laid back.
But there are a lot of Christians that lives in Turkey now. What do you mean that it's a Muslim country?
Are
There are a
they?
lot of Christians, Catholics that lives in
That's
No,
the
I think maybe
historical
that's Cyprus tribe.
officially they I
yeah,
think that they're termed a Muslim country, but I don't.
yeah.
Yeah, but
There are a lot of
of
Christians
course,
that lives
I
there.
mean
Yeah.
Christian.
Turkey,
If you want to talk about
Turkey,
Christian,
Muslim country.
hold on.
That was the center of
One
Ottoman
second.
Empire.
I think yeah, I think Christianity actually got here before Islam. Actually, it did. Actually, I know. I think I know that Christianity
I
was
think
here
there's a
before
Greek
Talking about
side
Islam.
of
Turkey.
Turkey.
Christianity didn't get to Turkey for Islam. Are you kidding me?
Christianity got to Turkey before Islam now. Wait, earlier.
The Ottoman Empire was it not Islamic empire?
Christianity got in there before Islam. The
So they
Turkey,
kick
they kick Christian out of Turkey now.
Yes, man. Christian was way here.
The
Way.
Christian,
There are a lot of
way.
history that pertains to Turkey, Mike. Even they said Mary Magdalene, or is it the Mary?
Not just that,
Yeah,
the
that's
70 ADs, the missionary journey of Paul was to Turkey. Corinthians, all those Ephesians, all of them were in Turkey now.
Thank you very much. Exactly.
All
To the
those
point.
Ephesus, the church of Ephesus,
Early
the
Christianity
church
was
of
here.
Corinth, all those churches that Paul built were, majority of them were in Turkey.
Where
They
was
have their monuments.
Constantinople?
All the monuments
Where
are
was that?
still there.
even people go there to see all those monuments that they came,
Those
just like the way they
monuments
do in Jerusalem. Yeah,
exactly.
People pay
When
for
they
all those
say
places.
Paul went to Greece, it was Turkey now. You know, this Turkey now don't cover Greece now. Some aspect of Greece don't do Turkey. All those Philippi, they are in Turkey.
Yeah, it was a big Christian nation, big time. But
Even Morocco was a big Christian nation now. Algeria, Morocco, all those North Africans were Christian nations now. Spain, all those places. The Ottoman almost took over Spain completely now. Europeans pushed them back. I think America is realizing a bit late. That's the point. It's very sad because I would rather appreciate if America is still within that global power. I am more comfortable with America because with China you don't know what's going to happen. But
You know, there's no country. If there's a country that deserves to be the number one in the world, I still think it should be the US because every culture is here.
Exactly.
At the same time, I hate the way America really do things by sometimes. But if it was like one European country or Asian country,
no. For what? Global peace I mean, there will not be that openness, accommodation, and everything. I don't want China to.
I think
but at the same time, it would have been difficult for that country to just have that simple yoke control over everyone like that. It would have been difficult. America is able to do that because they have like almost people from different all over coming in one spot, so they're able to understand body.
but if we must say the truth, your
America
great
is great.
institutions, your institutions that every continent, every world, every country we are like, this is the best in the world. For the last almost close to 2 decades now, it has not been good for you guys there because there's no stability in your country. Every 4 years they continue to change. But when you look at China, it gives let me finish. I'll quickly finish. But when you look at China, it gives a belief to most developing countries that this is a country you can emulate. You can also develop at your own pace. So that is the advantage. And but all what you said, America, I still prefer America to be number one, but not this way you are going about it. Because this is a country whereby without nothing you can still become somebody. In China or most Asian countries, I was very biased here. In terms of their immigration policy, it's not good at all because they won't let you integrate totally. But in America, without nobody, you can become someone. But over there, the control is too much. But in terms of a country believing in itself, as a very good example that all African continents can emulate, I think it's a good country in that way.
You mean US?
No, I mean US is a good country to be still number one in terms of your great institutions and how you go about your things, how you welcome people. But the way you have been doing the last more than 10 years or even 2 decades now, it's not a good example that the whole world should follow.
Like
everything I've been look at the way that I have an open mind, but at the same time I'm not comfortable with your shenanigans about transgender blah blah blah.
Just say it's immigration is your problem.
Yeah, immigration is also a big thing. Yeah, And I don't know why you are castigating immigration, because those people that come to you guys over there, they are working their ass off to make your country a better country. And then you're not
Yeah,
coming ahead
right.
and
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
you guys,
I mean, don't say what you don't know. You don't know. Yeah, right. Yeah, they're working their freaking ass off. Right? How can they don't go work their ass off in their country? You think you think it's freeloading? You think it's freeloading?
what I want to say is that at
But
least
Remy,
let
the
them.
advice you be giving America, they should step up and build their own country now. They shouldn't have to rely on someone else to come in and do it for them. That's the advice you should be giving them. No advising that they must
Exactly.
continue. They must
Exactly.
continue to because
But at the same time, you also look at it from this angle. If you don't have this kind of people in your country too, you're not going to find people that's going to help you do your most of your highly intensive
but if they
labor
don't
job.
need, why you not advising other people to be inviting people to come and help them do their work? I mean, let Americans do their work for themselves now. Is it by force? Like,
That's what I'm saying. Okay, it's okay. No matter what happens, what I've learned to learn in all these episodes that you just have to look inward and fight for yourself at the end of the day. So I
because
don't
at the end
care
of the
what
day,
happened to China or
I don't
America.
think America draining other countries' brain help other countries. You understand? So
How are they helping them?
Mike, do you know
huh?
that I just feel I don't know. I know the figures might be saying something else. To me, I just feel America has been stagnated for the past maybe 10 years. I've never really seen any growth in America other than the growth in population or anything. I mean, to me, I've not seen that also things have grown. America has grown at this point and at this point, it
When you
like
say, are you
it
talking
like
about in terms of population or when you say stagnation? What
it
do you mean?
looks no every other thing apart from population. It looks like they have got to their peak. They are not pushing up anymore.
Where but they're advancing, still advancing technology. But I mean, where else can they? I mean, they're on the very top now. So
They can renew. No, they can start renewing infrastructures, expanding capacity. Look at oil and gas. Look at energy now. They should be looking at new opportunities for energy. Looking at, you understand? They are not doing all
America
that.
has always been growing. I mean, things get better every year. They get better and better. But yeah, you're right. That infrastructure, a lot of the thing about America is they're building new cities. They are not repairing the old ones. You
Okay, they
understand?
are building new cities.
Yeah. Like if you go to all those northeast, like the east coast, all those area, almost sometimes most of those places are turning to third world countries, man. Like Philadelphia, New Jersey, all those places. But if you come to the south, like where Choma is, like in Texas now, they are like that loud. They are building new infrastructure. The southern part of America is like a new, you understand, infrastructure kind of thing. They are building new cities, new structure, everything. But the East Coast is like old structure, so they are not really investing on that. And of course, the East Coast, everything is more like owned by private now. It's privately owned. So, like, I would say that in New York City, for example, like the Jewish and all those other people, like even the Arab, they are investing, they are buying a community, gentrifying those dilapidated communities, and they are developing them again. Like I remember some years Brooklyn when I was there, that place was becoming shit. But now, I mean, the place is becoming, the structure are being rebuilt and everything by private investors. So I mean, it's kind of things are privatized more. So yeah, but they are not doing new technological infrastructure in the old cities. So as far as infrastructure, they can't. China is because see what Chinese are building, man. It's just on a whole different level. But when we Nigerians start advancing in terms of their own thinking, I mean, like we all see how China is just advancing, but Nigeria we are still busy talking North versus South, all that dumb conversation. Man.
We're still having a meeting in London.
We're still talking about the British 1960s, 60s. The one Nigeria we talk about is the 60s.
I've been looking at.
Awolowo, Tafawa Balewa, Amadu Bello,
I saw
but
some
they will never talk
documentary
about
of
2060. When we Nigeria start having conversation about 2060 something, where we'll be, but we're still talking about where we were in 1960.
Well, we just made
We'll
an
be having conversation
improvement.
about let's go back to regional.
No, we made an improvement, Mike. We changed our national anthem.
I saw some.
What is it with
I
black
saw
man? I
like a
always talk about it. Come on, you look at that. Black man is always talking about it. Even like the black American, they be talking about slavery. When white man always talking about the future, Chinese man. That's why they're always aiming for the future.
For black people,
your thing keeps breaking. Like, okay, good. Yeah, Mike, continue.
You notice that, German, like black people, if you go to whether it's Africans or Americans or even Caribbean, they're always talking about the past and what happened before, and this when Igbo white men are talking about, because I see some white people, I go to their platform and they're talking about how in the next 15 years maybe they'll start traveling to Mars. They will, they'll start talking about the possibility of making it happen. They're talking about the future, and even some things that doesn't exist, they're still talking about the possibility of making it exist. But when you go to black people, when we have a conversation, the kind of things we talk about, the black American, we talk about slavery all day. What happened in the Jim Crow 60s, and Nigerians too, what they're talking about. Oh, when we got independent, Amadu Bello, people that are dead, what happened in, I'm like, why do we always talking about this past? Why can't we have why can't we sit and have like one section about 20 when Nigeria will be in 2065, and
it's called generational trauma, Mike. It's called generational
conversation
trauma.
about what Nigeria can look like in 2065.
It's not easy.
And how we can what steps we need to take to make that possible. Nobody had that kind of conversation.
Ms. Dupsy, at what point do we heal and decide to move forward?
You can't heal without addressing your problem. You have to actually focus on what was wrong and what is wrong with people nowadays, so that people will be able to. They are not starting it yet. You have to start the healing journey, right? So people are not even understanding.
They black man is
no.
People when it's time to go chase women, they don't go talk say they are sick.
No, it's not about chasing women.
It's time to make babies. It's time to do one bed. They don't remember that they are sick. But when it's time to
that's part of the sick. That one they go. It's part of the sickness. It's called mania.
Why is it that when it's time for us to have fun and do?
It's called mania. When you see people bring $10,000 to spray, that is not enough. That is mental instability right there. So that's when you know that people are sick. So that's called mania.
Yeah, you will just come
that's
spray
not.
That one I meant that true.
I don't know if if you are trying to tell me that stupidity is a mental illness, then maybe that's why maybe I can agree. But to me, I think most of the things we do, we are comfortable with being stupid. The thing is, one thing I noticed about white people, they are not comfortable with their fellow white man being stupid. Literally, they want to kill that white man. Like they feel like you should not be stupid if you are white. Chinese people too, they're not comfortable with the members of their society just being foolish. But we are okay with that. It's just normal that people can be foolish. It's just normal. We just accept it. Like stupidity is okay. You don't even have to stop being stupid.
Let me
go. No, Mike, you are wrong. That is not the way in China. The communist system also helped them, because these are 1.4 billion people. One thing I like them about is that they don't want you to be whining unnecessarily, telling me my tribe, my religion. Those two, they cut it off.
Remy, I remember when Chinese people were rounding up their stupid people and they are junkies.
You are right.
Hold on now, and they were shooting all of them.
Yes, there was a time
because it's not like, okay, we don't need these people in society anymore. And they were shooting them. It was barbaric, but I'm like, damn.
Do you know what they did in their cultural revolution? They take all the professors in major cities. They took them to the hinterland, like villages and towns, to be head of farmers. They force them to become farmers. Can you do that like that in Nigeria? Can you eradicate religion totally in Nigeria? Telling all your big pastors not to have the churches and the rest like that? No.
You're making my point now. So why you disagree with me? Yeah. They understand that in order for them to advance, they have to eliminate stupidity. So they analyze their society and see things that are foolish and rubbish, and they're like, okay, we got to get rid of it. And they just make the moves and get rid of it. And the white man, the way they do their own.
Remy only want to talk about the good things about China. You didn't talk about the 60 million people that died in the Cultural Revolution, did you? You make it sound like so easy.
I will just mention it. I just mentioned it. Even there were some students that protested and they went to Beijing. More than 20,000 of them were mothers. So they don't. That's what I'm trying to say. But when you look at it in the Western society, you can't do something like that. But they eliminate all these students.
No.
Which is not good. Which is not good. But they did
it. Let me explain something. That revolution, that Mao revolution, it came to China, but to me, that revolution was not responsible for China's growth. Mao was not the
You
one
are right.
responsible for
You are
China's growth.
100% right.
The
The
guy
person
that
that
really
But it
made
built
was the
China
foundation
is
now.
growth,
Zhao Xiaoping.
mm-mm,
It's not
it was
Shama Mao.
it was
You
not
are
Mao.
right.
It was
Continue.
what's his name now?
His name is Zhao Xiaoping. Zhao
Dao Xiaoping.
Xiaoping.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
guy. So
that's
that
the
thing,
guy.
Mao just did some overzealousness and killed people. Did this one that. No,
Yes,
that's not how to run things.
Exactly. So
that
Remy
was
make it
not.
sound
Yeah,
like
you
the
are right.
culture.
You are right.
Hold on. You make it sound like cultural
Prince
revolution was so
I'm not
perfect.
saying don't use your thing on me that way. I'm not wicked like that. I'm not saying that, but I'm trying to say that for a country to grow, we need a form of discipline. We cannot just because the democracy we practice,
Ewo,
it gives
good
a
night,
lot of.
guys. See you tomorrow, guys.
Oh, okay,
Good
it
night,
gives
Pata.
it,
But
the
Yeah.
way.
but there has to be one unifying ideology that binds us together before you start doing all this other stuff. So what would that one thing be for us?
So that's the problem. First, we have to eliminate tribalism and religion in our society. We must see ourselves as Nigerian first before we can talk about I'm a Christian or a Muslim or a traditionalist or I'm a Yoruba or Igbo. If we can eliminate
Okay,
that,
how do
that
you do that?
country
How
will
do you
be.
do that? How do you make everybody think like that?
So,
But
so
it's
that's
true.
why I
Mike,
always
let me
mention
answer
that
it.
we must have a
Mike,
leader that will enforce
No,
you
no,
know
discipline.
how the
yeah.
food stamp, you know how food stamp and all the American government services is available to all the low privileged people in the US, whether you're black, white, or Asian. That's what Remy is talking
That's
about,
not what
right?
it's saying. Not saying food stamps should
No, I'm not talking about
if
food
we have
stamp.
to,
I'm talking
what if
about.
he's saying is that all Americans should forget their race and ethnicity and become American.
That's what
That's not what he's saying, but that's not. It's
that's the
not.
same
It's not
thing.
happening American. Huh?
But
Are you
we
telling me
don't
Americans
practice
forget their?
fairness. But that's what I'm saying, Mike. We don't in Nigeria. We don't practice fairness with other tribes.
In what sense? Nigerian law does it not practice fairness? In what sense?
Even in hiring, in many companies, they don't hire, like if you go to a northern company, they don't hire someone that is not, a Majiri,
But that's private. It's a private business now. A private business can do whatever they like. In America, the Chinese man, if you go to Nigerian business, we hire Nigerians only mostly now. And if you go to Chinese American business, the same thing. If you go to Arab American, the same thing. Everybody tends to want to, it's kind of like a human thing. But smart businessmen don't do that. Smart businessmen know that, if you diversify your employment, your business grow better. Corporations, they don't do that. They make law to make sure everybody is. But foolish businessman or normal person does not know that. So it's normal, but it's not peculiar to Nigeria.
So, but Remy
That's
was
why
right on that question.
the Yoruba, if you go to, let's say a lot of Yoruba people if you notice, like their business usually grow bigger because they practice that discrimination employ in Nigeria. I'm just saying, they typically don't particularly Lagos. The Yoruba people in Lagos, when they do their hiring, they usually diversify their employment kind of like that, compared to like I would say Southeastern. They not like they purposely do it, but they like doing their Igbo union stuff, where they do apprentice style, where they only hire their own village people. But the Yoruba businessmen, their companies usually grow bigger because when they just employ different people from different tribes and things like that. So that's a smart way to run business. If you only employ your people, your business won't go too far. You can do well, but it's not going to grow too far.
So Remy was talking about the solution, right, Remy? You said about
Yes, exactly. I was just talking about to forge that unity. These two hard decisions we should be making in Nigeria: jettison religion and tribalism. If we can do that to the barest minimum, we are on the right path. So everybody will see themselves as
Tell me a country in
Nigerians.
the world with a jettison tribalism.
I think China did that one. It's by enforcement, okay?
I don't live in China. What about United States? The United States jettison tribalism.
Yes.
I don't know. I never live in America. If you guys are living there, you will tell me how it's being
There's
run.
equal opportunity employment and
Well,
education.
it's the same thing in Nigeria now. They have it. The federal employment is a law that they have to employ people from different. They have laws in place. Now, in fact, in Africa, Nigeria is the most.
But it's all about who you
When it
know.
comes to that creating that, they have a national tribe, national character. Nigeria have it. They have all those things to try to make everything balance. In fact, when it comes to in the world, I would say when it comes to that balance, making things balance to be fair with everyone. I would say Nigeria is probably one of the best in the world.
Although, Mike, you are
Because of the
right,
law.
but
we be
in practice, but in practice, not like
The only
that.
thing I can say, maybe
When you go to the federal civil service, you can see that disparity in the
no,
number
you
of
don't. No, you
people.
don't. They have rules in place. I'm telling you, even me, I'm almost
You are
against that rule.
right.
Like for example, do you know that in Lagos, airports in Lagos, the international airports, when they want to employ, they have to go to other states to bring people from there because the law says they must hire people. Like when they are doing it, they must hire people from different regions every time they want to do that employment.
Okay, I have a question, Mike.
People will move from another state just to come and work in international airports in Lagos.
How come it's only Northerners in immigration in Nigeria?
That's not true. Everyone is there. Oh, you see, what people do is this. Let me, Choma, this is a mistake Nigerians make. They think North is one tribe, right? So, for example, I can have, okay, let me do this. When they do the employment, right? Let me say we go to the North. I employ 5 people from 5 different northern states, right? And then I employ 5 people from 5 different southern states, right? Now, in that southern states, one from Oyo, one from Delta, one from Oyo, one from Benin, one from Imo, one from Calabar, and one from Rivers, Ijo. So 5 different ethnic groups from the south, right? Yoruba, Ijo, Igbo, Edo, and Calabar. Now, in the north, I have 5 different people from 5 different ethnic groups from the north. Maybe one Jukun, one Gwari, one Nupe, one Fulani, one Hausa. Now, we in the south, when we're all in room, we will say, oh, look how they have a bunch of northerners, right? Way more, you understand? We see it as we have 5, not one tribe from this one tribe has 5 people. Why the rest of only have 1 people? That's the way we always look at it. That's why we always think they have more people than us, because Yoruba and Igbo people don't see themselves as the same in that room. You understand? But we think all the Nupes and the Fulanis and the Hausa, they are 1 people. That's where we get. That's what. That's one thing we always do. That's the mistake we always make. We just think the North they are just one tribe. While we in the South we have a bunch of different tribes, but it's not true. In the North they even have more tribes than the South. Some people know, all our intellectuals know that, but they use propaganda just to brainwash us in the South to just hate those people. That's all. I used to think like that too until I moved to the North, because I just thought the North was Hausa. In fact, there are so many people in Nigeria that think Nigeria is only 3 tribes. If you go to Yoruba land, for example, like those ones from village, those rural part of Yoruba land, they think anybody from that's not Yoruba in the South is Igbo. You understand? They think there's only 3 tribes in Nigeria: Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. And when I was a kid in Lagos, I thought the old North was just Hausa until I went to the North and I called people Hausa. They want to fight me. They said, "Guy, don't call me Hausa. I'm not Hausa." I'm like, "Oh wow, really?" You know.
So what were you doing in the North, Mike? If you don't mind me asking.
What was I doing in the North?
In the North.
I don't know. I just found myself there.
Oh, okay. Did you enjoy your time there?
Yeah, I learned so much. I encourage. I used to. You will change your way of saying the North if you move. If you notice, like Southerners have been to the North, like OVA, me. If you all this show, if you know their attitude towards the North is different compared to.
It's very different.
It's different. Yeah, it's very different.
They
If you've never been there, you just hate those people. Like the way they present them to us growing up, you just hate them. You think they're just people that will slap you.
They love the North so much. They want to be like them. Honestly, I have a girlfriend like
No,
friends.
I don't blame anybody, because when I was growing in the South, I was in Lagos. There's a place called Kano Street. It's just a bunch of Northerners begging, like to someone there, cripple. Like I'm like, these kind of people are, like these are dirty people, rubbish people. But then when I went to the North, they have places where they actually have people, like it's not the stereotypical thing. Like have people that are progressive, they have diverse cultures. And then you just like their character, because it's just their straight, honest way of. That's what I like. They are very honest people.
if you're not you tell you one thing is one thing, and it's easy to get along with them. If you're not a troublemaker, you get along perfectly along with them. Like if you notice, most Europe people don't even know there are millions of Yorubas in the north. I've been living there for so long, but people don't know Yorubas are in the north, the same way as Igbo, because they never clash with the northerners in the north. Because Yoruba people typically don't go and cause trouble in other regions. And the northerners like Yoruba people a lot in the north. I was surprised. But that's why I always wonder why we hate them so much. Like the Yoruba people, I'm like, why do you hate these people? Because when I was there, I had more love from them than I even got from our own Yoruba people. Because they just like Yoruba people there. Like, oh, they like us
Do
that
Yoruba people hate the Northerners? I've never heard
no,
that before.
unlike you are gone, they like us that we are peaceful. And they
Yeah,
like
now,
that.
but we love them too. Do we hate them? I don't think so.
They can't hate you see. Yeah. Hey, sometimes
Okay. I didn't realize that.
they can't hate trade like I see online from Yoruba people. I'm like, I hope the Northerners don't start to hate us in their place.
It's not hate. They're just mad of the recent happenings, you know.
But some people feel a lot of hatred, man. Like I'm like, it's not fair. Like this, I mean, like me with my own experience, I'm like, in the north, they like Yoruba people. Like when they see us, they just see us as better of the rest of the South because we don't go there to disrespect them. Or when Yoruba people are in the north, they are very law-abiding and they don't act crazy until they get back to their homeland.
But Mike, recent happenings, there are others. No, that is the problem. And then they are very.
It is the problem, but
they are very treacherous when you talk about political something. They just want to be in power every time. It's not fair to the rest of the region.
Most of these they want to be in, who's they that want to be in power all the time? Name the
most time I will tell you the truth. Most time this thing always happens from the northwest. The northwest people and sometimes from the
but that's the thing. But okay, you know the Northerners also guilty of what you just said just now. Do you know that when the Northerners when they are angry with the hold on in the north, right? Can somebody mute? I don't know who's that. Do you know that? I think that's Remy. Can you mute so I can say what I want to say? Remy, do you know that in the north, right? Anybody from the southern parts, like southeast, south, they just think they are Igbos. And whenever those South Igbos, their behavior is completely different from behavior of like Calabar or Ijo or Bini. Because those Ijo, Bini, those people, they don't come around you and start flaunting arrogance, that kind of thing. You understand? But Southeastern, their nature, they anywhere they go, they don't regard you, that kind of thing. So they clash a lot with the Northerners. But the Northerners, whenever they clash with the Igbos, they be slaughtering Ijo. They just think Ijo is Igbo, Calabar is Igbo, Bini Igbo. You know, during that program, you know how many Northern Ijo, Bini people they slaughter. So when you guys are talking like this too, it's almost like you just put them all together. And I'm like, if you want to speak specifically about a particular part of the north, just directly which one you're talking about.
But we can't differentiate, Mike. Most of them look the same. They worship the same Allah, and they don't.
You guys in the south, you're watching the same
eat egusi soup. You know, do they even eat egusi soup in the north? Do they eat egusi soup? They do.
Yeah. Some part.
They call it egusi.
I don't spend too much time in that kitchen, so I don't know.
Do they call it egusi?
I used to observe egusi.
I just want to know because they're so different. Sometimes I wonder if they eat typical.
No, I think that's one of the things about Nigeria. You know the worst thing about that country is the people don't even know their own country. Like most Nigerians don't know their country. They don't know.
And we don't want to know.
Exactly. So, and those are the fundamental things. I think if you want to build a country, first of all, the people of the country need to know the country first before you can even say you want to build it. You have to know what you want to build. Nigerians don't know. Our education system does not educate us about that country at all. That's to me. That's how I always say, man. Your education system is rubbish. Nigerians know more about England than they know about the next region in their country. I'm telling you. We don't know. The education system is so terrible. Like ignorance. Like when I just start talking about it, it's so ignorance. It's so like God, Lord. You know. So those are the fundamental. The fundamental is what we need to take care of us in that country. That's why we can never be like advanced like Chinese or anybody else. Because first of all, you are very ignorant of where you come from. You don't even understand. I mean, like we let even the way we behave, we don't even question it. some behavior and the way we think. We don't question anything. We don't even know where you're coming from. Some of us don't even question things we do, the origin of it. Some people even ask themselves, like, how did I become Christian? How did I become Muslim? They don't know. Some people don't even know the history of the religion, how it came. They don't know. Nobody don't understand. No one cares to know. So it's okay to be ignorant. But when I interact with white people, when you both don't believe it's okay to be ignorant. If you are ignorant, they put you in one place. They don't give you a voice. One thing about white people, you won't know they have ignorant people in their society until you kind of live around them. You find out you live in America, German now. You won't know there's ignorant white man until you go to the Billy camp.
Trailer park. the trailer park, like
the trailer park. But they think they don't give them a voice now. They don't, if you are the ignorant person, the ignoramus, they don't give you voice or even allow you to even have a place in society. They push you in your corner there. But we blacks, we are the only one where our ignorance can be president, it can be governors, we just allow ignorance to just exist and just have power, or even non-entity can become anything in the black world. A non-entity can have a voice, can just talk, can do anything. Imagine one ignorant non-entity just talking, a ignorant white man on CNN talking. They will shut it. Before he start talking, before he go too far, they will just cut him off and kick him off out of the studio.
They'll go straight to commercials.
They go straight to commercial. They're like, no. They were like, no, you shouldn't exist. Yeah, that's the way those people think. They believe you should not be ignorant, And that's the way we should start thinking. Like, stupidity should not be existing. You should cleanse it out. A dirtiness. Like, when I go to Nigeria sometimes, I wonder, like, communities will just be so dirty. I'm like, these are basic things that should not be happening. Like, communities should not be dirty like that. To the point of where you force people can be sick. Like, people sleep right next to gutter. As a government, that you should already make a law that should not even be happening. Like, no.
So that's what that girl was speaking of. The girl that was saying that Lagos smells. The only problem with her criticism is that she was speaking bad about Tinubu. It has nothing. Everything she said had nothing to do with Tinubu, because Nigeria has been like that. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's been like that for decades. Like, there are places where in the 80s, 90s, there's dirty gutter. Like, people living, and today it's still the same way. I go there, it's even worse. The gutter has been fit. I'm like, okay, just make a law to just or policy or something where this kind of thing should not be existing. Exactly. So those basic things, what we should be discussing before we start talking about how we want to grow economic, all this grammar we speak. No. First of all, let's talk about how we clean the country, where everywhere is clean. Like Rwanda. Rwanda is the only one that figured that out. Or China, or in both countries, those are basic things you should discuss. How can everywhere be clean? And then how can we make sure we grow food where we put food in food bank where no human child should go hungry? You understand?
Mm-hmm. I don't know what are they doing with the prisoners in Nigeria in
those are the things we should.
They should be cleaning the streets.
Choma, there's no reason why human being should be hungry. Like, I'm not saying you should not have a job. I get that. I understand that. But I'm talking about there's no reason why a human being should be having food problem. Like saying like you can't eat. Are you kidding me? We can stop. Nature already gave you a land free to grow something to survive on. Even animals in African society, African continent, they are not starving. The only African animal you see starving in Africa is the one in the zoos in Africa. I'm telling you. But the animals in the jungle, the only thing they worry about is the other animal don't kill them. But food-wise, they take care of themselves. But we human beings that God gave us brain, everything, we have hungry people every day. I'm like, this is the thing these are the conversations we should have. Like, okay, let's eradicate hunger. Like, put people, prisoners in the farm to grow food for all the children. Or put, maybe we should put back slavery. Because even back in the olden days, the kingdom used to have slave class. The slave class are the one to grow the food for everybody. You understand?
I don't think we should have slavery. We should make.
Well, I think it's better than what we have now. All these people that are sitting, I do. Maybe we should.
So, Mike, what do you think? Forcing our youth back to the farm. Do you think it's a good idea? Because so many of our youth are not doing something.
That's what I'm saying now. Like,
but people are against it. That's what I'm trying to say.
so many people that are just doing paraga and colos or
Remy,
whatever.
Remy, do you know that back in the olden days?
So that's freedom of choice. How about the prisoners, the people that
That's what
committed
there is no freedom when you want to develop your country.
Shoma,
People have to
the
make that
European,
sacrifice.
the
If you are
Europeans
talking
are the one
about
that
freedom,
they came to mess up our mind. Shoma, they came to mess up our mind with this freedom and human this and that. Back in the old days, right? During the kingdom, when the kingdom, African kingdom were running themselves, anybody that citizen I do, they will take you and go and put you in a farm as a slave class. Young person, sitting I do. There was no hunger in Africa now. It was when people that came to introduce hunger to us now. There was, even by the time 1960, Nigeria were growing food where we are exporting, because back in the day you cannot be sitting idle as a young person. The king, they will pick you. If you don't have family, they will take you to. There's two farm. There's the family farm. There's the slave farm. So if you don't have family, they will take you join the slave farm, and the slaves grow the food for the kingdom. They feed themselves, and then the rest belong to the king. So we had to organize this thing. So hunger was not a problem. But today, somehow, you see hungry people, hungry children, hungry everywhere, and there's land. And you have government, they can't think that, hey, this is not okay for human being to exist and be hungry. Let's do something about it, which is as simple as, if you are hungry, come here, or we'll pick, if you see you, we'll pick you up, take you to the farm, just tell you what to do. Put seed, you don't need brain to put seed in the ground and put water, and simple things like that. And these are the things black man cannot solve.
Mike, can I ask you something real quick? Hello, everyone. You brought up the Dead Sea environment, right, where people are comfortable trading or selling food on the street in the dead environment. Do you know what happened in 2015 in Lagos? The federal government ruling, a Lagosian took the Lagos state government to court about environmental sanitation, the monthly one. Yeah. And they won, and that that's what forced that they ordered the government to stop enforcing that. That was it. So
no, I think they mistake the government. First of all, that environmental sanitation.
No, my point is, if somebody takes you to court and wins, we have the appeal court. The state government never followed up with that suit. They just gave up and said, "Oh well, guess what? We lost the case in court, so no more environmental sanitation." And that was the beginning and the end of what's happening in Lagos now. Okay. Because they didn't follow up on that. You're supposed to appeal that case, that ruling. They never did.
I agree with you. Like that kind of, the environmental was one way to solve the problem, but to me, I always saw it as kind of like not the way they could have done it, because you didn't need to. Sometimes you don't have to use fist muscle. They say a ounce of intelligence is more powerful than a tons of muscles, because our government, it looks like everything they want to do is with muscle. You want to use muscle to force people out to go and clean. How about you just identify who owns which property, who owns what, and then tell them that if your property doesn't get clean, and we see this much dust, we'll fine you. You understand? That's how they do in America now. They say, like, if your grass grow, you make it a law that if your grass grow more than this or whatever.
But Mike, we
will find you. So people will be forced to hire somebody. That right there would have created employment, because all those free clinics should have been an employment job creation idea now. Where because you create policy, like if you're building, in fact, the people you should even target are people that are collecting rent, because you tell them, like, listen, add this fee to your rent. You understand? This community cleaning or cleaning fee, and then you create an industry where some people will come and get licensed to be a licensed cleaning company from government, and then you create policy like, if you own a commercial property, you must employ a licensed cleaning company to clean your company once a month or whatever amount, days in a year or whatever, and that person must give you a tag that they've cleaned, and then government can inspect your building to make sure that you've hired someone to clean it. If not, we'll fine you. That right there will take care of the problem.
Yeah, but that is the job of the local government council. What I'm saying is that ruling gave the state government the perfect excuse to do that. Oh, listen, we can't do anything anymore because the courts ruled that we should stop. I'm like, yeah, I get that, but that's not the only way to enforce cleanliness in society. You can't, just because someone has to clean for 3 hours every weekend and the federal and the courts stop that, doesn't mean you then throw your hands up and give up on the whole state. And by the way,
they're not thinkers now. They're using environmental sanitation because that's what.
Excuse me. Well, okay, we can't do anything, no. And number two, enforcement of what you just said is supposed to be local government council, not state government. But they already killed. They already neutered the local government councils, anyways. They
Whoever is in charge make the law, whether it's the state, the national,
but the focus
it should be the president, the national government. It should even be in their constitution, like all those things, you know. I mean, just make laws, man, and then go after it and making a way where even, in fact, the one I just mentioned, that will create employment for one, and that will also create revenue for the government because everybody will start opening cleaning company, right? Licensed cleaning company, and they will need a license, right? Every year or whatever, and government make money from license revenue, right? From you understand? So you already get revenue from people that own that clinic company.
They can,
right?
Mike.
Then the people that have that license know that they are the only one that can actually clean with legitimately. Like let's say you own a building now, right? Even if you clean it yourself, if you haven't hired a licensed cleaning company that come to sign that your building has been cleaned, you haven't cleaned. You understand? It's kind of like the US now. Like they say, like some buildings have to have like fire alarm system, right? Now that your system has to be inspected once a year by a licensed fire alarm company. So even if you inspect it yourself, it hasn't been inspected. A licensed company must come and inspect it, and then give you this report that you can present to the fire marshal if they show up, or the whoever government agency to come and check your building whether it has been inspected. So now you have no choice but to employ that company to do it. So in this case of this cleaning I'm talking about, so everybody will build in Nigeria with commercial building, as long as you are renting your building house for commercial or for residential, whatever, you must charge that cleaning fee, your tenants, whatever, including your rent in the rent fee, and out of it, once a year or once a month, whatever it is, you must employ that licensed company. So now that licensed company, imagine one licensed company will have like 50 buildings that employ you to do their cleaning once a month. That guy will have to employ a lot of employees now because he has to clean a lot of buildings. So that right there create employment. Not only you create employment, you also create revenue for the government because government will have to renew their licenses every year and charge them for their license fee. And then at the end of the day, society is clean. You have clean country, everybody benefits. The only people that pay is the owner of property, because you that own property yourself, of course, you are charging that fee. You are already charging your people you are renting it to. You taking out of it. So that's how you run society, man.
So you're speaking about building codes, enforcement of tax laws, like in the local government. Once again, it goes back to what the law says. The fear of the state government is that if I give the power, by the way, the LG council already have the power. But if I allow them to enforce these laws, then they're going to need enforcement tax, that's employ people to enforce the rules, which forces us to then.
But
give
why
them
do you have to? What do you have to? Who is saying local government to enforce it? It's not even the government that enforces it. It's an agency that will enforce it.
But
that, for example,
Mike, that agency has to be under the local government.
No, agency is not under anybody. Agency is just okay. For example, okay, like in your city now, the fire marshal, are they under an agency, under a local government? It's just it's like government.
They're under county. That's what I'm saying. County can make laws. That's what I'm saying. Because under the Nigerian law, most of
I get it. Well, that's the mistake Nigeria are making. They don't understand how to create. In America, for example, right? Every trade industry, every trade have a government agency that regulate that trade, right? So if you have like cleaning, or if you have like painting, there'll be a government agency that regulates that particular trade, that particular work. Even everything we do in Nigeria, every kind of form of business we do, there should be an agency that regulates that trade, and that will be the agency that give everyone license and the rules about that trade. You understand? They are in charge of renewing your license. They are in charge of inspecting. You understand? And if that agency, if something goes wrong within that trade, what do you call it, enclave or domain, then that agency is who will go to, like, okay, like for example, let's say fire. There's a fire marshal agency, right? The fire keep going on everywhere. The government will now look to the fire marshal like, hey, What's going on with your agency? Why is we having fire problem? This and that. Are you guys regulating, following rules? I mean, or let's say painting, for example. There's an agency that regulates that painting industry, right? If we walk through a city and we see most buildings that are not painted or just paint and washed off, then everybody can, the president or government can call that agency like, okay, who's in charge of this agency that we walk around the city and we are seeing buildings not painted? Are you following are you regulating? I mean,
you said Mike,
regulation?
you said the governor and the president, but that's to my point. It's
But it should not be the governor and politician regulating
that's
things,
my
because
point.
politicians will come and go. So
It should not be
you
their
just blame the
job.
former politician. But
No,
agency is okay. Go ahead.
no, I'm saying that when you say it shouldn't be that. What I'm saying is that they don't want to empower these guys. For example,
empower who?
No, the local government council, because of the money. No, hold on. I will explain.
It's politics now. When you align
Yes,
politics,
I agree. No,
yeah,
but let me give a thing. If you say, "Oh, look at the motor parks now," oh, local government council is supposed to help clean this up and enforce the rules. Then, if I'm the local government chairman, I'm going to ask you, "Okay, governor, the money for this motor park that you're collecting is supposed to be me. If you want to clean this up, grant me the powers to start collecting the money."
This local government guy
you don't
is
want
elected,
that,
right? And that's what, you know, where we get it wrong in Nigeria. We are putting the power to make things happen in the hands of someone, a politician, someone that's elected, and that's not how it should work. The power to make every regulation and thing should be in charge. It be power of agencies, no politician, not someone that's elected that's coming to staff for some time. No, it should not. It should do have business doing things like that. You understand? It should be an agency. Agency should be in charge. And in an agency, it's more people that have the career, you know. Like, let's say fire marshals in America, for example. It's not one local government person in charge of fire marshal. The fire marshal is dead. They are, and within the fire marshal is where they elect who's the fire marshal chief, or who's the chief of, and through, so it's one government agency that should be in charge of some regulations and things like that. And then if something is wrong within that particular field, or that the agency is supposed to regulate, we can go to the agency to investigate what's going on there. Like, are they doing are that agency working properly? Like we'll be going to one governor or one local government chief, like, why is the community bad? And the local government chief will tell you, the last chief chairman that was there that didn't do his job. We can't be going to politicians. We don't know politicians are criminals. We just allow agencies, and also agencies also make law in the hiring process also, where when they're hiring, the way they hire is more of someone with high level of degree or someone with level of certification, and we create exams to improve, create what do you call it, code books to improve professionalism, the process of doing the making things better, the method of doing the where people work. And then, in America here, if you own a trade license, you must take courses on that trade at least once a year or once every 2 years to improve your knowledge in that trade. If you don't take those courses, you lose your license. So people that work in that field, they are also increasing their intelligence, their knowledge on that field. They're always, constantly learning more and more and more. And the agency will be doing more
up
research.
to date with the laws, changes in laws, and all those things.
And also, people in the agency also, they constantly having meetings to think of ways to make things better, to put more regulation to make things better, to fix whatever things is not working too well. So that's how you do things, man. But we the thing that you put everything in the hands of politicians, governors, and local chairman.
Mike,
they're not wired to solve problems.
Let me give
you to come and chop money.
Let me give an example of what I'm saying. Let's use an example now. Building codes. Only in Nigeria will you go to a restaurant and they don't have any restrooms.
Exactly.
And you wonder who approved the building code for that restaurant. Like, who approved it? So, but the local government ordinarily by our law are supposed to say, okay, go ahead, Prince.
BT, for example, when they convert a building into a restaurant, for example,
without approval, or expand the building to accommodate something, for your shop will take the fence. Where did you get the approval from?
And that's the thing, because in America, for example, you can't wake up to say you want to start building something. First of all, you yourself know, for you to say you want to build something, you must be a licensed builder, right? And then in the process of you acquiring a license to be a builder, you know the rules and regulation. Like for you, before you can build anything, you have to first of all apply for permit from the local agency, right? The agency will not government too, because there's the agency that regulate that building. You understand? You have to show them what you want to do, whatever they plan, and then they will look at analyze and let you know if they don't agree, they reject your plan, say go fix that, and then you come back and whatever after doing that, and then they can approve what you want to build. And after you're done building, they have to come and inspect it. They have to come and inspect it to approve that okay, this building has been approved to open for whatever it is. So these are rules. Just make rules, man. Policies.
Hold on, Mike. Don't we have the same thing back home? Because people are not doing doesn't mean we don't have rules and such policies in place. I believe we have building codes also.
No, they do, but
they
put in the hands of governors. But that's what the way I have the thing is they may have these rules, but it's a governor. They don't the way of enforcing it is so difficult because it's just a rule that they will say a governor is in charge. How can the governor be in charge of millions? But it should be agencies that should be in charge, not governor.
Because they want to monopolize them. Because they want you to come give them like call it a green gen, all those things, right?
Thank you very much, Chris. And that's the point that I've been raising that it's better run by local government.
And why is that like that? And why is this so like people running there just to steal? Because the money that they are using to run the agency is not coming from the actual industry. You understand? It's coming from straight off allocation. That's a problem. Like for example, in America, those industries, right? Those like industry, the way the agency earn their revenue is through the for example, your license fees. You understand? The fining of when they find people that break through codes and all those kind of things. That's how they earn their revenue. So they work very hard to make sure they enforce, so that way they can catch people that are breaking the codes and they can find them and earn revenue from there. And also they kind of promote people to go into the field so they can acquire license and they can charge them and earn revenue from their licensing fees. So you should run those agencies like business, like you understand. No, last they goddamn you sit around, you just collect a salary straight from the government and you don't do it, you just sit around, you don't care,
Mike, can I just say something real quick before you go ahead? So we have what is called the ICC, right? So the federal government makes the law for those codes, and the state is supposed to integrate those laws because the state controls the lands, right? They're supposed to integrate it into their own land laws, depending on what they do in their state, and then the LG councils implement. What happens is the state does not move that chain along. It stops at the state. It doesn't go down. It doesn't move down. That's the problem. So federal does its job. They're supposed to then integrate that law with their own land use act or whatever they have in their state. Then the LG will then implement in their own counties. But for some reason, these governors don't allow that. That's the problem.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know what happened to. I think it just went. It went. So, but let me just say something with the whole. That's the reason I came up when Mike brought up environmental or people not implementing policies. Even when you have agencies, he brought up the firefighter service or fire service. I'm sure wherever you live in Choma, in your own county, they have their own regulations in regards to the fire. Everybody has a different code for fire service.
There's a general code, but then there are some some other more level there.
There are peculiarities. If I live in Oshodi, that is very busy, I can't compare my code to someone that lives in Ijebu. I mean, it's just different. It's a different county, it's a different local government. So, but it goes back to my point. LG councils, we have to find a way to. They don't even exist at this point. Until you can solve that problem, we'll keep having issues with the building codes and people just building. I find it appalling too as well when I go to Nigeria, where in the front of a restaurant, people will just bring out their prick and start peeing. And it doesn't bother them. Like,
yeah, that's one thing I hate about Nigeria, man. Just
where
where
is the restroom? Where is the restroom?
Just
Who
look at this
approved
morning.
this?
I don't know what trying to prove. Maybe because of the hair or something. I don't know.
Do you know?
Yeah, it looks nice now. It's just like normal.
I mean, I'm serious. Like, I think it's a black man thing where like stupidity is like a normal thing to us. Like, it's only I'm serious. Like, we just
Mike.
all these kind of things. Just everybody can see that something is like, for example, Prince Daddy. This thing you just said, it's been going on for forever, and everybody know this thing here is
Mike,
not normal
you know
behavior.
what they
But
did in
we
China?
just allow it, and it's okay.
You know what they did in China? They just crushed that kind of township and built entire new city, well planned. In Nigeria, so many of our cities need to be crushed away and build entirely new cities.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the solution. Because all these
No, but
things
you
that
need money to. At least we understand they don't have the money to just go build new cities now. Because people
We
that have to,
do.
we
We
do.
have the
We
money.
start from we start from somewhere.
yeah.
Start
You
from
have to start
somewhere.
from the basics. Here's the deal: you can't just say you want to build. Okay, who can? I mean, Nigeria can afford job moving in and start paying rent. They can. Now most of them don't have jobs. But what we're saying before we even start, we understand that we are poor. Because we are poor doesn't mean we have to be dirty and be stupid. That's my issue. We are not the only poor countries. When I go to even North African countries, like Nigeria is richer than Morocco, all these countries. If you go there, they're organized, but they're not as rich as Nigeria economically, or they have a lot of unemployment. If you go to even the Eastern European countries, they look at just as clean as Western European countries. You know the difference, but they are way poorer. If you go to even South American countries, like Arab countries, poor countries, but they take care of the basic fundamental, like cleanliness.
They want to blame poverty on their root
on stupidity.
on their
They were asked stupid those days because
exactly.
I mean, there's no reason why our environment can be so dirty because we are poor.
But if you don't provide these people with the toilet and the latrines, can you blame them for putting their prick out there and doing the need whatever? If you don't provide the amenities that they need, like now.
No, you shouldn't put your shit out. You can go somewhere to pee now. You have to
That's an excuse, BT.
That's not an excuse now.
Women don't do that. It's only the men.
It's only men, exactly.
Let's not do the gender thing.
Because it's tolerated. That's why you do it.
It's not the gender.
I mean, okay, thank you. Okay, so the women are not.
Chairman, you are wrong. Some women in the market, they will squat down and do something like that also.
Where?
Okay.
They also did. What are you talking about?
How many Nigerian women show you that? Come on.
But Chairman, I'm saying that market who approved the design that doesn't have any stores for people to use for number 2 or whatever. Why don't you include restrooms and public? That has to be part of it.
Yeah, those are part of it too. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. But if I'm in the market and you don't make it available to me, I don't have a choice than to go to the bush and do the needful.
No, the bush is fine, but we're talking about.
No, it's not fine, Mike. It's not fine. Mike, it's not fine.
No.
It's not fine. That's the problem right there.
Babati.
Do you know that they use leaves to clean their yash?
Well, I mean, that's your personal problem. You wanna use your leaf. No,
it's
you wanna use your. No, it's like that. No. As long as whatever you do does not affect the. Affect
Mike, if you do number 2 in the bush, did you wash your hand? You're gonna shake somebody, right?
If you wanna go, bro, in America, we don't know who's doing number 2.
Now. You know what I'm saying now. Even if you go in the bush, are you coming back out there cleaning up?
No, my own issue is why do something in front of everybody and think it's okay. That's my issue.
No, I'm saying that even.
And then everybody can see that, okay, this is senseless, but we just say, okay, let's leave it though. I know it's only black world. I'm serious. It's not only Nigerian. Like almost literally every black society, black people, even in America, you would think maybe it's just African thing. In America here, like it's only in the black community, you see stupid behavior going on, and everybody just see it as normal, as okay. And the moment you step to other people's community, they will tell you this is not okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's the same country. What excuse you have for that, BT? It's the same country, same citizens. But you go to black environment, they'll do things that's not normal. And literally everybody accept it. But you go to white and Hispanic, even poor Hispanic poor, they just say that's not cool.
I've seen that. I'm saying, like, even I've said the story before on this platform where a PhD holder in this country will leave the airport in Nigeria, and before you know it, he already has his prick out there peeing on the highway. And like, dude, you from America? It's like, this is Nigeria, Daddy. Let me just inside. Like, it's normal. Like, you just live
like
yeah. Like, once you get that thing, you just start acting like the same thing. I don't know.
Because it's tolerated now. It's tolerated.
I don't know.
I think the first step to ending a lot of stupid things we do is by stop tolerating it. That's it. You don't tolerate, like me, for example, like when I go back home, I also let people around me know, this kind of thing I don't tolerate it. This one I don't tolerate it. One thing I let people know, like I literally have to, like, my people in Nigeria, I let them know, like, guy, I don't tolerate lies anymore. Because you know, Nigeria, we can just lie to each other is normal. And even when the mama find out paro, when they find out the person lie, it's okay. We just take it as normal. Okay, just laugh it off. We laugh it off, right?
Do you know what
but me, I literally tell people, like, come, there's one thing I will not. I will let them know from jump. Like, listen, if you want me to hire you or even associate with me, when you start telling me lies, I don't tolerate it.
Mike, it's
the
even
moment they do that, let them know I literally cut it, and they realize that this guy has a standard. He doesn't even like dishonesty.
Let me give you one. I was there.
It's a matter of time. They don't like, they lie to each other, but when I come around, they don't like to me.
Mike,
because they know that this guy will cut you off.
The way you're hyping yourself, this man has.
No, I'm just saying. You just. I learned that. The only way you can just stop people from behaving certain way is just not tolerate it. You understand? I'm telling you, these people I'm talking about, like, they still lie to each other and they lie to others. But me, they think sometimes you don't even talk because they know that this guy, he will just cut me off because he's not going to tolerate it.
Mike, let me give you one example. I had a business meeting in an Opik house in Abeokuta, and it was 8 o'clock, right? So I get there 7:45. 7:18, nobody showed up yet. So I left. They called me at 9 o'clock. Oh, guy, we are here now. What? So you didn't call me, like,
if you said, because those things are tolerated, that's why everybody keep doing it now.
To them, it's normal now. I mean, at least in America, at least call that, you call me, okay, guys, I'm running late, right? They didn't call, just showed up like an hour, and to them, it's normal.
It's normal. Why is it not normal? Nigerians, literally, even here in America, like, where other people, like, when you call them to show up somewhere, they will show up on time. But when they are fellow Nigerians call them, they will not show up on time because they know that, okay, you tolerate this, the other people don't tolerate it. So I have to do. Human beings do what they are allowed to do. That's it. That's just human nature. Exactly. And we as a people are people where we tolerate rubbish from ourselves, and that's why we do rubbish things. We are a race of people that just we're okay with just seeing rubbish and not having problem with it.
Since that time, man, they were like, oh, you better come early. All these Americans, if you don't show up late, and now you've learned your lesson. Show up on time. If it's 8 o'clock, be there at 8 o'clock. If it's 1 o'clock, be 1 o'clock.
You have to set the standard and stick to it. Stick to the standard. Don't do double standard. Just like that kind of thing. If I you're running anything, first of all, I'll do orientation. It's even what I do with people I engage with now. Like, if I want to start any business or even friendship with people, I start the orientation process first. That was one of my old friends I ran into. Like, after 30 years, we're children. Last time we saw each other, I was like, very young. So the guy ran into me on Facebook, I remember me. I remember this and that and that and that. The guy's in Nigeria. So I said, yeah, brother. So the moment we wanted to start our friendship, the first thing I did was orientation. Like, guy, okay, check this out. Before we can be friends again or continue to be friends and things, these are the things I'm not going to accept. One, don't call me to ask me for money. Because in America, you're in Nigeria. That's number one. Now, I understand you're Nigerian. Yeah, if I have gift to give you, I'll give you. And in fact, I even make it clear because he has kids. I say, I love children. If I'm going to give you anything, I'm going to give your kids. But you as a man, I'm not going to give you anything. But if you want to benefit anything, you can bring idea to me, maybe business or something like that, and we can make money together. But even if I'm going to give you money, it's going to be in form of a loan. So I'm already setting up the terms of our friendship with the guy and the standard. And I'm like, the moment you start crossing it, we're going to have a problem. And I told him the reason why, because I know that other friends, I had to cut some old friends because of that, because they believe because I live in the US, they're in Nigeria.
Yeah,
they're entitled to getting money from me. It's my obligation to be giving them money. And
But
I'm like,
Mike,
I don't give
it's
people
not only Nigeria, even Nigerians in the US, they feel entitled to ask you for money. Like I had one of my friends ask me for money. Like, girl, can you give my money back? You know, and I felt bad that I have to ask for it, you know?
Come on,
Like,
do
I
you
want
know
you
that?
to forget. But if I forget, they're gonna keep asking next time. And because they always do that.
The thing is, you have to set rules, you have to set standard. And that guy, when I told him that, I broke it down. He never asked me for money. He just call and greet. He indirectly talk about his problems. Maybe I will consider, but he won't open his mouth to say, guy, give me money. He never. So we kept the friendship. So even when he doesn't ask me for money. And once in a while, if I have something, I'll say, his kids, I just say, give your everybody's for your children and this and that. I know he will pocket it, but it's just indirectly of me giving him money. But he never opened his mouth to ask me for money. Because from beginning, I just set down standard. He called out people and asked them for money in America, but me, no, because I already set it standard. You know, it's what you tolerate that happens. It's because we tolerate all those things. That's why the society is like that. And we sit back and then we wait for one day, maybe one person will just fix things. Are you kidding me? We say we vote for this guy, we come in and fix things.
I worked at a restaurant in Nigeria. Like this guy was just sneezing, like, and things like, and he didn't even clean his hands. He just the whole mess in his and he kept. I'm like, oh man, this is fucking disgusting, man. I gotta get out of here. And nobody, everybody was just eating like it was normal. Like at least cover your nose, go to the restroom, clean up, come back. Don't just sneeze all over people's food. Like
Was he working at the restaurant or he's the
No, because what really pissed me off was after I gave him the look and he said in Yoruba, tiny. Like is the soup hot or something? Like the way I'm looking at it. I'm just like dude, I have to tell you, just like I don't like people that like
I think because there is no the regulatory body are not doing their work and there's no standard. So
I mean, just as a man, okay. If you're sneezing, take away or your ekuleni or for one or to jump by Luella. Come on now.
Some people are just bajel unnecessarily in that country. It's just too much. Okay, a lot of noise. Since I started living in this country, I can count the number of times I've honked. I never, because it's not allowed here. Everybody just is like we are. We just silently.
You know, anyone that is in Nigeria cannot lie that they're in Nigeria if you're on the streets. Like it's so telling.
Before they start the car, they first music horn. Pam, pam, pam.
Apart from honking, they also test the accelerator. What for God's sake? Just kick the car and let it run for some few minutes.
Remy, I had a driver in Nigeria like 2017. The guy was playing Wasiu, and he was using the horn to play with the song. I'm like, stop doing that. Stop doing that. And he was playing like he was
you guys here. If you do that, you can go to jail.
Oh yeah.
But you know what I mean?
The same thing here.
It was
this
playing
country,
the horn.
everybody is so silent that you can even there's no
in Nigeria is the horn that will wake you up in the morning. You are living very, very close to the road. That's what will wake you up.
It's crazy. Oh my goodness.
And everything in our own domain, we attributed it to poverty. There was a day I was in a mechanic workshop, and the guy bought this sachet water, and he just threw the nylon on the floor. I said, this thing is not good. I said, doctor,
you know what? When I was living in a rental apartment with my family in Nigeria, do you know that I was living on the it's like 6 flats. I was living on the topmost flat, but on the basement we have a church, In front of my house, there's another church. Behind me, there's a mosque. I tell myself I need to quickly finish my house because the noise will start from 5 a.m. in the morning. Every day, when they start doing their vigil like this, my wife, who is also a Christian, will be praying with them. I can't tell myself, say, this is not going to work. I can count how many days I have a good sleep. In the morning, they will start bang, 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 and it's a good place, so very close to Ring Road. And you know, the noise pollution in Nigeria can kill you. Okay.
Blood
But
pressure.
Allah, Akbar, like at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Not even at that. You know, every time.
One of those one I will put speaker in front of their shop and we play loud music.
Yeah. But all those things have been banned, though. All those things have been banned.
To not make it worse, when you are now walking along the street, you now see somebody coming to you. In fact, at the end of the day, he wanted to preach to you and telling you somebody is affecting your life. Oh my God, this is just pretext. You look at this person that is coming to you too. You see a lot of things that we are doing in that country. There's so many 419. I'm not saying that
but
all
you
of them
guys,
are, but most of them are.
excuse me. You people are online. I don't know why you are just passing all this rubbish. You are online. You are not in your offline.
I thought
You
we are
should
already
stop
offline.
it, though. You are not offline.
So what we are saying, we should not correct the people. We are being disrespectful. you know, in Nigeria, they say you are rude. You are rude for correcting bad behavior.
No. That's not the way to correct it. You don't wash your dirty linen outside, please. All these things that you are saying is not peculiar to only Nigerians.
Oh, so because other blacks are dirty.
Mikey, stop it. Look, you should look for another topic to discuss.
And this is part of our problem. We can't point out our problem because it's
so the way you are talking about it, that's the way you
how can
correct
problem
it.
go away if you don't address it?
So you are addressing it now, or you are just catching phone?
The guy that are whipping out, they do those behavior. The reason why, because in our society, we just have to leave it alone. We just have, because if you talk about it, you are doing something wrong.
So, Mike,
you are more
what you are saying, the way you are talking about this morning, is that the way to correct the behavior? What the way you are talking about it this morning? That's the way to correct.
Talk about it tonight at night. That's the best
way. No, is that the solution? What you are doing now, is that the solution?
What's the solution?
Simba, we did. No, I brought up one part that we can.
But the solution is to not tolerate it now. You have to address it.
Enforcement is one of the main problems, and I mentioned earlier the LG councils being one way. I mean, they can help in solving some of this.
The number one step is orientation for one. Let me tell you something about orientation. By human being, if there's a behavior that's not tolerated, that's condemned, you'll be ashamed to do it. For one, you understand? There are some things you know that if you do, people will look down on you. You will not do it. So if we create a culture of just constant condemning all those things, or where we put it out, maybe the government talk about it, they are just a laugh, they joke, or they start teaching children that this is a nasty behavior, this is nasty behavior. Everybody will be ashamed to do it, because you know that it's in your society. Even in Yoruba land, for example, you can't. You at least say Yoruba will use left hand to collect. Mute yourself, Simba. We can hear you. Choma, I can tell you how strong orientation can be. Like in Yoruba land, for example, if you hand somebody something, they will not use their left hand to collect it, because in the culture, it's seen as just a disrespectful person, or it's seen as an untrained person, or you are a foolish person, that kind of thing. So because of that, you know that they will shame you. They will talk about you like this guy using left hand to collect something from somebody. People don't do it because you know that in this culture, this kind of thing is not tolerated. Using left hand to collect something from someone is not tolerated, and people don't do it. So what we are saying is,
you're left-handed.
No, it's just in your culture. Don't use left hand to collect something from someone.
I mean, I know. It's just
you learn that from. Unfortunately, that's why I always wonder, what about people that are left-handed, but they just don't. So from childhood, it's something we talked about. Like, you don't use left hand to collect something from someone. So because people talk about it and everybody, it's like it's an orientation. It's not a law. No one is enforcing it, but it's like a
learned behavior.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the same thing about all these bad things that we do. If we talk bad, like we address it, we start talking about it that it's not good to do this. It's not good to do that. It's not in society. You kind of push it out, and it goes
So,
into.
Mike, you want to tell me that all those people that are doing those things, they don't know that it's not good?
See, yeah, you understand the way human brain works.
No, answer my question now. You think that I don't know that what they are doing is not good?
They know it's not good now, but because it's tolerated, that's why they do it.
Nobody tolerates it.
Okay. For example,
Nobody. There is no society that tolerates dirtiness and all those. It's because people don't see it as being.
it's tolerated. Okay. For example, this left hand thing, right? Let me tell you, this left hand thing. Like when I'm around Yoruba people, if I'm Yoruba now, I don't use my left hand to collect something from someone. But guess what? When I go around non-Yoruba people, I use my left hand to collect it from you. Even though inside of my mind, I know in my culture I was taught that it's wrong. But it's just well, in my culture, I know that it's not tolerated. So that's what I'm saying. Like even me, I believe it's not good to use left hand to collect. I mean, I've been wired to believe that it's not good to use left hand. So it's tolerance. That is another thing, and that's what I'm telling you that the reason why you see more bad behavior among black people is because we tend to tolerate bad behavior. It's tolerance. We are not adults. We are not different from children. Trust me. The only difference is no one is whooping. Children will do things you tolerate. What you don't tolerate, they won't do it. They're human being just like us. You know?
You know it's bad when they have like a refuse dump in front of a church, and the guy they didn't even let me say too much before say madness. Let's just move on.
Even here in America, BT, you live here now. When you go to white neighborhood, you start making
I
sure.
think what we need is deterrent. It's not as people don't know that all these things are not good. But there is no deterrent. That's it.
Yeah, but if you don't, once again, back to government. If you don't provide the service, like if you don't have any effective waste management system in the local
Okay,
government,
let me tell you this. In my own community, we have
like where if you don't provide the service, you can't blame people for dumping refuse.
I'm telling you, let me tell you, that's what I want to tell you now. In my own community, we have people that comes every day to come and pick these things. They ask us to be paying 500 naira per month, and some people still refuse to pay, and they would look for maybe an uncompleted plot, and they will go and be dumping it there.
That's why you have to make them pay.
We're just in discipline. It's not like people don't know what is right.
So those people that live there, do they have a property? The people that are supposed to pay, do they own property there?
They don't want to pay now.
No, do they own property? Do they own property?
You will find that property.
That's what I'm saying. You find a property, man. Do you know in America?
Some of them are tenants. They are just they rented an apartment.
As a tenant, the landlord is the one you go to, not the tenant. It's the landlord that's supposed to be. The landlord is the one that is responsible to add that fee into their rent, right? And then the landlord is the one that will now pay that money to the agency, whatever. That's how they do it here.
Tenant, landlord,
the local lieutenant. So the landlord is who you go to tell that okay, this cleaning fee must pay it. And if you can't tell you can't afford it, they say you can't, then add it to your rent, the rent cost, for your tenant to pay it. That's how they make law. And if you don't pay it, your property, you're about to lose your property.
But we had that in my own area in America. We had that before. Like when you come to environmental sanitation, whatever, it was the land, even the water bill, whatever, they will estimate it and they will put it on your rent, whatever. That's the way it works.
Yeah. Nigeria is only where they'll say, okay, people pay. I see someone you can force someone to just make someone pay. Like nobody won't pay now. Even in America, everybody wants to pay. Nobody wants to pay now. But you got to put a way where they will pay. They have no choice, or they lose something. Once they know they will lose something, which landlord wants to lose his property over 500 naira. Or you can find a way to pay. Even here, when they in America, if you are speeding, when they give you tickets for speeding. If you don't pay, I go see. Or what about car insurance? There's everybody must have car insurance. If you don't have your car, they will tow your car. You know, they pull you over.
Mike, sorry.
You want to
Mike,
lose
sorry
your car over how much?
Mike, sorry for interjecting. Soon you'll be hearing a lot of trouble in Lagos. Because in Lagos, they have put a lot of speed control in some major roads. And they have been telling them that you cannot run more than 80 kilometers per hour on the Third Mainland Bridge. There's not a camera there. And a single fine is up to about 20,000 naira. So the problem, if they enforce it, people will behave. Because in Nigeria, there's no enforcement. And moreover, I think most of Nigerian city is not well planned. When you come to a country like this, I'm telling you, here in this country, there is no alley. Kosikoro, you cannot hide anywhere. So there's no way of just picking your, opening your zipper and just do whatever you like. No. Sometimes if I'm being pressed, I will have to look for bush, just to people. I will drive to the bush where there's a lot of trees. It's like going to the wood for me to pee, just to pee. I cannot just open my zipper anyhow. I will have to look for wood. Sometimes I'm going inside, and there's a lot. And here in this country, you can see fox, rabbit easily. They are just roaming the streets. Birds, so big birds like this. And if you go to something, you see wolves. So, so it's like we are living with nature. But in Nigeria, there's no enforcement, and I can see that most of our people
in Nigeria, that's
most of our people are not disciplined. Most of our people are not disciplined. Most of our people are genuinely dirty. I'm sorry to say this.
Then put a fine in place. No. The point we're making. Then put a fine in place, and they will behave.
Okay, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, man.
Okay, there go Remy again, blaming the people. People are not disciplined. Is it the people's? Listen, discipline only happens when they have enforcement. Let me tell you, people in America and in other places, they're unruly also. They don't obey. But because of the consequences of paying tickets, of $500 ticket,
exactly.
you do right. You better do right. But when after your paycheck is done for a damn parking ticket.
I totally agree with you, because here the enforcement, that parking, they are generating a lot of money. That if you don't park very well, even if you like 1 meter or 1 cent or some few meters short of where you're supposed to park very well, that is 60 euro immediately.
Remy, there's some countries in America that their means of revenue is ticket.
Yes.
Do you know that all those small towns now? That's the way they make their money. Now. They are source of revenue.
They are very tough.
Those small towns.
They don't play with
let me say this now. Now. In America, those small towns where they don't have company businesses, the way they are source of revenue is their highway.
They know how to
will
do
have
those lines.
their police in the highway. They will hide. So all the people that are traveling, anybody that's speed, they put you over. You pay their cost. So their highway is what they use to make money. Those small towns. If Nigeria they have something like that, like those villages, they will have one sheriff there, one sheriff department. They will just be pulling
you know, Mike. Some of them you will see. Oh, go 100 or next thing you see 70.
They will show 100. The next everybody they don't cut it down to 50. So you not gonna know it. Before you slow down, the police don't pull you over. By the time you see that 50, it's not start matching your brake. Lucky before you get that, you are still like 60. I want to pull it over. Boom. That's it, man.
You know, in some countries, towards the end of the year, some of these traffic policemen, they were given a target to make. That is when they will start giving you fine anyhow. In fact, if you know how they make money from this stuff, I think Nigerian, we don't plan very well. If we plan very well and enforcement is there, it's a sort of
even the Nigerian police,
employment for a lot of people.
It's employment
and if they meet their target, they also give them higher bonus.
Do you know that even the Nigerian police, they can raise their funding by just having a division that goes out.
Tolling service,
where the Nigerian police, they know that they raise their by okay. Let's say the government and make law like okay, however much quota they raise from this all these fining. By the end of the year, they made this amount. All of them will get a bonus. They will share the bonus. The SDP, all of them, they will be sending their, they will be out there enforcing that thing, man, enforcing all the laws, man, because they know they will make a lot of money from fines, but they don't do that. They just there's no way any police department should be broke anywhere in the world, man.
So, Mike, why on most of our highways we always have incessant accidents? Why no speed control? You will see people. This is a 3-lane from Ibadan to Lagos. It's 3 lane, and people are pushing up to 160, 180, and this most of the bus they are driving is already old. They just
Do you know that? Do you know that every day they say, Remy? Do you know that they say every day, cars, trailers, they lose their tire, burst or their brake fail.
Yeah, because most of the trucks
some of them
we
don't
are
even know their
using,
breakers. They've been using it for
most
so
of the trucks
long.
we are using are used vehicle from America and Europe and the rest. And some of these trucks have been used for 10, 20 years before shipping down to Nigeria.
Mike, that's why in America they have what they call the truck stops, right?
Mm-hmm.
Truckers they have to travel like 8 or 12 hours a day, and they have to take a rest. There's a monitor, like a governor, in a truck, that they can exceed that hour. If they did, they'll be fined or their company. Now, like
what they did in China is that most time they travel at midnight, not daytime.
Nigeria, Remy, you will see in Nigeria, you will see an 18-wheeler dragging road with you at 8 o'clock in the morning. Like,
yes, so sometimes they drive at the wrong side of the road and they're just coming directly to you. Your heart will stop first. This is the end. The way they drove, oh my, it's no control. It's how do they get the license to even drive it? I don't get it. The way they give license in Nigeria, that is not the way. To get a license in Europe, you will sweat. You will sweat for it.
Even to operate a commercial vehicle in Lagos, all those motor parks, they should have very strict laws.
Yes, strict laws, not just give anybody any license.
Drive walk now. You can't be dinging pami, ogogoro, and you have to you're driving people. That should not be allowed.
Yeah. So in the motor park, you have all these Yaparaga and the rest. Why
is Paraga allowed in motor parks? Why?
Oh, maybe we should ask Mike. Maybe he knows more about Paraga.
I don't. We had one that was in the middle of the way. The guy just parked the car. You know those yellow buses. He opened the bonnet, disappeared for like 10 minutes. I put on Ogoro, and he let people in the bus. And even to come back, and next thing we know, the guy faced the other side of the road.
But see, with all our road safety and all those things in America, I think we probably still record the highest road accidents in the world. We still have a lot of accidents with all those things that we have in place.
We have a stat that says that the better the road, they're likely to have more accidents, because if the road is wide open, people have the tendency to want to speed, and it's just there. But I'm just saying that let's do our own part to make sure that we have the best drivers. I mean, the same ones on the road. I mean, we have crazy ones in America too, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that, when you have it, when somebody's already drunk before they get on the road and have people's life. I mean, if you're driving yourself, it's okay. But don't put 10, 20 people's life at risk because you're drunk.
It's a shame. Anyway, thank you guys for joining me on the platform today, and I am very happy to be back. Thank you to Mike, Baba T, Prince Daddy, Remy, Simba, Mr. Adewale, Miss Doopsy, and I think one more person, Patosky. Thank you guys. You're all awesome, and I miss you all. I want to give a special thanks to AB, my friend in the comments section. You're awesome. I also want to thank a lot of my other friends, that were asking about me. I miss you all. You all are so special. God bless you. Ike, Ogeman, D2. God bless you all. Thank you and have a very good morning.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Prince Daddy.
Prince, are you back from Turkey or are you still over there?
Dude, I'm at the airport. I don't